Onomatopoeically. Obsolete form of onomatopoeically. Onomancy. Rare form of onomancy. Onomatopoetically. By means of onomatopoeia. Onondaga. A member of a Native American tribe originally inhabiting Onondaga County, New York. Onondaga County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Syracuse. Onondagan, of or relating to the Onondaga people. Ononagans, plural of Onondagan. Onondagas, plural of Onondaga. Ononin, an isoflavone, the 7-O-glucoside of formonotin, found in various plants and herbs, including the soybean. Onoportum, any of the genus Onoportum of asteraceous thistles. Onoportums, plural of Onoportum. Honor, former name of Honavar Indian town. Honorado, a surname from Italian. Honoratoid, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing antimony, chlorine, and oxygen. Honorados, plural of honorado. Honor, former name of Honavar Indian town. Onos, synonym of Epinetron attic pottery item. Amaskan, alternative form of Onoskan. Onoskans, plural of Onoskan. Onotherapy, donkey riding as physical therapy. Onawe, a town in Alberta, Canada. Initialism of Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party. Pass, to pass along or hand over. Henri, a surname. Honoram, alternative form of on-ramp. Honorams, plural of honoram. Honorator. Pronunciation spelling of irregular. Onroad, alternative form of on-road. Onward, a forceful rush or flow forward. Onward, simple past and past participle of onrush. Onrushes, plural of onrush. Onrushing, rushing or flowing forward. Ornery, pronunciation spelling of ornery, representing southern United States English. Ons, initialism of Office for National Statistics. Ons, third person singular simple present indicative. Of on. Ansagerian, of or relating to Lars Ansager, 1903-1976, Norwegian-American physical chemist and theoretical physicist, or his work on thermodynamics. Ansagerism, the Ansagerian theories of thermodynamics. Ansageris, a proponent of Ansagerism. Ansagerists, plural of Ansagerists. Ahmed, initialism of Ontario Superior Court of Justice. On screen, as seen on a screen as of television, film, or computer rather than in real life. On sale, to sell a purchased item to a second buyer. Onselling, present participle and gerund of onsell. Onsell, third person singular simple present indicative of onsell. Onsen, a Japanese hot spring. Onsen tamago, a hard-boiled egg slow-cooked in the waters of an onsen. Onsen, descend, send on, send out, forward, transmit. Onsending, present participle and gerund of onsend. Onsens, Third person singular simple present indicative of onsen. Onsens, plural of onsen. Onset, the initial phase of a disease or condition in which symptoms first become apparent. Onsets, plural of onset. Onsetter, a worker at the bottom of a mine shaft who exchanges the empty and full cores. Onsetters, plural of onsetter. Onsetting, present participle and gerund of onset. Onsettings, plural of onsetting. Onshore, that conforms to classical physics. Onshore, moving from the sea towards the land. Onshore, simple past and past participle of onshore. Onshores, third person singular simple present indicative of onshore. Onshoring, present participle and gerund of onshore. Onside, not in an offside position. In the part of the playing area where one can legally play the ball, puck, etc. Onside kick, alternative spelling of onside kick. Onside kicks, plural of onside kick. Onside, onside, in a legal position with respect to the ball and boundaries. Onside, alternative form of onesie. Onase, plural of onsie. Onside, without having previously seen the terrain. Onsided, simple past and past participle of onsite. Onsiting, present participle and gerund of onsite. Onsites, third person singular simple present indicative of onsite. Onside, on or at a site. Onslaught, a fierce attack. Onslaughter, an onslaught. Onslaughters, plural of onslaughter. Onslaughts, plural of onslaught. Onslip, alternative form of onslip. Onslips, plural of onslip. Onslip, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Onslow County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Jacksonville. Onslow Village, a western suburb of Guildford, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9749. Onsol, simple past and past participle of onsel. Onsong, the county of North Hamgyong Province in North Korea. Amis, once. Onstad, a surname from Norwegian. Onstads, plural of onstad. Onstaffing, synonym of onboarding. Onstaffings, plural of onstaffing. Onstage, on the part of a stage that is visible to the audience. Onstead, a single farmhouse aesthetic. Onsteads, plural of onsted. Onstream, being produced. Onser, a county of Aksu Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Onsweep, a rapid arrival, especially one that is forceful. Onsweeping, sweeping onward. Onsweeps, plural of onsweep. Initialism of orthonitrotoluene. Alternative form of aunt. Abbreviation of Ontario, a province of Canada.
Here we go.
Ontake, to take on, undertake, assume. Ontaken. Past participle of ontake. Ontics. Plural of ontake. Ontarian. Of, from, or relating to the province of Ontario, Canada. Ontarians. Plural of Ontarian. Ontario, a province in eastern Canada. Capital, Toronto. Ontario County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Canandaigua. Ontario Lacus, a large hydrocarbon lake on Titan, the largest moon of the planet Saturn. Ontario Violet, synonym of blue-violet Viola sororia. Ontario Violet, plural of Ontario Violet. Ontazaudas, a particular anti-asthmatic drug. Ontological. Ontico, of or relating to ontology. Ontically, in an ontic sense. Ontistes, plural of onticity. Onticity, one's ontic attributes. Ontiveros, a surname from Spanish. Ontiveroses, plural of ontiveros. Arriving upon or on top of, speaking of a physical or metaphorical movement. Ontofunction, synonym of surjection. Ontofunctions, plural of ontofunction. Ontoepistemological, relating to ontoepistemology. Ontoepistemologically, in terms of ontoepistemology. Ontoepistemologies, plural of ontoepistemology. Ontoepistemology, a form of agential realism that is at once an epistemology, theory of knowing, and ontology, theory of being and ethics. Ontogenesis, plural of ontogenesis. Ontogenesis, the generation and development of an individual organism from fertilization to adulthood. Ontogenetic, of or relating to ontogenesis. Ontogenetical, ontogenetic. Ontogenetically, synonym of ontogenically. Ontogeneticist, a geneticist whose specialty is endogenesis. Ontogeneticists, plural of ontogeneticists. Ontogenic, ontogenetic. Ontogenical, alternative form of ontogenic. Ontogenically, with regard to ontogeny. Ontogenies, plural of ontogeny. Ontogenous, one who studies ontogeny. Ontogenous, plural of ontogenous. Ontogeny, synonym. Of ontogenesis. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, the physical, cultural, moral, or intellectual development of each individual passes through stages similar to the developmental stages of that individual species, society, or civilization, not taken literally since the late 19th century. Ontogomorph, a semaphore identified via taxonomic ontogeny. Ontogomorph, plural of ontogomorph. Ontogram, a graphical representation of an ontology branch of knowledge. Ontograms, plural of ontogram. Ontographic, relating to ontography. Ontographical, relating to ontography. Ontography, the study of how living creatures react to the physiographic environment. ontological, 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 of or relating to ontology. Ontological argument, a type of argument which maintains that the existence of God can be deduced from an analysis of the concept of God. Ontological arguments, plural of ontological argument. Ontological proof, synonym of ontological argument. Ontological proofs, plural of ontological proof. Ontological shock, the state of being forced to question one's worldview. Ontological shocks, plural of ontological shock. Ontologically, in an ontological manner. Ontologies, plural of ontology. Ontologize, alternative form of ontologize. Ontologized, simple past and past participle of ontologize. Ontologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ontologize. Ontologizing, present participle and gerund of ontologize. Ontologism, an ideological system which maintains that God and divine ideas are the first object of our intelligence and the intuition of God's existence the first act of our intellect. Ontologisms, plural of ontologism. Ontologist, a scholar or theorist of ontology, or an adherent of a particular ontological doctrine. Ontologistic, of or relating to ontologism. Ontologists, plural of ontologists. Ontologize, to convert into ontological entities or express in ontological terms. Ontologized, simple past and past participle of ontologize. Ontologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ontologize. Ontologizing, present participle and gerund of ontologize. Ontology, the branch of metaphysics that addresses the nature or essential characteristics of being and of things that exist, the study of being qua being. Ontology alignment, the process of determining correspondences between concepts in ontologies. Ontology engineering, a field which studies the methods and methodologies for building ontologies. Ontonagon, a village, the county seat of Ontonagon County, Michigan, United States. Ontonagon County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Ontonagon. It is situated on the Upper Peninsula. Ontonymies, plural of autonomy. Autonomous, pertaining to or characteristic of autonomy, involving the harmonious coexistence of disparate entities. Ontonymy, a philosophy of existence that emphasizes the harmonious coexistence of non-uniform entities. Misspelling of onto. Ontopragmatic, relating to ontopragmatics. Ontes, alternative spelling of ontes. Ontes, a light, armored anti-tank vehicle of a particular kind. Onzosity, a comprehensive explanation for being in Quintostimili, a description of being or a reason for being. Ontotheologian, one who studies ontheology. Ontotheologians, plural of ontotheologian. Ontotheological, relating to ontotheology. Ontotheologically, in terms of ontotheology. Ontotheologist, one who studies ontheology. Ontotheologists, plural of ontotheologists. Ontotheology, the ontology of get and slash or the theology of being, etudation of philosophical theology, first permanent among medieval scholastics, notably Duns Scotus. Ontotype, the hierarchical form of a genotype. Ontotypes, plural of ontotype. Plural of ONT. Other, initialism of optical network unit. Onuoha, a surname from Igbo. Onuohas, plural of Onuoha. Onovid, any parakeet worm of the family Onophidae. Onovids, plural of Onophid. Onophias, a Christian saint of the 4th/5th century. Plural of Onu. Onus, a legal obligation.
Invincible.
Onus probandi, the burden of proof, the onus, the duty of a party in a legal proceeding to prove an assertion of fact. It includes both the burden of production and the burden of persuasion. Onuses, plural of onus. Onward, moving forward. Onward and upward. Alternative form of onwards and upwards. Onwarding, simple past and past participle of onward. Onwarding, present participle and gerund of onward. Onwardly, onward. Onwardness, progress, advancement. Onwards, onward. Onwards and upwards, onto greater things. Onway, simple past of ongo. Onwiki, alternative form of onwiki. Onwing, on the wing S of an aircraft. Anya, but on you. Adiel, a form of thrombocytopenia found in Central Africa. Odich, alternative form of onicho before a vowel. Onicha, the operculum of kinds of strombus or muricid, smoked as an ingredient in the Mosaic incense and pre-modern medicine. Onichalgia, pain in the nails or claws. Onychoxis, plural of onychoxis. Onychoxis, thickening of the nails without deformity. Onychectomies, plural of onychectomy. Onychectomy, the surgical removal of a fingernail or toenail. Onnegia, a whitlow infection near a finger or toenail.
Here we go.
Onnegias, plural of onychia. Onychinus, onyx, onychidides, plural of onychitis. Onychitis, synonym of onygia. Onychium, a little claw. Onychurid, any springtail of the family Onychubidae. Onychurids, plural of onychurid. Onycho, nail relating to fingernails, toenails, or homologous structures such as claws or hooves. Onychotulid, any extinct gastropod in the family Etigetulidae. Onychotulids, plural of onychotulid. Onychocryptosis, ingrown toenail. Onychodermal band, a fine, pallid, translucent band at the junction of the distal nail bed and hyponychium. Onychodermal bands, plural of onychodermal band. Onychodunt, synonym of onychoduntid. Onychoduntid, any extinct fish, the family Etichodontidae. Onychodontids, plural of onychodontid. Onychodonts, plural of onychodont. Onychodysplasia, Dysplasia of the nails. Onychodystrophic, relating to onychodystrophy. Onychodystrophies, plural of onychodystrophy. Onychodystrophy, dystrophic changes in nails such as deformations, malformations, or discolorations. Onychographosis, plural of onychographosis. Onychographosis, a hypertrophy or excess growth of the nails. Onychographotic, related to or characterized by onychographosis. Onychographosis, thickening and curvature of the nails. Onychology, the study of fingernails and toenails. Onycholysis, plural of onycholysis. Onycholysis, the loosening or separation of a fingernail or toenail from its bed. Onychomateses, periodic idiopathic shedding of the nails beginning at their proximal ends, possibly caused by the temporary arrest of the function of the nail matrix. Onychomancy, an ancient form of divination based on the symbols that are reflected by sunlight on a person's fingernails. Onychomycosis, plural of onychomycosis. Onychomycosis, fungal infection of the nail, especially the toenail. Onychomycotic, relating to or affected by onychomycosis. Onychodysplasia, nail patella syndrome. Onychopathic, relating to onychopathy. Onychopathies, plural of onychopathy. Onychopathology, the study of diseases of the nails. Onychopathy, a disease of the fingernails or toenail. Onychophagia, nail biting. Onychophagus, a person who bites his or her fingernails. Onychophagists, plural of onychophagists. Onychophagy, nail biting. Onychophoran, any of many worm-like carnivorous ecdysozoan animals of the phylum Onychophora. Onychophoran, plural of onychophoran. Onychopod, any branchiopod crustacean of the suborder Onychopoda. Onychopods, plural of onychopod. Onychopsin, any of a group of opsins present in velvet worms of the phylum Onychophora. Onychopsins, plural of onychopsin. Onychoptosis, synonym of onychomateses. Onychorexis, fingernail and toenail brittleness and breakage, such as may be due to excessive strong soap and water exposure, nail polish remover, hypothyroidism, anemia, anorexia nervosa or bulimia, or after oral retinoid therapy. Onychoschisis, a condition where the nails split into layers. Onychoschisia, synonym of onychoschisis. Onychoses, plural of onychosis. Onychosis, any disease or disorder of the fingernails or toenails. Onychostroma, the matrix or sensitive tissue of the finger forming the bed of the nail. Onychodothed, any squid in the family Onychodothidae. Onychodothids, plural of onychodothed. Onychodolomania, a compulsion for picking and tearing at one's fingernails or toenails. Onyeti, a surname. Onygenaceous, belonging to the Onygenaceae. Onygenelium, of or pertaining to the fungal order Onygenum. Anonymity, the state of being anonymous. Onymization. Synonym of crop realization. Onymization. Plural of onymization. Onymous. Having a name. Onymously. In an ominous manner, having a name. Obsolete spelling of onion. Abidas. Plural of onion. Onyx. A census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. Onyx marble. A banded variety of marble or calcium carbonate resembling onyx. It is obtained from Mexico. Onyx marbles. Plural of onyx marble. Onyxes. Plural of onyx. Onyxitis. Alternative form of onychitis. Ons. Taking place. On. A traditional Spanish unit of mass. Equivalent to about 28.76 G. On. Plural of onza. Alternative letter case form of Omega. Omega, the Greek letter omega. A dictionary transcription for the foot vowel used AA in the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. A dictionary transcription for the goose vowel used AA in the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. Used to indicate agreement. Used to represent the sound of a monkey's cry. Relating to eggs or ova. Alternative spelling of o. Over. An expression of surprise or befuddlement. Alternative spelling of ulala. Initialism of object-oriented application. Initialism of out-of-Africa hypothesis. Any member of the extinct species Moho brachytus of boo birds of Hawaii. Initialism of object-oriented analysis and design. Initialism of one of a kind, widely used on the internet by artists who make original items such as jewelry, dolls, weapons, art, clothing, and other collectibles. Plural of ue. Plural of oa. Abbreviation of open of business, usually referring to a time frame margin. Hui. Out of box. Initialism of object-oriented bounding box. Plural of oo. Initialism of out of experience or out of the experience. Plural of oo. A caterpillar. Ubats. Plural of ubit. Ubast. A cell that develops into an ovum, a germinal epithelium giving rise to ova. Ublastic, relating to the ooblast. Ubasts, plural of ooblast. Ova, a mixture of cornstarch and water with unusual physical properties. Ublax, plural of oobleck. Initialism of out of character. To move or slide oneself or someone, or something by a small amount. Simple past and past participle of ooch. Ooches. Third person singular simple present indicative of ooch. Ooche. Present participle and gerund of ooch. Initialism of object-oriented CSS. That Waluverden. That's a reproductive cell in certain fungi. Oosisting. Relating to an oocyst. That's plural of oocyst. Oocyte. A cell that develops into an egg or ovum. a female gametocyte. Oocyte, alternative spelling of oocyte. Oocytectomens, plural of oocytectomy. Oocyctomize, to carry out a oocytectomy. Oocyctomize, simple past and past participle of oocyctomize. Oocytectomy, the removal of oocytes. Oocyte-like, resembling or characteristic of an oocyte. Oocytes, plural of oocyte. Oocytes, plural of oocyte. Oocyte, relating to or composed of oocytes. Oocytogenesis, the creation and development of oocytes. Initialism of object-oriented design. Initialism of observe, orient, decide, and act a decision cycle for military combat operations and other processes. Udachi, alternative spelling of Odachi sword. Udachis, plural of Udachi. Udawe, having two reproductive duct systems, a hermaphroditic one for copulation and one for depositing eggs. Udal, object-oriented dynamic language. Udal, singular of oodles. Oodles, unspecified large amount, number, or quantity, lots, tons. Owens, alternative form of oodles lots, a great number or amount. The plural of oecium, relating to the oecium. There is sound, an oasal of a bryozoan. Said to acknowledge a double entendre or something that sounds sexually suggestive. Very segi. A sound mimicking the loss of air, as if someone's solar plexus had just been struck. Bird, any source or supplier of money. Birds, plural of bird. Families. Plural of family. Family, and Hudaxin, equivalent to a family, used to classify fossilized dinosaur eggs. Bird, alternative form of bird. Birds, plural of bird. The alternative form of dog. Simple past and past participle of oof. Alternative form of oof. They call it being wealthy. Uve, present participle. And gerund of oof. Ofas, short of money, poor. Os, plural of oof. Oof, alternate. The form of oof. Oof, a mild expression of error, dismay, or concern, often in a comical sense. Oof, money. Oof, having lots of oof money, rich, wealthy. Ooga booga, mimicking caveman speech. Ooga booga, alternative form of ooga booga. The female gamete, the egg cell or oosphere. Oogamete, plural of oogamete. Erdamas, of or relating to. Oogami. Ubermously, in an oogamous manner. Ode, a form of anisogamy, heterogamy, in which the female gamete, for example ovum, is significantly larger than the male gamete's sperm and is non-motile. Urgener, plural of urgenes. Urgenes, says, plural of oogenesis. Oogenesis, the formation and development of an oocyte or ovum. Oogenesis, alternative spelling of oogenesis. Oogenetic, of or pertaining to oogenesis. Oogenetic, alternative spelling of oogenetic. Oogenic, that produces oocytes. Oogenata, the egg-forming apparatus in trematodes. Eugenahaus, plural of eugenata. Urdanes, an eudexon, equivalent to a genus used to classify fossilized dinosaur eggs. Urdani, eugenesis. Ergo, a hobo or transient who is homeless by choice rather than necessity. Ergos, plural of oogle. Yovat, and Oogonian. Audai, alternative spelling of oogon. Yovats, plural of oogon. Argons.
Here we go.
Plural of argon. Eugonia, plural of eugonium. Argonia, plural of argonium. Ranka, of or pertaining to an eugonium. Argohial, alternative spelling of eugonial. Eugonial, a particular fungal sex hormone. Eugonium, an immature ovarian egg within a developing fetus. Argonium, alternative spelling of eugonium. Eugoniums, plural of eugonium. Ugra, an image typically of parasite eggs produced by oography. Ugrams, plural of ugram. Ugraph, a mechanical device for drawing the outline of a bird's egg. Ugras, plural of ugraph. Ugra, synonym of beard. Seal. Urex, plural of ugra. Initialism of out-of-home denoting forms of advertising, such as billboards that reach consumers outside of their homes. An expression of surprise. Noma, alternative form of uwa. Alternative form of UR. A rejoinder indicating that the speaker asserts either reproachfully or jocularly that the interlocutor or someone else that they are discussing is putting on airs, often when the interlocutor has used a big word, especially a loanword that English got from French. Ua, alternative spelling of u-u-ah-ah. U, matron, highlights a statement which contains a double entendre or appears sexually forward. Not synonym of ooh-ah-ah used to represent the sound of a monkey's cry. Ooey, expressing astonishment, admiration, dismay, excitement, etc. Simple past and past participle of ooh. Ooer, one who oohs in various senses. Present participle and gerund of ooh. There's plural of oohing. Ooh, alternative form of oorah. Third person singular simple present indicative of ooh. Initialism of out of interest. A surname most commonly found in Malaysia and Singapore. A small calcium carbonate or iron-coated grain found on the seafloor. Arud, alternative spelling of uid. Oodle, egg-shaped. Arudo, alternative spelling of uidle. Ud, plural of uid. Arids, plural of arid. Urda, alternative form of Uja thing whose name is unknown. Urda, something whose name is unknown or unimportant, a thingy, a what's it. Uja kapavi, something that one cannot name or does not know the name of, a what's it. Uja kampevi, alternative form of Uja kapavi and unknown thing, a what's it. Uja komspef, in good condition. Fine, excellent. Erdas, plural of Uja. Udemafla, something that one does not know the name of. Udemaflex, plural of Udemafla. Udar, alternative spelling of Uja thing whose name is unknown. Ujabar, an unspecified object, thingy, what's it. Ujabos, plural of Ujabu. Rudai, archaic form of Ujjain. Used to represent the sound of the cry of an ape or monkey. Simple past and past participle of oop. Hoopy cooby, synonym of soggy biscuit masturbation. Game. Opening, the motile zygote of a parasite of malaria, the mosquito that forms an oocyst in the mosquito's gut. Okainete, plural of ukainete. Ukainetic, tending to produce the female element. Uge, present participle and gerund of uk. Ufe, a handicraft stuffed toy owl, often made from wolf fur, sealskin, or similar materials. Ufers, plural of ukbig. Ufer, obsolete form of ogra. Third person singular simple present indicative of uk. Uki, spooky, ubuki. Oh. Initialism of object-oriented language. Oh. A swimming pool into which urinating is not allowed. Oh, a village in County Limerick, Ireland. Latin, alternative form of election. Elections, plural of election. Olacanta, an extinct marsupial, the desert rat Kangaroo caliprimus campestris that lived in a sand ridge and gibber plain habitat in southwestern Queensland and northeastern Australia. Olakuntas, plural of Olakunta. An Indian boat for transporting freight. Ulakan, alternative form of election. Ulakans, plural of Ulakan. Ulax, plural of Ulak. Ulama, the cell membrane of an oocyte. Ulakan, alternative form of eulachin. Ulakans, plural of ulakan. Ulachin, alternative form of eulachin. Olatins, plural of ulichin. Oite, a rock consisting of spherical grains within a mineral cortex accreted around a nucleus, often of quartz grains. Aurolite, alternative form of oolite. Oolites, plural of oolite. Aurolites, plural of aurolite. Oolite, a spherical granule of which oolite is composed, formed by concentric accretion of thin layers of a mineral, usually calcium carbonate limestone, but also others such as dolomite and silica around a core. And ooid, ooidic, relating to ooliths. Ooliths, plural of oolith. Ooidic, made up of or containing oolites. Arwidic, archaic form of Volytic. Oolidics, plural of ulitic. Ulitiferous, bearing ulite. Alternative. The form of ulak. Ulax, plural of ula. Ulagic, relating to eulogy. Logic. Alternative spelling of eulogic. Eulogical. Logic. Logical. Alternative spelling of eulogical. Eulogically, from the perspective of scientific study of eggs or of a collector of eggs. Logically. Alternative spelling of eulogically. Euloges, a person who studies or specializes in eulogy. Euloges, alternative spelling of eulogist. Euloges, plural of eulogist. Eulogists, plural of eulogists. Eulogize, to go hunting for eggs. Eulogized, simple past and past participle of eulogize. Eulogizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of eulogize. Eulogizing, present participle and gerund of eulogize. Relate, the study of birds' eggs. Horology. Alternative spelling of eulogy. Uai, a partially fermented tea, often roasted, which combines the characteristics of green tea and black tea. Oolong tea, a type of tea with a taste in between green tea and black tea. Oolong teas, plural of oolong tea. Uais, plural of oolong. Uer, abbreviation of overall objective loudness rating. Uer, plural of uler. Plural of all out. Initialism of out of memory. An older man, especially an uncle, frequently as a respectful form of address. Imavat, alternative spelling of Papa. Imat, a genre of Germanic music, especially Bavarian music typically involving brass instruments. Oompah-like, alternative spelling of oompah-like. Imavat, a variant of oompah played in triple time. Ya, alternative form of umwa, benaba, here body possibly older spelling. Romanse, divination through the use of eggs. Umet, alternative form of umancy. Umeter, a device for the measurement of eggs. Umeters, plural of umeter. Umetry, the measurement of eggs. Acronym of one of my followers / friends. Alternative form of Umfi, diminutive. Of Umvit, alternative letter case form of OOM5. Umphis, plural of OOM5. Rumeris, plural of Umvi. Uya, alternative spelling of Umiak. Uya, alternative spelling of Umiak. Uyax, plural of Umiak. Uyax, plural of Umiak. Uya, alternative spelling of Umiak. Uyax, plural of Umiak. A surname from Malayalam. Romans. Plural of Uman. In the Limha, any of the fictional pygmies who manufacture candy in Roald Dahl's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oompa Loompas. Plural of Oompa Loompa. No. Alternative spelling of oompa. Oompa-like, displaying an oompa rhythm or reminiscent of oompa music. Empathy, simple past and past participle of oompa. Oompa, present participle and gerund of oompa. Oompa, alternative spelling of oompapa. Oompas, third person singular simple present indicative of oompa. Oompa, alternative spelling of oompapa. Oomph, alternative form of oomph. Strength, power, passion or effectiveness, clout. Oomph, simple past and past participle of oomph. Oomph, comparative form of oomphy, more oomphy. Oomph, superlative form of oomphy, most oomphy. Oomph, present participle and gerund of oomph. Oomphless, lacking oomph vitality or sex appeal. Oomph, plural of oomph. Oomph, full of oomph, strength, power, passion, or effectiveness. But, plural of oomph. Filth, dirt. Oomycete, any of a number of filamentous unicellular protists of the class Oomycetes, the water molds. Armycete, rare spelling of Oomycete. Oomysteus, alternative form of Oomycetes. Oomycetes, plural of Oomycete. Armycetes, plural of Armycete. Oomyceticide, that kills Oomycetes. Mymystus, relating to or characteristic of Oomycetes. Oomycide, any substance that kills Oomycetes. Oomycides, plural of oomycide. Oomycote, any of a group of filamentous protists variously classified as the phylum Oomycota or the class Oomycetes in a more broadly circumscribed phylum. Oomycotes, plural of oomycote. An oven. A female given name from Irish. Not a female given name from Irish. Another, any spider in the family Unipidae. Unatheds, plural of unipid. Unt, plural of un. Ut, a camel. Uts, plural of ut. Ut, the game of crap. Edivite, plural of unucleus. Edivite, the nucleus of an oosphere. Oh no, you plural. Y'all, you guys, you all. Abbreviation of out of up. Office. Abbreviation of out of office. Hugs usually placed at the end of a letter or in text messaging. Sometimes alongside XXX meaning kisses. Elongated form of oo. Simple past and past participle of uo. Doi, present participle and gerund of uo. Us, third person singular simple present indicative. Of uo. Elongated form of oo. Initialism of original poster. The original poster of material that has been quoted or linked to within a post that has also been quoted or linked to in turn. Oh, plural of OO. Oh, initialism of object-oriented programming. Oh, alternative form of OOPS. Eva, acronym of out-of-place artifact. Eva, a surname from the Polynesian languages. Uva, a kind of black tea. Uvas, plural of upa. Uva, alternative spelling of upak. Uvas, plural of upak. Uvart, an object found in a very unusual or apparently impossible archaeological context like the Kozo Sparkbook found in an allegedly 500,000-year-old geode, which would challenge conventional historiography and chronology if authentic. Ubarts, plural of upart. Upet, simple past and past participle of OOP. Simple past and past participle of OOP. Alternative form of oof. Ophatic, synonym of ophagus. Ovadus, relating to inhibiting ophagy. Ophady, the cannibalization of subordinate eggs within a homogeneous population or the uterus, particularly as it relates to certain insect and aquatic species. Oophorectomies, plural of oophorectomy. Oophorectomy, oophorectomy, oover, alternative form of ophoro before a vowel. Oophor, a form of some ferns and mosses that bear sexual fruit. Ophor, alternative spelling of oophor, alternative form of ophoro before a vowel. Oophor, a form of some ferns and mosses that bear sexual fruit. Ophor, alternative spelling of oophor. Oophorectomies, plural of oophorectomy. Arphortomies, plural of arphortomy. Oophortomize, alternative form of oophortomize. Oophortomize, simple past and past participle of oophortomize. Oophortomize, to perform or to undergo an oophortomy. Oophortomize, simple past and past participle of oophortomize. Oophortomy, surgical removal of one or both ovaries. Arphortomy, alternative spelling of oophortomy. Oophors, plural of oophor. Iphors, plural of arphor. Oophoric, having the nature of or belonging to an oophor. Oophoridia, plural of oophoridium. Oophoridium, the macrosporangium or case for the larger kind of spore in Heterosporous flowerless plant. Oophoritis, inflammation of the ovaries. Oophoro, ovary, ovarian. Oophorocystectomy, excision of an ovarian cyst. Oophoroma, a tumor of the ovary. Oophoromas, plural of oophoroma. Oophoromata, plural of oophoroma. Oophoron, synonym of ovary. Oophoropsy, surgical fixation of a displaced ovary by suturing to the abdominal wall. Oophorazobingectomies, plural of oophorazobingectomy. Oophorazobingectomy, removal of one or both ovaries and the corresponding fallopian tubes. Oophorotomy, an incision into an ovary. Ovarus, containing eggs or ova. Ovi, gametophyte. Ophyte, alternative spelling of oophyte. Oophytes, plural of oophyte. Arphytes, plural of arphyte. Ovedic, of pertaining to or characteristic of an oophyte. Arphitic, alternative spelling of buphitic. Oopig, present participle and gerund of OP. Uve, present participle and gerund of OOP. Ovo, initialism of object-oriented programming language. Over. Dried cow dung formed into cakes for use as fuel. Over. Alternative form of oopla. Ooplasm, the cytoplasm of an egg or ovum. Ooplasmatic, alternative form of ooplasmic. Ooplasmic, concerning the cytoplasm of eggs. Ooplasms, plural of ooplasm. Oblast. Synonym of oosphere. Ooplasts, plural of ooplast. Ovo, plural of oople. Oh, abbreviation of object-oriented programming system. Oh, plural of OP. Oh, acknowledging a mistake. Oops babies, plural of oops baby. Oops baby, a child born as the result of an unplanned pregnancy. Oopsadaisy, synonym of whoopsadaisy. Simple past and past participle of oops. Oopsis. Third person singular simple present indicative of oops. Oopty, alternative spelling of oopsie. Oopty. Simple past and past participle of oopsie. Oopty, present participle and gerund of oopsie. Oopsies, plural of oops. Oopsie, present participle and gerund of oops. OOPA, acronym of object-oriented programming, systems, languages, and applications. Oopsortunities, plural of oopsortunity. Oopsortunity, an accident or mistake that shows itself to be an opportunity. Oopty, diminutive of oops. Oopsie daisy, alternative form of whoopsie-daisy. Oopsie-yoopsie, alternative form of oops. Everything, present participle and gerund of oopsie. Overview, wolfish, or kid, younger son type, older sibling, usually masculine. Hurrah, the official yell for the U.S. Marines. Raleigh, alternative form of
Here we go.
Raleigh. Urari, Furia. Archaic form of Urad. Archaic form of Urad. Oda, obsolete form of Urdu language. Uodin, a reddish-brown pigment found in eggshells. Uriel, alternative form of Uriel. Uriels, plural of Uriel. Uri, alternative form of Arai. Uria, dated form of Aurea. Uria. Yes. Plural of Uria. Goa, any member of a subtribe of the Nama people, originally formed from mixed-race descendants of indigenous Khoikhoi, Europeans, and slaves from Madagascar, India, and Indonesia. Uolams, plural of Uolam. A surname from Dutch. Uit Cloud, the solar system's Uit Cloud, extending from 50,000 to 100,000 astronomical units, approximately 1 light-year from the Sun, supposedly the source of most comets around the solar system. Uit Cloud, alternative form of Uit Cloud solar system's Uit Cloud. Uit clouds, plural of Uit cloud. That's plural of Uit. Urat, archaic form of Urad. Uit, dated form of Aurea. Us, plural of Urea. Initialism of object-oriented scanning. A district of Baden-Baden, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Initialism of object-oriented structured analysis. Acronym of object-oriented software engineering. Fluff, particularly from a textile source such as cotton or wool. Simple past and past participle of ooze. Uther, a wooden horned mask used for folkloric and magical purposes, possibly also the unknown creature upon which the mask was based. Uthers, plural of Usur. Others, third person singular simple present indicative of Us. Acronym of out of school hours care. Uis, plural of Uj. Uji Yushi, cloyingly sentimental. Other, the baculum penile bone of a walrus, often sold as a souvenir to tourists in Alaska. Uze, present participle and gerund of us. Erla, obsolete form of Osman and Usman. Urla, a mass of protoplasm at one end of an insect egg. Others, plural of usum. Usorption, the resorption of a developing egg typically as a response to a parasite. Usorptions, plural of usorption. A species, an udexin, equivalent to a species, used to classify fossilized dinosaur eggs. Eusperm, the ovum after fusion with the spermatozoon in impregnation. Eusperm. Plural of oosperm. Oothere, a large non-motile egg cell, especially of an alga or fungus formed in a begonium and ready for fertilization. Osphere, alternative spelling of oosphere. Oospheres, plural of oosphere. Arspheres, plural of arsphere. Oosporange, synonym of Oosporangium. Oosporangius, plural of oosporange. Oosporangia, plural of oosporangium. Oosporangium and Oogonium. Oospore, a fertilized female zygote having thick chitinous walls that develops from a fertilized oosphere in some algae and fungi. Ospore, alternative form of oospore. Oosporine, a dibenzoquinone that is a toxic metabolite of the fungus Cochleobolus cucinoi. Oospores, plural of oospore. Ospores, plural of spore. Oosporic, relating to the oospore. Oosporiferous, bearing oospores. Oosporogenesis, the sporogenesis of oospores. A river in Germany. Oostjala, a municipality of Gelderland, Netherlands. Eustasis, the failure of typically insect eggs to form or to develop. Eustag, relating to. Or causing eustasis. Eustagite, one of the plates which, in some crustaceans, enclose a cavity in which the eggs are hatched. Ostagite, alternative form of eustagite. Eustagites, plural of eustagite. Arstagites, plural of arstagite. Oosterbeek, a village in Renkum Municipality, Gelderland Province, Netherlands. Oosterboskai, an orthorhombic black mineral containing copper, palladium, and selenium. Oosterhout, a city and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Oostskep, a municipality in West Flanders, Belgium. Ooststellingwerf, a municipality of Friesland, Netherlands. Oostzaan, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Uti, archaic form of Uzi. Uti, initialism of Ocarina of Time. Anything? Udakamon, synonym of Otagamon. Dalan. Odaxa, plural of Utaxan. Odatsan, any taxonomic classification of egg fossils. Utaxonomic, relating to utaxonomy. Utaxonomy, the taxonomy of eggs. Initialism of out of the box of a product. Initialism of outfit of the day. Plural of oot. A surname from Dutch. Ovens, plural of uten. Uthaka, an egg case of any of the orthopteroid insects such as cockroaches and mantids. Ardaka, alternative spelling of Uthaka. Udi, plural of Uthaka. Ardaki, plural of Arthaka. Urthakal? Relating to an Uthaka. The haploid cell produced by meiotic division of a secondary oocyte that is a nearly mature ovum. Arte, alternative spelling of Udid. Udidogenesis, the part of genesis leading to the formation of Udids. Artidogenesis, alternative spelling of Udidogenesis. Odeds, plural of Udid. Artids, plural of artid. Initialism of out of the loop. Initialism of out of the office. P. Initialism of order of the phoenix. Initialism of out of the... Question. Initialism of one Sony technical system the EU cross-domain data space for secure government-to-government data exchange. Plural of oots. Synonym of Otagamon. Utakt, the part of the oviduct of certain trematodes in which the ova are completed by being furnished with yolk and by secretion from the Mealy's glands with a shell. Utax, plural of utai. An item in a television, especially news broadcasts consisting of pictures alone, to be played on screen while the presenter continues to talk out of vision and provide commentary. Initialism of ordination of women. And use a submachine gun. Plural of uwa. Uxentai. Alternative form of uxenthin. Uxenthines. Plural of uxenthine. Uxamal. Initialism of Office OpenXML and Microsoft file format for spreadsheets, charts, word process documents, etc. Ouch, goof. Ooze it. Seepage or leakage via oozing. Tanning liquor, an aqueous extract of vegetable matter, tan bark, sumac, etc. in a tanning vat used to tan leather. Whose leather? Leather made from sheep and calf skins by mechanically forcing ooze through them, especially such leather with a soft, finely granulated finish, sometimes called velvet finish, applied to the flesh side for special purposes. Ordinary used leather is used for shoe uppers, in bookbinding, etc. Ooze leathers. Plural of ooze leather. Ooze. Simple past and past participle of ooze. Oh. Alternative form of oozle. Oh. Plural of oozle. Okay. Third person singular simple present indicative of ooze. Really? Alternative form of oozy. Really? In Myanmar, an elephant trainer or mahout. Oozy. Comparative form of oozy. More oozy. It is plural of oozy. It superlative form of oozy. Most oozy. Really? In an oozy manner. Pronunciation spelling of oozy. Argonas. The state or condition of being oozy. Oozy. Present participle and gerund of ooze. Oozy. In an oozing manner. Ooze. Plural of oozing. Oh. An effect created by dropping clear water onto a painted section before it is dry, forming a burst of color.
Here we go.
Oh. Simple past and past participle of oozle. Oozlefish. The mascot of the U.S. Army Air Defense Artillery Branch, a mythical featherless, flightless bird that flies backwards to keep dust, trivia, and other inconsequentia out of his eyes. Oogles. Plural of oozle. Oolai. Present participle and gerund of oozle. Oozlem bird. A fictional bird said to fly backwards or in circles. Oozlem birds. Plural of oozlem bird. Uai. Misspelling of oozuid. Uai. A suid that develops from an egg and reproduces by budding. Uid. Plural of oozuid. Of or pertaining to the quality of something that oozes. Initialism of overpowered. Flipping of opponent. Abart. A genre of abstract art that uses geometric shapes and vivid colors to create optical illusions, such as an illusion of movement. A shop, usually operated by a charity to which new or used goods are donated for sale at a low price. Shops. Plural of op-shop. A certain active circuit element useful in creating various kinds of amplifiers and filters. Op-amps. Plural of op-amp. Op-ed. A newspaper page containing side articles by commentators expressing viewpoints that may not agree with those espoused by the editorial board, traditionally printed opposite the editorial page. Op-eded. Simple past and past participle of op-ed. Op-eded. Present participle and gerund of op-ed. Op-eds. Plural of op-ed. Op-shop. Alternative form of op-shop. Op-shop. Plural of op-shop. Opus. Ova. Abbreviation of optionally piloted aircraft. Opalaka. Alternative form of opalaka. Opalaka. Alternative form of opalaka. Opalaka. A city in Miami-Dade County, Florida. Alphabet. And yes, things aped in the family of fluidity. Alphabet. Plural of alphabet. Alpha. Acronym of Online Public Access Catalog. Opagate. To dark darken to cloud. Oppicated. Simple past and past participle of oppicate. Oppicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppicate. Oppicating. Present participle and gerund of oppicate. Oppicifiable. Capable of being made opaque. Opposification. The action of making something opaque or cloudy. Opposifications. Plural of opposification. Opacify. Simple past. And past participle of opacify. Oppacifier. A chemical agent added to a material, such as rocket propellant, to make it opaque. Oppacifier and past participle of oppacify. Oppacifier. A chemical agent added to a material, such as rocket propellant, to make it opaque. Oppacifiers. Plural of oppacifier. Oppacifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppacify. Oppacify. To make opaque. Oppacifying. Present participle and gerund of oppacify. Opposimeter. Any instrument that measures opacity. Opposimeters. Plural of opposimeter. Opacious. Opaque. Opacite. A small, dark grain of doubtful origin in an igneous rock. Opacites. Plural of opacite. Opacities. Plural of opacity. Opacity. The state or quality of being opaque, not allowing light to pass through. Opacus. Not shining or illuminated, dark. Opacousness. Opacity. Opaque. Plural of opaque. Opacular. Opaque. Any of various large, colorful, deep-bodied pelagic fish of the family Lamprididae. Others. Plural of oppa. Athecapaka. Christopomoids filamentasis. The crimson jawfish. Athecapacas. Plural of opic. Kapaka. Ave. Alternative form of opaque. Ovo. A unisex given name from English from the precious stone, invented in the 19th century. Opal aura. Synonym of angel aura. Opal glass. A type of opaque. Translucent glass. Opal glasses. Plural of opal glass. Opal pineapple. A pineapple-shaped cut opal gem as a part of jewelry. Opal pineapples. Plural of opal pineapple. Opaled. Opalescent, misty or milky in appearance. Opalesce. To be opalescent. To produce or show a play of colors like an opal. Opalesce. Simple past and past participle of opalesce. Opalescence. The state of being opalescent. Opalescences. Plural of opalescence. Opalescent. Exhibiting a milky iridescence like that of an opal. Opalescent nudibranch. A brightly colored nudibranch sea slug, Hermes crassicornis, with an orange stripe along its head area as well as white stripes on the serrata and those running down the mantle. Opalescent nudibranch. Plural of opalescent nudibranch. Opalescently, in an opalescent manner. Opalesces. Third person singular simple present indicative of opalesce. Opalesce. Present participle and gerund of opalesce. Opalesque. Similar to opal, having some of the qualities of opal. Opali. A fish, gyrelant nigricans, a species of sea chub found in the eastern Pacific. Opalize, plural of opali. Opala, having a structure similar to that of opal. Opali, resembling opal in having a milky white iridescence. Opalines, plural of opaline. Opalinid, any heteroconch in the family Opalinidae. Opalinids, plural of opalinid. Opalization, alternative form of opalization. Opalizations, plural of opalization. Opalize, alternative spelling of opalize. Opalize, simple past and past participle of opalize. Opalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of opalize. Opalish, resembling or characteristic of opal. Opalizing, present participle and gerund of opalize. Opalization, the process of making something opalescent, or of converting wood etc. into opal. Opalizations, plural of opalization. Opalize, to convert into a form of opal or chalcedony, especially to convert wood into such a fossilized form. Opalize, simple past and past participle of opalize. Opalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of opalize. Opalizing, present participle and gerund of opalize. Opalka, a surname. Opalkas, plural of opalka. Opal, alternative form of opal. Opalotite, a photograph taken on opalescent glass. Opalotypes, plural of opalotite. Opals, the women's national basketball representative team of Australia. Opalson, a mining settlement in Winton, Queensland, Australia. Opalar, a form of opaque toughened glass used for dinnerware. Adav, alternative form of opam. Adams, plural of opam. Alkanak, a kind of traditional leather shoe worn in Bulgaria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, and Serbia. Opensai, plural of opanak. Opanka, a kind of sandal worn in Eastern Europe. Opankas, plural of opanka. Opaque, neither reflecting nor emitting light. Opaque box, synonym of black box. Opaque boxes, plural of opaque box. Opaque, simple past and past participle of opaque. Opaquely, in an opaque manner. Opaquon, to make or become opaque. Opaquon, simple past and past participle of opaquon. Opaqueness, synonym of opacity. Opaquemesos, plural of opaqueness. Opaquoning, present participle and gerund of opaquon. Opaquons, third person singular simple present indicative of opaquon. Opaquer, comparative form of opaque, more opaque. Opaquers, plural of opaquer. Opaques, plural of opaque. Opaquous, superlative form of opaque, most opaque. Opaquing, present participle and gerund of opaque. Adara, the oldest son who has inherited the rights and responsibilities of his father after his father has died. an indigenous people of northern Sonora. Opatija, a city in Croatia. Apatal, a town and county of Holy Cross Voivodeship, Poland. Apatini, a surname from Czech. Alava, a city in the Czech Republic. Ava, abbreviation of operated by. Av, abbreviation of algomeric pronunciated. Op-Dei, initialism of OPC alarms and events, and OPC specification for alarms and events. Op-Da, initialism of OPC data access, the first of a group of specifications known as the classic OPC specifications. AFGHEA, initialism of OPC historical data access, a group of standards of the OPC Foundation that provides COM specifications for communicating data from devices like databases and applications that provide historical data. ACUA, abbreviation of OPC Unified Architecture Industrial M2M Communication Protocol for Interoperability developed by the OPC Foundation. ADA, acronym of Organized Pseudo-Legal Commercial Argument, a legal classification of widespread pseudo-legal arguments and practices, pseudo-law. Opcode, a mnemonic used to refer to a microprocessor instruction in assembly language. Opcodes, plural of opcode. Opthen, acronym of Operational Control Command Authority that may be exercised by commanders at any echelon at or below the level of combatant command. Opcon, alternative form of opcon. Opthen, plural of opcon. Opcons, plural of opcon. Opqua, initialism of organization for the prohibition of chemical weapons. Odd, initialism of Oakland Police Department. Avdal, a surname from Norwegian. Avdals, plural of Opdal. Opdalite, a Charnakitic form of granodiorite. Opdalites, plural of opdalite. Oh, initialism of octylphenyl ethoxylate. Oh, an exclamation of surprise. Oops. OVA. Acronym of Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Opkonseva. Alternative form of Opakonsivia. Oped. Simple past and past participle of op. Hope, Patel Palm, Erica Palm. Opidoscope, an instrument consisting of a tube with one end open and the other end covered with a thin flexible membrane with a mirror attached to its center, used for exhibiting upon a screen, by means of rays reflected from the mirror, the vibratory motions caused by sounds that enter the tube. Opidoscopes, plural of opidoscope. Opit, a bright-colored European actinium and ammonia sulcata, or the similar in ammonia viridis. Oplets, plural of Oplet. Oplet, a city, the county seat of Lee County, Alabama, United States. Opleta, a certain name from Czech. Opletes, plural of Opleta. Oplasa, alternative form of Appalasa. Oplasis, a city, the parish seat of St. Landry Parish, Louisiana, United States. Oven, physically unobstructed, uncovered, etc. Open a can of whoop ass, a good-humored threat of physical harm. Open a can of whoop ass, alternative form of open a can of whoop ass. Open a can of whoop ass. Alternative form of OpenACAN of whoop ass. Open access. A set of principles and practices through which research outputs are distributed online, free of access charges or other barriers. Open admission. An unselective and non-competitive college admissions process where the only entrance criterion is a high school diploma or a certificate of attendance or general educational development GED certificate. Open admissions. Plural of open admission. Open adoption. An adoption in which the biological mother/biological parents and the adoptive family know each other's identities and choose to remain in contact after the adoption process is finalized. Open adoptions. Plural of open adoption. Open air. That's a. Open air museum. Alternative form of open air museum. Open air museums. Plural of open air museum. Open and affirming. Of or pertaining to Christian congregations and other Christian groups that accept gay men and women, bisexuals, and transgender people. Open and notorious. A requisite condition of adverse possession stipulating that the deceasor's occupation of the property must be visible and provide reasonable if tacit notice to the decizee. Open and shut. Alternative form of open and shut. Open and shut case. A problem that can be solved quickly and easily. Open and shut cases. Plural of open and shut case. Open assembly time. The measure of time commencing from the application of an adhesive on a substrate until it is assembled without the loss of bonding strength. Open assembly times. Plural of open assembly time. Open ball. The set of all points in a metric space whose distance from a given point the open ball's center is less than a given length the open ball's radius. Open balls. Plural of open ball. Open banking. Third-party API access to a consumer's banking data in order to create new services and products. Open bar. A bar at which drinks are served without charge, usually at a social event. Open bars. Plural of open bar. Open beta. Something that is in its beta stage or being tested. Open betas. Plural of open beta. Open bite. A configuration of a mouth wherein the front top teeth are separated vertically from the front bottom teeth even while the back top teeth are resting directly upon the back bottom teeth. Open bites. Plural of open bite. Open boarding. A system of bus operation where passengers may enter through various doors along the vehicle's length without having to pass the driver to buy or show a ticket. Open book. Something of which salient aspects are obvious or easily interpreted. Open book decomposition. A decomposition of a three-manifold into a link in a fibration over the circle by surfaces bounded by that link. Open book decompositions. Plural of open book decomposition. Open book. Books. Plural of open book. Open box. Pertaining to a product sold by merchants at a discount because the item was returned but found not to be defective. Open call. An open entrance or public audition, especially for actors and actresses. Open calls. Plural of open call. Open carry. The practice of openly carrying a firearm in public. Open circuit. An incomplete electrical circuit through which no current can flow. Open circuit voltage. The difference of electrical potential between two terminals of a device when disconnected from any circuit. The open circuit voltage of a cell is EMF electromotive force. Open circuit voltages. Plural of open circuit voltage. Open circuits. Plural of open circuit. Open circulatory system. A system of circulation which is achieved primarily from the heart beating and muscle-induced locomotion of the organism. Circulation without veins. Open circulatory systems. Plural of open circulatory system. Open cities. Plural of open city. Open city. A city which has announced during wartime that it has abandoned all defensive efforts, generally in the event of its imminent capture. Open class. A set of words in a given language that can readily gain new members. Open classroom. A single large room used for teaching a large group of pupils of varying ability who are typically divided into smaller groups. Open classrooms. Plural of open classroom. Open cluster. A more or less irregular star cluster containing tens to thousands of stars. Open clusters. Plural of open cluster. Open comedo. Synonym of black-head, a type of skin blemish. Open comedo. Alternative form of open comedo. Open comedones. Plural of open comedo. Open comedos. Open comedone. Alternative form of open comedo. Open comedones. Plural of open comedo. Open comedos. Plural of open comedo. Open communion. Synonym of open table. Open compound. A compound word with spaces in it, for example, high school, school bus, or science fiction. Open compounds. Plural of open compound. Open content. Creative work that others can freely and legally copy or modify. Open convention. Synonym of brokered convention. Open conventions. Plural of open convention. Open core. A business model for software whereby the core is open source and free, while closed source add-ons are available for purchase. Open cover. A cover whose members are all open sets. Open covers. Plural of open cover. Open dating. The use of a date or code stamped on food packaging to help determine how long to display the product for sale. Open day. A casual event where an institution is open for visiting and inspection by anyone interested. Open daylight. Broad daylight. Open days. Plural of open day. Open defecation. The human practice of defecating outside rather than into a toilet. Open defecations. Plural of open defecation. Open design. The collaborative design of things, especially of open source software, through use of publicly shared design information. Open diapason. A certain stop in an organ in which the pipes or tubes are formed like the mouthpiece of a flageolet at the end where the wind enters and are open at the other end.
Here we go.
Plural of open diapason. Open differential. A type of differential gear used in automobile construction, allowing for output shafts to have different angular velocity while equalizing torque applied to each output shaft. Open differentials. Plural of open differential. Open door. An unrestricted means of admission or access. Open door policies. Plural of open door policy. Open door policy. Alternative form of open door policy. Open doors. Plural of open door. Open E. The letter E pronounced as the open mid-front unrounded vowel. Open-ended straight draw. 4 cards to a straight where cards of 2 different ranks could complete a straight. 4-5-6-7. Open-ended straight draws. Plural of open-ended straight draw. Open enrollment. Synonym of open admission type of college admissions process. Open enrollments. Plural of open enrollment. Open evangelical. A person who takes the approach of open evangelicalism. Open evangelicalism. An approach that attempts to uphold evangelical doctrines, morality, and spirituality while also being inclusive of others. Open evangelicals. Plural of open evangelical. Open evening. An evening event where prospective students and parents/guardians are invited to a school. Open fan. Unducted fan. Propfen. Open feedwater heater. A feedwater heater in which the two fluid streams mix together. Open feedwater heaters. Plural of open feedwater heater. Open field. A large, unobstructed area of land with minimal cover, exposing troops to potential enemy fire with little opportunity to hide or take cover. Open fields. Plural of open field. Open file. A file with no pawns of either color situated on it. Open files. Plural of open file. Open fire. An uncovered fire. Open fires. Plural of open fire. Open floor plan. An interior of a building constructed with few walls or obstructions, giving a communal aspect. Open floor plans. Plural of open floor plan. Open fracture. A fracture of a bone where one or more bone fragments penetrate the skin, forming an open wound. Open fractures. Plural of open fracture. Open game. A chess opening characterized by the moves 1.e4, e5, in which both white and black move their king's pawn to the 4th rank with their first move. Open game. Alternative letter case form of open game. Open games. Plural of open game. Open games. Plural of open game. Open goal. An undefended goal. Open goals. Plural of open goal. Open half space. A half space that does not include the plane that bounds it. Open half spaces. Plural of open half space. Open harp. Synonym of angle harp. Open harp. Plural of open harp. Open hearth. An open hearth furnace. Open hearth furnace.
Here we go.
Open hearths. Plural of open hearth. Open house. A house habitually kept open to callers. Open houses. Plural of open house. Open housing. The policy by which a person's background, for example race or religion, may not be considered as a factor in whether to sell them a property. Open index. Index on a tensor that isn't summed over. Open interest. The total number of contracts outstanding between market participants in a market for futures, options, or other derivatives. Open interval. An interval in the real number line which does not contain its supremum and infimum. If specified by a pair of real numbers, then it consists of all the points on the real line whose values lie strictly between those two real numbers. Open intervals. Plural of open interval. Open invitation. An invitation to visit someone or perform a given action at any time. Open invitations. Plural of open invitation. Open its doors. To begin operating. Open jaw. A fair construction where the destination is not the same as the origin point for the return, or where the origin differs from the return destination. Open jaws, plural of open jaw. Open justice, a legal principle requiring judicial proceedings to be conducted in a transparent manner and with the oversight of the people, so as to safeguard the rights of those subject to the power of the court and to allow for the scrutiny of the public in general. Open letter, a letter addressed to one person or more, but published as for example in a newspaper for the public to read. Open letters, plural of open letter. Open market, synonym of free market. Open markets, plural of open market. Open marriage, a marital relationship in which each partner agrees that the other partner may have sexual relations with other people as he or she sees fit. Open marriages, plural of open marriage. Open mat, a soft matte film transferred to a home video format with a full frame exposed, thus having the theatrical mats removed. Open media, digital media such as audio visual materials that can be shared freely without commercial restrictions. Open mic, a music, poetry, or comedy stage platform with open invitation, that is, where anyone is invited to perform. Open mics, plural of open mic. Open mic. Alternative spelling of open mic. Open mics, plural of open mic. Open mind, a mind willing to consider new ideas. Open minds, plural of open mind. Open morning, a morning on which an establishment such as a school or business is open to the public, allowing visitors to view the premises and learn about the operation of the organization. Open mornings, plural of open morning. Open O, the letter O pronounced as the open mid-backgrounded vowel. Open one's big mouth, to speak about things rashly or foolishly, when it would be better to stay silent. Open one's bowels, to defecate. Open one's heart, to speak honestly and vulnerably about one's feelings. Open one's legs, synonym of put out consent to having sex. Open one's mind, to become receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Open one's mouth, to speak. Open order, a military unit formed up so as to allow space between its ranks. Open out, to expand, to widen, to unwrap, or unfold, to spread out from a compact state. Open outcry, a trading method whereby traders gather in person, often in a pit, and call out to all their desire to buy or sell a quantity at a given price, transactions being consummated when two parties can agree on a price. Most frequently used in securities markets. Open outsourcing, crowdsourcing. Open Pandora's box, to perform an action that causes problems to appear which did not exist beforehand or were not known about prior. Open play, the period of play outside set pieces, the phase where possession can change by passing and tackling. Open position, an active trade with unrealized profits and losses that has not yet been offset closed by a corresponding equivalent deal. Open positions, plural of open position. Open prison, a prison with minimal restrictions on the prisoners. Open prison, plural of open prison. Open problem, a problem that has been posed in a field of study such as mathematics or theoretical computer science, but whose answer is not yet known. Open problems, plural of open problem. Open proxies, plural of open proxy.
Invincible.
Open proxy, A proxy server that may be accessed by any internet user. Open proxy server. A proxy server that may be accessed by any internet user. Open proxy servers. Plural of open proxy server. Open question. Synonym of open problem. Open questions. Plural of open question. Open rate. A measure used by marketers as an indication of how many people view or open the electronic mail they send out. Open rates. Plural of open rate. Open razor. Synonym of straight razor. Open razors. Plural of open razor. Open reading frame. A sequence of DNA triplets between the initiator and terminator codons that can be transcribed into mRNA and later translated into protein. Open reading frames. Plural of open reading frame. Open rectangle. A rectangle in the real plane which is an open set, i.e. which does not contain its edges. If the sides of the open rectangle are parallel to the plane's axis, then the open rectangle can be described as the Cartesian product of two open intervals. Open rectangles. Plural of open rectangle. Open relationship. A romantic or sexual relationship in which the people involved are permitted or tolerated to be available to have additional simultaneous romantic or sexual relationships. Open relationships. Plural of open relationship. Open road. The part of the road system that is away from urban and suburban areas and on which large distances can be traveled without needing to frequently slow for traffic or intersections. Open rotor. Propfin, unducted fan. Open sandwich. Any dish consisting of only one slice of bread with any topping. Open sandwiches. Plural of open sandwich. Open sea. That part of the sea out of sight of land. Open seas. Plural of open sea. Sandwiches. Plural of open sandwich. Open sea. That part of the sea out of sight of land. Open seas. Plural of open sea. Open season. A period of time during the calendar year when authorities within a jurisdiction permit the unrestricted hunting of one or more kinds of animal wildlife. Open seasons. Plural of open season. Open seating. The provision of seating or tables without reservations. Provision of seating or tables without reservations. Open secret. Information that is widely known, but not acknowledged openly. Open secrets. Plural of open secret. Open sesame. Alternative form of open sesame. Open sesame. Open up, especially referring to doors. Open sesames. Plural of open sesame. Open set. Informally, is set such that the target point of a movement by a small amount in any direction from any point in the set is still in the set, exemplified by a full circle without its boundary. Open set. Plural of open set. Open shop. A place of employment in which employment is in no way contingent on membership in a union, though a union may be the exclusive bargaining agent of the employees. Open shops. Plural of open shop. Open slather. Freedom to act without repercussions, free rein. Open someone's eyes. To make someone aware of something they did not know or fully understand before. To enlighten someone. Open source. Open source. Open sound control. A communication protocol among computers and multimedia devices, such as sound synthesizers, which is optimized for modern networking technology. Open source. The practice of providing open source code for a product. Open sourced. Simple past and past participle of open source. Open sourcer. A programmer who works only on open source programs. Open sorcerers, plural of open sorcerer. Open sources, third person singular simple present indicative of open source. Open sourcing, present participle and gerund of open source. Open space, an open-air area, such as a park or public garden with no or very few buildings, often in an urban area and designated by a local authority or government as such. Open spaces, plural of open space. Open sunshine, total outdoor sunshine, without clouds, haze, or other obstruction. Open syllable, a syllable that has no coda after its nucleus and which hence ends in a vowel. Open syllables, plural of open syllable. Open system, a software from different manufacturers to be used together seamlessly. Open systems, plural of open system. Open table, the practice of some Protestant churches to allow all people to take communion, regardless of being members of the church or not. Open texture, a philosophical concept that refers to the universal possibility of imprecision in empirical statements. Open the attack, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See open attack, to begin attacking, to commence battle. Open the ball, to begin operations, to set things in motion. Open the batting, to be one of a pair of cricketers, batsmen that start as sides innings, who are also known as the opening pair or openers. Open the door, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See open door. Open the face, to turn the face of the bat outwards in order to hit the ball on the offside. Open the floodgates, to allow some action to proceed more swiftly or to a greater extent. Open the kimono, to reveal confidential information, especially details of one's business operations. Open the range, to draw oneself or one's vehicle's warships, tanks, aircraft, etc. out of range of the enemy's fire. Open the schools, expressing that someone is wrong or missing something should be widely understood, for example, learned in school but is not. Open time, the period of time after an adhesive has been applied and allowed to dry, during which an effective bind can be achieved by joining the two surfaces. Open tines, plural of open time. Open tuning, a tuning of a guitar or other stringed instrument in which the strings sound a chord when strung together without being pressed against the fretboard. Open tunings, plural of open tuning. Open University, a UK university offering distance learning taught courses to people without formal academic qualifications, teaching being by correspondence and online with mostly optional tutorials and for some courses compulsory summer schools. Access to postgraduate research is selective and is primarily taught on campus using traditional methods. Open up, to commence firing weapons. Open up a can of whoop ass. Alternative form of open a can of whoop ass. Open up a can of whoop ass. Alternative form of open a can of whoop ass. Open up the kimono. Alternative form of open the kimono. Open valley, a method of valley construction in which the steep slope roofing on both sides are trimmed along each side of the valley, exposing the metal valley flashing. Open valley, plural of open valley. Open verdict, a verdict upon an inquest which finds that a crime has been committed without specifying the criminal. Open verdicts, plural of open verdict. Open visit, a visit by a member of the public to a prisoner during which physical contact is permitted. Open visits, plural of open visit. Open wagon. An uncovered vehicle used for goods that do not need protection from the weather, although tarpaulins can be used to cover the load. Open wagons. Plural of open wagon. Open wash. Alternative form of open wash. Open wash. Simple past and past participle of open wash. Open washes. Third person singular simple present indicative of open wash. Open washing. Alternative form of open washing. Open water. In a river, pond, or other small body of water, an area of surface unobstructed by aquatic vegetation, boulders, and the like, adequate for navigation or swimming. Open waters. Plural of open water. Open wheel. Alternative form of open wheel. Open wide. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See open wide. Open world. A game world that the player may traverse freely, rather than being restricted to certain predefined areas and quests. Open world. Plural of open world. Open wound. A wound which pierces the skin and slash or exterior bones so as to bear flesh and slash or internal organs. Open wounds. Plural of open wound. Open. Simple past and past participle of open. Open sesame. Alternative form of open sesame. Open sesame. Alternative form of open sesame. Open air. Located or taking place outdoors. Open air museum. A museum where the exhibitions are located outdoors. Open air museums. Plural of open air museum. Open aired. Of or pertaining to the outside or outdoors. Open and shut. Simple and obvious. Easily decided. Open armed. Having one's arms open and apart. Open arse. The medlar fruit. Open arses. Plural of open arse. Open back. Of headphones, only partially covering the ear, so that there's airflow to the wearer's ears. Open book, designating exams in which specified external resources, potentially including textbooks, glossaries, study notes, calculators, etc. may be used. Open book contract. A contract in which the buyer and seller of work or services agree on I which costs are remunerable and Roman 2 the margin that the supplier can add to these costs. The project is then invoiced to the customer based on the actual costs incurred plus the agreed margin. Open book contracts. Plural of open book contract. Open breasted. Frank, unsecretive, not concealing one's feelings. Open carry. To visibly carry a firearm in a public space. Open cast. Alternative form of open cast. Open chain. Having carbon atoms arranged in a linear rather than cyclical chain. Open closed principle. A principle that states that software entities such as classes, modules, and functions should be open for extension, but closed for modification. Open collar. Of or pertaining to work that is done from home, especially via the internet. Open concept. Where rooms share a large, connected space. Open door. Alternative form of open door. Open door policy. A policy or usual practice by a person in authority of permitting subordinates or constituents to visit his or her office unannounced and at any reasonable time for the purpose of discussing matters of concern. Open ear. Synonym of open back partially covering the ear. Open-eared. Listening closely to something, attentive. Open-earedness. The state of being open-eared, a willingness or interest in listening to new styles of music. Open-end fund. A collective investment scheme which can issue and redeem shares at any time. Open-end funds. Plural of open-end fund. Open-ended. Unrestricted by definite limits. Open-ended contract. Employment contract without a set date for termination. Open-ended contract. Plural of open-ended contract. Open-endedly.
Here we go.
In an open-ended manner, indefinitely, freely. Open-endedness. The state or quality of being open-ended. Open-ender. Synonym of open-ended straight draw. Open eye, alert, and vigilant. Open face. Composed of a single slice of bread with a topping. Open face. Being a single slice of bread with a topping. Open field. Of a farming system in which each manor or village had 2 or 3 large fields divided into narrow strips of land individually cultivated by tenants or serfs. Open field system. The prevalent agricultural system in much of Europe during the Middle Ages, in which each manor or village had 2 or 3 large fields divided into narrow strips of land individually cultivated by tenants or serfs. Open field system. Plural of open field system. Open field tests. A scientific test to gauge an animal's locomotor activity levels, anxiety, and willingness to explore by placing the animal in an enclosed arena and observing its actions. Open field tests. Plural of open field tests. Open hand. To perform an action using an open hand. Open-handed, frank, honest, and tolerant. Open-handedly, in an open-handed manner. Open-handedness, the state or quality of being open-handed. Open-handing, present participle and gerund of open hand. Open hands, third person singular simple present indicative of open hand. Open heart surgeries, plural of open heart surgery. Open heart surgery, a surgical operation on the heart done through a large incision in the chest. Open-hearted, frank and candidly straightforward. Open-heartedly, frankly, honestly, and sincerely. Open-heartedness, frankness, candor, and sincerity. Open heart, describing a reverberatory furnace used to make steel, usually in mass-produced quantities. Open knee, having wide legs and reaching below the knees but higher than the ankles, not tied or closed at the knees. Open-kneed breeches, wide-legged breeches ending below the knee. Open vote, any system that does not use feedback. Open bed, pronounced with the tongue in a position approximately 1/3 of the way between an open and a closed vowel. Open-minded, willing to consider new and different concepts, ideas, or opinions. Open-mindedly, in an open-minded manner. Open-mindedness, the characteristic of being open-minded. Open-mindedness is plural of open-mindedness. Open mouth, with the mouth open. Open neck. Open at the neck. Open neck, synonym of open neck. Open note, alternative form of open notes. Open notes, synonym of open book referring to exams in which external resources such as textbooks, glossaries, study notes, calculators, etc. may be used. Open pit mine, a type of mine where rock or minerals are extracted from the earth by the removal from an open pit or borrow. Open pit mines, plural of open pit mine. Open pitable, capable of being mined using the open pit method. This refers to mineral deposits that are located relatively close to the surface of the earth and can be economically extracted by removing the overlying rock and soil. Open plan, having large rooms with few dividing barriers such as partitions. Open plan kitchen, a kitchen without walls separating it from the rest of house. Typically, this includes the dining room and living room and is often collectively called the great room. Open plan kitchens, plural of open plan kitchen. Open road, or relating to traveling on the open road. Open shopper, one who supports, promotes, or operates an open shop type of employment situation. Open shoppers, plural of open shopper. Open side, the portion of the field which is larger as measured from a scrum or breakdown to the touchline. Open sides, plural of open side. Open source, of or relating to software where the source code is freely available and licensed in a manner that permits modification and redistribution. Open source, simple past and past participle of open source. Open sourceness, the quality of being open source. Open sources, third person singular simple present indicative of open source. Open sourcing, present participle and gerund of open source. Open texture, Horace. Open toed, synonym of open toe in all senses. Open top, having an open top. Open top bus, a double-deck bus with an open or partially open top deck.
Invincible.
Open top buses, plural of open top bus. Open top, synonym of open top. Open topper, a double-deck bus with an open or partially open top deck. Open toppers, plural of open topper. Open wash, alternative form of open wash. Open wash, simple past and past participle of open wash. Open washes, third person singular simple present indicative of open wash. Open wash. Alternative form of open washing. Open wheel, of a vehicle having the wheels outside the vehicle's main body and usually having only one seat. Open wheel racing, synonym of formula racing. Open work, alternative form of open work. Open/closed principle, alternative spelling of open closed principle. Openability, the quality of being openable. Openable, capable of being opened. Open band, right-handed or Z-shaped with individual fibers pointing. Up and to the right when the thread, yarn, or rope is vertical. Open bill, either of two species of bird in the genus Anastomus of the stork family Ciconidae, with a distinctive gap between the mandibles of the closed bill. Open bills, plural of open bill. OpenBSD, a Unix-like operating system that is derived from distribution BSD. Opencast, of or pertaining to strip mining, in which material is removed from a surface that has been exposed. OpenCourseware, a body of academic materials released online, free of charge and open for use worldwide. OpenDocument, a standard file format based on XML for office applications. Open, simple past and past participle of open. Open akin of whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of open akin of whoop ass. Open akin of whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of open akin of whoop ass. Open akin of whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of open akin of whoop ass. Opened doors. Simple past and past participle of open doors. Open fire. Simple past and past participle of open fire. Open one's bowels. Simple past and past participle of open one's bowels. Open one's heart. Simple past and past participle of open one's heart. Open one's legs. Simple past and past participle of open one's legs. Opened one's mind. Simple past and past participle of open one's mind. Opened one's mouth. Simple past and past participle of open one's mouth. Opened out. Simple past and past participle of open out. Opened Pandora's box. Simple past and past participle of open Pandora's box. Open someone's eyes. Simple past and past participle of open someone's eyes. Opened the batting. Simple past and past participle of open the batting. Opened the door. Simple past and past participle of open the door. Opened the floodgates. Simple past and past participle of open the floodgates. Opened the kimono. Simple past and past participle of open the kimono. Opened the range. Simple past and past participle of open the range. Opened up. Simple past and past participle of open up. Open up akin of whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of open up akin of whoop ass. Open up akin of whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of open up akin of whoop ass. Opened up the kimono. Simple past and past participle of open up the kimono. Opened wide. Simple past and past participle of open wide. Open toe. That leaves toes uncover. Openest. Second person singular simple past indicative of open. Opener. A person who opens something. Openers. Plural of opener. Openat. Misspelling of openness. Openest. Second person singular simple present indicative of open. Open. Third person singular simple present indicative of open. OpenGL. Open Graphics Library, a standard cross-platform specification for generating 2D and 3D computer graphics. Open hand. To hit with an open hand. Open-handed. Alternative form of open-handed. Open-handedly. Alternative form of open-handedly. Open-handedness. Alternative form of open-handedness. Open-handing. Present participle and gerund of open hand. Open hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of open hand. Open-hearted. Alternative form of open-hearted. Open-heartedly. Alternative form of open-heartedly. Open-heartedness. Alternative form of open-heartedness. Opening. Present. Participle and gerund of open. Opening akin of whoop ass. Present participle and gerund of open akin of whoop ass. Opening akin of whoop ass. Present participle and gerund of open akin of whoop ass. Opening akin of whoop ass. Present participle and gerund of open akin of whoop. pass. Opening argument. In adversarial legal systems, a statement made by either party at the beginning of a trial or comparable fact-finding proceeding, in which that party lays out their case, generally including the points of fact that they intend to demonstrate and to some degree indicating the rhetorical arguments for why they should prevail. Opening arguments. Plural of opening argument. Opening batsman. The first batsman of an innings. Opening batsman. Plural of opening batsman. Opening book. A book describing chess openings or giving general opening advice. Opening books. Plural of opening book. Opening ceremonies. Plural of opening ceremony. Opening ceremony. A ceremony to mark the official opening of a building or event. Opening credits. The credits shown at the beginning of a film, TV program, etc. Opening doors. Present participle and gerund of open doors. Opening fire. Present participle and gerund of open fire. Opening goal. The first goal of a team in a match or by any team in a match. Opening goals. Plural of opening goal. Opening government. The team in a British parliamentary-style debate which gets the first and third speech of a total of 8. Opening gun. The initial event that triggers a subsequent chain of events. Opening guns. Plural of opening gun. Opening hours. The regular times of day when a shop, office, or similar is open to the public. Opening move. A move that is used to start a game such as chess. Opening moves. Plural of opening move. Opening night. The first night, evening, or day of a spectacle or show. Opening nights. Plural of opening night. Opening of an envelope. Any kind of event or activity that may contribute to one's self-promotion or visibility in society. Opening one's bowels. Present participle and gerund of open one's bowels. Opening one's heart. Present participle and gerund of open one's heart. Opening one's legs. Present participle and gerund of open one's legs. Opening one's mind. Present participle and gerund of open one's mind. Opening one's mouth. Present participle and gerund of open one's mouth. Opening opposition. The team in a British parliamentary-style debate which gets the second and fourth speech of a total of 8. Opening out. Present participle and gerund of open out. Opening Pandora's box.
Here we go.
Present participle and gerund of open Pandora's box. Opening some. Someone's eyes. Present participle and gerund of open someone's eyes. Opening speech. In adversarial legal systems, a statement made by either party at the beginning of a trial or comparable fact-finding proceeding, in which that party lays out their case, generally including the points of fact that they intend to demonstrate and to some degree indicating the rhetorical arguments for why they should prevail. Opening speeches. Plural of opening speech. Opening statement. In adversarial legal systems, a statement made by a party at the beginning of a trial or comparable fact-finding proceeding, in which that party lays out their case, generally including the points of fact that they intend to demonstrate and to some degree indicating the rhetorical arguments for why they should prevail. Opening statements. Plural of opening statement. Opening the batting. Present participle and gerund of open the batting. Opening the door. Present participle and gerund of open the door. Opening the floodgates. Present participle and gerund of open the floodgates. Opening the kimono. Present participle and gerund of open the kimono. Opening the range. Present participle and gerund of open the range. Opening time. The time of day when a business, office, school, etc. opens to the public. Opening times. Plural of opening time. Opening up. Present participle and gerund of open up. Opening up akin of whoop ass. Present participle and gerund of open up akin of whoop ass. Opening up akin of whoop ass. Present participle and gerund of open up akin of whoop ass. Opening up the kimono. Present participle and gerund of open up the kimono. Opening Y. Present participle and gerund of open Y. Openings. Plural of opening. Openly. In an open manner, visibly. Open-minded. Alternative spelling of open-minded. Open-mindedly. Alternative form of open-mindedly. Open-mindedness. Alternative form of open-mindedness. Open-mouth. Alternative form of open-mouth. Open-mouth. With the mouth open, especially in astonishment. Openness. Accommodating attitude or opinion as in receptivity to new ideas, behaviors, cultures, peoples, environments, experiences, etc. different from the familiar, conventional, traditional, or one's own. Opennesses. Plural of openness. Opening. Spelling of opening. Opens. Plural of open. Opens akin of whoop ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of open akin of whoop ass. Opens akin of whoop ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of open akin of whoop ass. Opens akin of whoop ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of open akin of whoop ass. Opens doors. Third person singular simple present indicative of open doors. Opens fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of open fire. Opens one's bowels. Third person singular simple present indicative of open one's bowels. Opens one's heart. Third person singular simple present indicative of open one's heart. Opens one's legs. Third person singular simple present indicative of open one's legs. Opens one's mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of open one's mind. Opens one's mouth. Third person singular simple present indicative of open one's mouth. Opens out. Third person singular simple present indicative of open out. Opens Pandora's box. Third person singular simple present indicative of open Pandora's box. Opens someone's eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of open someone's eyes. Opens the bag. Third person singular simple present indicative of open the batting. Opens the door. Third person singular simple present indicative of open the door. Opens the floodgates. Third person singular simple present indicative of open the floodgates. Opens the kimono. Third person singular simple present indicative of open the kimono. Opens the range. Third person singular simple present indicative of open the range. Opens the third person singular simple present indicative of open up. Opens up akin of whoop ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of open up akin of whoop ass. Opens up akin of whoop ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of open up akin of whoop ass. Opens up the kimono. Third person singular simple present indicative of open up the kimono. Opens Y. Third person singular simple present indicative of open wide. Openshaw, a suburb of the city of Manchester, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SJ 8897. Open side, the space on the side of the pitch with the larger distance between the breakdown/set piece and the touchline. Open side flanker, a forward position in rugby union, usually number 7. Open side flankers, plural of open side flanker. Open sider, open side flanker. Open siders, plural of open cider. Open sides, plural of open side. Open source, alternative spelling of open source. Open SUSE, a free and open source Linux distribution. Openture, refraining from seeking a resolution or ending for an emotionally difficult experience. OpenType, a file format developed jointly by Microsoft Corporation and Adobe Inc. for storing computer fonts. OpenWash, to market something as open without proprietary licensing when it does not meet all the criteria of openness. OpenWashed, simple past and past participle of OpenWash. OpenWashes, third-person singular simple present indicative of OpenWash. Openwashing, the act of claiming something is open without proprietary licensing when it does not meet all the criteria of openness. Openwork, any of several forms of metalwork or needlework having decorative openings. Openwork stocking, a type of stocking having decorative gaps in the fabric. Openwork stockings, plural of openwork stocking. Openworks, plural of openwork. OpenXPS, abbreviation of OpenXML paper specification. Synonym of bilingual hardwood. Oak-Roy, relating to or characteristic of diatoms of the genus Oakphora. Aver, a network operator on IRC. Opera, a theatrical work combining drama, music, song, and sometimes dance. Opera bouffe, a type of French comic opera typified by everyday characters and ludicrous situations. Opera bouffe, alternative form of opera bouffe. Opera buffa, a form of Italian comic opera popular in the 18th century. Opera cake, a French cake made with layers of almond sponge soaked in coffee syrup, layered with ganache and coffee buttercream, and covered in a chocolate glaze. Opera cakes, plural of opera cake. Opera cloak, an elegant cloak for carrying into the auditorium of a theater or opera house as a protection against drafts. Opera cloaks, plural of opera cloak. Opera comique, an opera or genre of opera characterized by spoken dialogue interspersed between the arias and ensemble numbers. Opera glass, a pair of small low-powered binoculars for use at a theatrical performance. Opera glasses, plural of opera glass. Opera glow, synonym of evening glove. Opera gloves, theatrical performance. Opera glasses, plural of opera glass. Opera glow, synonym of evening glove. Opera gloves, plural of opera glove. Opera hat, a kind of collapsible top hat. Opera hats, plural of opera hat. Opera house, a theater or similar building primarily used for staging opera. Opera house trap, a particular type of crab pot with netting supported by two curved structures on top. Opera house traps, plural of opera house track. Opera houses, plural of opera house. Opera seria, serious or noble opera. Opera singer, someone who sings opera professionally. Opera singers, plural of opera singer. Opera window, a small porthole-sized side window in the C-pillar of certain cars, popular in the 1970s. Opera windows, plural of opera window. Opera goer, alternative form of opera goer. Opera goers, plural of opera goer. Operabilities, plural of operability. Operability, the extent to which a system or device is operable. Operable, able to be operated or used. Operably, such that it allows an operation to take place. Operat, a set of operations, each one having a fixed finite number of arguments and one output which can be composed with others. Operatic, of or pertaining to operats. Operats, plural of operat. Operification, the act or process of operifying. Operify, simple past and past participle of operify. Operifies, third person singular simple present indicative of operify. Operify, to make into an opera or into the style of an opera, to make operatic. Operifying, present participle and gerund of operify. Operagor, someone who attends an opera performance. Operagors, plural of operagor. Operagoing, attending opera performances. Opera-like, resembling or characteristic of opera. Operala, a simplified film version of an opera. Operalogs, plural of operalog. Operameter, an instrument or machine for measuring work done, especially the number of rotations by a machine or wheel in manufacturing clock. Operameters, plural of operameter. Operants, operation, workings, the act of operating or working. Operancy, the quality of being operative. Operand, a quantity to which an operator is applied in 3x. The operands of the subtraction operator are 3 and x. Operandum, plural of operandum. Operand, plural of operand. Operandum, a lever key or device installed in an operant chamber upon which the subject exerts its responses, sometimes referred to as a manipulandum. In the prototypical operant conditioning experiment, the subject presses upon a lever the operandum which triggers the delivery of food, the reward or reinforcer. Operant, that operates to produce an effect. Operant conditioning, a technique of behavior modification through positive and negative reinforcement and positive and negative punishment. Operant, in an operant manner. Operants, plural of operant. Operaphile, one who enthusiastically enjoys opera. Operaphiles, plural of operaphile. Operaphobe, a person who hates opera. Operaphobes, plural of operaphobe. Operas, plural of opera. Operas bouffes, plural of opera. Bouffe, Opéras bouffes, plural of opéra bouffe. Opéras comiques, plural of opéra comique. Operatable, alternative form of operable. Operate, to perform a work or labor, to exert power or strength, physical or mechanical, to act. Operator, simple past and past participle of operate. Operetti, someone who has an operation. Operettis, plural of operetti. Operates, third person singular simple present indicative of operate. Operatic, of, related to, or typical of opera. Operatical, alternative form of operatic. Operatically, in an operatic manner. Operatics, exaggerated or overly emotional behavior, histrionic. Operetin, pronunciation, spelling of operating. Operating, an operation that operates. Operating concept, a description, usually graphical, showing the major participants or components in a system and their interrelationships. Operating concepts, plural of operating concept. Operating costs, expense which is related to the operation of a business. Operating costs, plural of operating costs. Operating cycle, the business cycle from startup of operations to the profit, from obtaining the raw material through designing and production to the distribution and profits. Operating cycles, plural of operating cycle. Operating depth, the maximum depth at which a submarine is permitted to operate when actively engaged in battle. Operating depths, plural of operating depth. Operating expenditure, synonym of operating expense. Operating expense, an ongoing cost for running a product, business, or system. Operating expenses, plural of operating expense. Operating income, income from doing business as opposed to unearned income such as interest with operating expenses subtracted, but before taxes have been subtracted. Operating loss, negative operating income. Operating losses, plural of operating loss. Operating room, a room in a hospital used for performing surgical operations. Operating room table, an operating table. Operating room tables, plural of operating room table. Operating rooms, plural of operating room. Operating system, software that is designed for controlling the allocation and the use of various hardware resources to tasks and remote terminals. Operating systems, plural of operating system. Operating table, a table on which a patient lies during a surgical operation. Operating tables, plural of operating table. Operating theater, a room in a hospital used for performing surgery, originally designed for operations in front of observers. Operating theaters, plural of operating theater. Operating time, the time interval between the instant of the occurrence of a specified input condition to a system and the instant of completion of a specified operation. Operating times, plural of operating time. Operating room, alternative form of operating room. Operating room table, alternative form of operating room table. Operating room tables, plural of operating room table. Operating rooms, plural of operating room. Operation, the method by device performs its function. Operation Market Time, a military operation conducted in 1965 by the United States and its allies to halt the flow of troops, war material, and supplies from North Vietnam into parts of South Vietnam during the Vietnam War. Operation of Law, an application of a legal rule that automatically brings about a legal consequence. Operational, of or relating to operations, especially military operations. Operational analysis, operation research, operational calculus, the study of calculus from the perspective of the theory of operators. Operational definition, a showing of something, such as a variable, term, or object, in terms of the specific process or set of validation tests used to determine its presence and quantity. Operational definitions. Plural of operational definition. Operational encirclement. A situation of partial encirclement where the besieged forces are not yet in imminent danger of destruction or capture, but are unable to organize adequate defense for a longer period of time, especially in such a way that there remains a connection to the rear, which the enemy however can cover with precise artillery fire, severely hampering supply. Operational encirclements. Plural of operational encirclement. Operational exhaustion. The acute psychological trauma experienced in combat environments which can lead to combat fatigue. Operational fatigue. Synonym of combat fatigue. Operational research. Alternative form of operations research. Operational service period. A period during which a telecommunications service remains in an operational state. Operational service periods. Plural of operational service period. Operational taxonomic unit. A terminal node in phylogenetic analysis, an organism. Operational taxonomic units. Plural of operational taxonomic unit. Operationalizability. Alternative spelling of operationalizability. Operationalizable. Alternative spelling of operationalizable. Operationalization. Alternative spelling of operationalization. Operationalization. Plural of operationalization. Operationalize. Alternative spelling of operationalize. Operationalize. Simple past and past participle of operationalize. Operationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of operationalize. Operationalizing. Present participle and gerund of operationalize. Operationalism. A philosophy that attempts to define all scientific concepts in terms of specified operations or procedures of observation and measurement. Operationalisms. Plural of operationalism. Operationalist. A proponent of operationalism. Operationalistic. Of or pertaining to operationalism. Operationalists. Plural of operationalists. Operationalities. Plural of operationality. Operationality. That characteristic of being operational. Operationalizability. The state or characteristic of being capable of being operationalized. Operationalizable. Possible to operationalize. Subject to operationalization. Operationalization. The act or process of operationalizing. Operationalizations. Plural of operationalization. Operationalize. To make operational. Operationalize. Simple past and past participle of operationalize. Operationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of operationalize. Operationalizing. Present participle and gerund of operationalize. Operationally. In an operational manner in accordance with an operation. Operationism. The doctrine that the meaning of a term consists of the operation as performed in defining it. Operationisms. Plural of operationism. Operationist. A proponent of operationism. Operationistic. Of or relating to operationism. Operationists. Plural of operation. Operations. Plural of operation. Operations manager. A manager who is responsible for the efficiency of business operations, including overseeing training, pay scales, and ensuring that work is performed correctly. Operations managers. Plural of operations manager. Operation the research. The application of scientific methods and techniques to problems of decision-making, especially in business management and government administration. Operatize. Alternative form of operatize. Operatize. Simple past and past participle of operatize. Operatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of operatize. Operatizing. Present participle and gerund of operatize. Operatus. A composer of opera. Operatists. Plural of operatist. Operative. Effectual or important. Operative clause. A clause of a judgment, order, resolution, etc., which requires anything to be done or not to be done. Operative clauses. Plural of operative clause. Operative masonry. Practical masonry, i.e. construction with stone and other materials, understood as a coherent and ancient system contrasted with speculative masonry or Freemasonry. Operative word. The key word in a sentence. Operative words. Plural of operative word. Operatively. In an operative manner. Operativeness. The state or quality of being operative. Operativeness is plural of operativeness. Operatives. Plural of operative. Operativity. Operativeness. Operatize. To convert into operatic form. Operatize. Simple past and past participle of operatize. Operatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of operatize. Operatizing. Present participle and gerund of operatize. Operator. A person or organization that operates a device, system, service, etc. Operator theory. A branch of functional analysis, being the study of linear operators on function spaces. Operatorial. Of or pertaining to an operator. Operatories. Plural of operatory. Operatorless. Without an operator. The person who operates. Fully automatic. Operators. Plural of operator. Operatorship. The office of an operator. Operatorships. Plural of operatorship. Operatory. Effective, practical, operative. Operator. Obsolete form of operator. Operatos. Plural of operator. Operatress. A female operator. Operatresses. Plural of operatress. Operatrix. A female operator. Operatrix. operatress, plural of operatrix. Operdome. Any of the bony plates supporting the gill covers of fishes, an opercular bone. Operdole. Having an opercle. Opercules. Plural of opercle. Operculum. Plural of operculum. Opercular. Relating to the operculum. Opercularization. Alternative form of opercularization. Opercularization. The formation and development of the operculum. Opercularly. In opercular fashion. Operculars. Plural of opercular. Operculate. Having an operculum. Operculated. Operculate. Operculates. Plural of operculate. Operculation. The condition of being operculate. Opercule. Alternative form of operculum. Operculectomies. Plural of operculectomy. Operculectomy. The surgical procedure of removing the operculum. Opercules. Plural of opercule. Operculiferous. Bearing an operculum. Operculiform. Having the form of a lid or cover. Operculigenous. Producing an operculum. Operculigerous. Having an operculum. Operculitis. Inflammation pericoronitis of the operculum. Opercular. Opercular and insular. Opercular premotor. Opercular and premotor. Operculum. A covering flat in animals such as a gill cover. Operculums. Plural of operculum. Oper. Plural of opera. Opercitato. In the work already cited or quoted, used typically in footnotes and in notes to cite in an abbreviated form a source that has been cited previously, frequently abbreviated as opsit. Operetta, a lighter version of opera with a frivolous story and spoken dialogue. Operettas, plural of operetta. Operette. Alternative form of operette, a light opera. Operettes. Plural of operette. Operatic. Of or relating to an operetta. Operettis. The composer of an operetta. Operettists. Plural of operettis. Operibuscitatis. In works already cited or quoted. The opioid analgesic drug pethine. Operin, a unit of genetic material that functions in a coordinated manner by means of an operator, a promoter, and structural genes that are transcribed together. Operonic, relating to operins. Operonically, in an operonic manner. Operonization, the formation of operins in a genome. Operans, plural of operin. Operose, of a person, busy, industrious, or painstaking. Operosely, in an operose manner. Operoseness, the state of being operose, tedium. Operosity, laboriousness, painstakingness. Operous, obsolete form of operose. Otters, plural of oper. Obers, abbreviation of Old Persian. Opportunious, concealed, private. Plural of opiate. Obs, third person singular. singular simple present indicative of op. Optai, the open time, that part of the year outside Lent when there is no required fast. Opway, passageway. Opways, plural of opway. OPEX, acronym of operating expense or operating expenditure. OPEX, alternative spelling of OPEX operating expense. Offer, abbreviation of opposing force. Offer, plural of offer. Opus, initialism of origin private file system. OPDIP, abbreviation of opening. OPA, a tax on produce, stock, and capitation. OPGOS, plural of OPGOF. Alternative form of OFF. Ophem, a member of an order of wheel-like angels. Ophenum, plural of often. Ophemin, a toxin present in the venom of the king cobra Ophiophagus hanna. Ophiclade, alternative spelling of ophiclade. Ophiclades, plural of ophiclade. Ophi, a surname from Norwegian. Ophines, plural of ophine. Ophelia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Oph. Phaelan, depicting or pertaining to Ophelia. Ophala, of or pertaining to fellworts of a former plant genus Ophelia, now included in Swertia of the gentian family. Ophthalic acid, a substance obtained from keratin by the action of acids. Aphile, any pelagic worm of the family Aphiliae. Aphiles, plural of aphile. Aphilimity, economic satisfaction. Aphiacanthid, any riddles of the family Aphiacanthidae. Aphiacanthids, plural of Aphiacanthid. Aphiacidontid, any psittacid in the family Aphiacidontidae. Aphiacidontids, plural of Aphiacidontid. Aphiacid, any Biddlesa in the family Aphiacidae. Aphiacids, plural of Aphiactid. Ovian, alternative form of ophite. Ovians, plural of Ophian. Alvaces, a form of alopecia areata characterized by the loss of hair in the shape of a wave at the circumference of the head. Ave, relating to snakes. Ophicalci, ophite. Verdant-teak. Ophispholus, snake-headed. Ophiceratidae, any member of the family Ophiceratidae of extinct ammonite cephalopods. Ophiceratids, plural of Ophiceratid. Ophicthid, any eel in the family Ophichidae. Ophicthids, plural of Ophicthid. Ophiclade, a key brass baritone bugle, now replaced by the tuba in orchestral music. Ophiclades, plural of ophiclade. Ophicladus, someone who plays the ophiclade. Ophicladists, plural of ophicladist. Ovid, of or pertaining to snakes. Ophiderpetumtid, any tetrapod in the family Ophiderpetumtid. Ophiderpetumtids, plural of Ophiderpetumtid. Ophidian, any species of the suborder Serpens, a snake or serpent. Ophidianaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Ophidians, plural of Ophidian. Ophidiaria, plural of Ophidiarium. Ophidiarium, a place for keeping snakes. Aviasterid, any survey in the family Aviastridae. Aviastoids, plural of Ophidiasterid. Ophidae, relating to the Ophidia, the snakes and related reptiles. Ave, any fish in the family Aviae. Aves, plural of Ophidae. Aviorm, any raven fish of the order Aviiformes. Aviorms, plural of Ophidiform. Ophidi, the dipeptide beta alanyl L3 methylhistidine. Ophida, alternative form of Ophia. Avia, a word pertaining to the Aviae, a family of fishes. Aviides, plural of Ophidioi. Ophidiomycosis, any disease caused by the fungus Ophidiomyces. Ophiapho, an Ophiapho, one who fears snakes. Ophiaphos, plural of Ophidiapho. Ophiaphobia, Ophiaphobia, a fear of snakes. Ophiaphoe, relating to Ophidiophobia, having fear of snakes. Ovidius, archaic form of Ophidian. Ophidism, poisoning by snake venom. Avel, of or pertaining to snakes. Avelin, any of a class of phytotoxic metabolites produced by certain fungi of the genus Helminthosporium. Avalins, plural of Avelin. Avedin, a protoberberine alkaloid. Avelspholus, Aphisfolus. Avedin, any brittle star of the genus Ophiachitan. Avedinins, plural of Ophiachitanin. Adese, any echinodorm of the class Ophiocystioidea. Ophiocomid, any brittle set in the family Ophiocomidi. Ophiocommids, plural of Ophiocomid. Ophiocordyzipitaceous, or relating to the Ophiocordyzipitaceae. Ophiodermeda, any brittle set in the family Ophiodermetidae. Ophiodermetids, plural of Ophiodermatid. Ophiobossaceous, belonging to the family Ophiobossaceae ferns. Ophiobossid, an adder's tongue fern, or one similar to such a fern. Ophiobosids, plural of Ophiobossid. Ophiolid, any griddleser of the family Ophiolidae. Ophiolids, plural of Ophiolid. Outlet, snake-like. Ophiolida, a snake worshipper. Ophioliders, plural of Ophiolider. Ophiolitus, snake worshipping. Ophiality, snake worship. Ophiolbid, any brittlestar of the family Ophiolbididae. Ophiolbidids, plural of Ophiolbidae. Ophiolucine, any brittlestar of the subfamily Ophiolucinae. Ophiolucinae, any brittlestar of the family Ophiolucidae. Ophiolucinids, plural of Ophiolucin. Ophiolucins, plural of Ophiolucin. Ophiolate, an assemblage of mafic and ultramafic rock fragments of the ocean lithosphere that has been tectonically moved onto a continental margin or island. Ophiales, plural of Ophiolite. Ophiolithic, misspelling of Ophiolitic. Ophiolitic, or pertaining to sections of the oceanic crust and the subjacent upper mantle that have been uplifted or am placed to be exposed within continental crustal rocks. Alphaolitic clastic, being a clastic directly composed of alveolitic materials. Alphaolitiferous, bang alphaolite. Alphaolitologist, one who studies alphaolites. Alphaolitologist, plural of alphaolitologists. Alphaological, of or relating to alphaology. Alphaologist, one who studies alphaology, an expert on snakes. Alphaologist, plural of alphaologists. Alphaology, the study of snakes, a branch of herpetology. Alphaomancy, divination using snakes. Alphamorphic, snake-shaped, serpentine. Alphamorphe, an ammonite. Alphamorphates, plural of alphamorphite. Alphamortus, having the form or shape of a snake. Ahriman, a Titan king of heaven, before being overthrown by Cronus and Re. Alphamide, any Bilsar of the family Alphamiridae. Alphamirides, plural of Alphaonride. Alphavid, any animal that eats snakes. Alphaephages, plural of Alphaophid. Alphaephagus, feeding on snakes. Alphaphagy, the eating of snakes. Alphaphile, a person who loves snakes. Alphaphiles, plural of alphaophile. Alphaphiles, synonym of alphaophile, person who loves snakes. Alphaphilis, plural of alphaophilus. Alphaopho, one who fears or hates snakes. Alphaophos, plural of alphaopho. Alphaphobia, a morbid fear of snakes. Alphaphobia, afraid of snakes. Alphalpute, plural of alphalputes. Alphalputes, a free-swimming larval stage of some brittle stars, having 4 pairs of rigid arms lined with cilia. Alphapogan, any evergreen plant of the genus Alphaopagan. Alphapogan, a particular steroid glycoside. Alphapans, plural of Alphaopagan. Alphaopajapanin, a particular steroid glycoside. Alpse, idiosecret of the family Alpse. Alpses, plural of Alpheopse. Alpheostomataceous, belonging to the family Alpheostomataceae. Alpheostomatelian. Relating to fungi of the outer Alpheostomatales. Alpheostomatoi, synonym of Alpheostomatelian. Alpheteris, a mythical creature, part bull and part serpent. Alphathymid, any Riddlesar of the family Alphathymidi. Alphathymid, plural of Alphathymid. Alphathicid, any Bilsar in the family Alphaegidae. Alphathicids, plural of Alphathicid. Alphathixin, any toxin present in a snake venom. Alphathixins, plural of Alphathixin. Alphathid, any Bilsar in the family Alphaegidae. Alphathis, plural of Alphathicid. Avar, a city or region mentioned in the Bible, famous for its gold. Alphair City, former name of Oroville City in California. Ophiuoid, misspelling of Ophiuoid. Ophthies, synonym of serpents, a constellation.
Invincible.
Ophium, the doctrines and rites of the Ophites. Ophistochite, Misspelling of opistocon. Ophistotic. Alternative form of ophistotic. Ophistotics. Plural of ophistotic. Othi. A member of the Ophites, a Gnostic snake-worshipping sect. Ophites. Plural of Ophites. Ophitic. Of or relating to the Ophite. Ophitism. The religion of the Ophites. Ophite. A meteor of a meteor shower appearing to originate from Ophiuchus. Opha is plural of Ophiuchi. Ophiuchus, a zodiacal constellation of the northern Somerset to depict a man Asclepius holding a serpent. The serpent is the constellation Serpens. Ophiuran, of or relating to the Ophiuidia. Ophiurans, plural of Ophiuran. Ophiur, any echinoderm of the class Ophiuidia. Ophiurs, plural of Ophiur. Ophiuid, archaic form of Ophiuid. Ophiuids, plural of Ophiuid. Ophiuid, archaic form of Ophiuid. Ophiuids, plural of Ophiuioid. Ophiuoi, an echinoderm of the class Ophiuidia, the brittle star. Ophiuidian, any brittle star of the class Ophiuidia. Ophiuidians, plural of Ophiuidian. Ophiuoids, plural of Ophiuoid. Ophiessa, alternative form of Ophiessa. Ophradius, of or relating to the genus Ophrys of bee orchids. Ophranopi, relating to sawflies of the genus Ophrynopus. Aven, point in the brow just above the optic foramen or eye socket and glabella. Aphrians, plural of Aphrian. Othel, ophthalmology. Othel, abbreviation of ophthalmology. Ophthalmalgia, pain in the eye. Ophthalmalgic, relating to ophthalmalgia. Ophthalmoscopic, misspelling of ophthalmoscopic. Ophthalmate, any salt of ophthalmic acid. Ophthalmates, plural of ophthalmic. Ophthalmectomies, plural of ophthalmectomy. Ophthalmectomy, derivation of ebol. Ophthalmia, synonym of ophthalmitis, inflammation of the eye. Ophthalmia neonatorum, neonatal conjunctivitis. Ophthalmias, plural of ophthalmia. Ophthalmic, of or pertaining to the eyes. Ophthalmic acid, the tripeptide and L-gamma-glutamyl-2, 2-aminobutyrylglycine present in the lens of some animal eyes. Ophthalmic arteries, plural of ophthalmic artery. Ophthalmic artery, a branch of the internal carotid artery following the optic nerve through the optic foramen into the orbit and supplying the eye at
Invincible.
adjacent structures. Ophthalmic nerve, one of the three major branches or divisions of the trigeminal nerve that supply sensory fibers to the lacrimal gland, eyelids, ciliary muscle, nose, forehead, and adjoining parts. Ophthalmic nerves, plural of ophthalmic nerve. Ophthalmically, in an ophthalmic manner. Ophthalmic, obsolete form of ophthalmic. Ophthalmics, ophthalmic studies or industry. Ophthalmes, plural of ophthalmi. Ophthalmus, one skilled in ophthalmology. Ophthalmists, plural of ophthalmus. Ophthalmite, an eye stalk. Ophthalmites, plural of ophthalmite. Ophthalmitis, severe conjunctivitis, inflammation of the conjunctiva. Ophthalmo, or relating to eyes. Ophthalmot anemometer, an instrument that is used to measure blood pressure in the blood vessels of the retina. Ophthalmot anemometers, plural of ophthalmot anemometer. Ophthalmot anemometric, relating to ophthalmot anemometry. Ophthalmot anemometrically, in terms of or by means of ophthalmot anemometry. Ophthalmot anemometry, the measurement of blood pressure in the blood vessels of the retina. Ophthalmodynia, pain in the eye. Ophthalmodynia periodica, a primary headache disorder which causes stabbing sensations, usually in one area of the head. Ophthalmofundoscopy, ophthalmic fundoscopy. Ophthalmogeometry, the positioning and separation of the eyes. Ophthalmography, the scientific description of the eye.
Here we go.
Ophthalmo, abbreviation of ophthalmology. Ophthalmol, abbreviation of ophthalmology. Ophthalmologic, ophthalmological. Ophthalmological, pertaining to ophthalmology. Ophthalmologically, in an ophthalmological manner. Ophthalmologies, plural of ophthalmology. Ophthalmologist, a medical doctor specializing in the eye, deficiencies of vision requiring correction, and diseases. Compare optometrist. Ophthalmologists, plural of ophthalmologists. Ophthalmology, the anatomy, functions, pathology, and treatment of the eye. Ophthalmometer, an instrument for measuring the size of a reflected image on the convex surface of the cornea and lens of the eye, by which their curvature can be ascertained in order to assess astigmatism. Ophthalmometers, plural of ophthalmometer. Ophthalmometric, relating to ophthalmometry. Ophthalmometry, measurement of the visual acuity and refractive power of the eyes. Ophthalmomycosis, plural of ophthalmomycosis. Ophthalmomycosis, an eye disease caused by a fungus. Ophthalmoniasis, BSVN. Ophthalmoperces, plural of ophthalmoperces. Ophthalmoperces, a partial or complete paralysis of the extraocular muscles which are responsible for eye movements. Ophthalmoparetic, of or relating to ophthalmoperces. Ophthalmopathic, relating to eye disease. Ophthalmopathies, plural of ophthalmopathy. Ophthalmopathological, relating to ophthalmopathology. Ophthalmopathology, pathology of the eyes. Ophthalmopathy, eye disease. Ophthalmophobia, synonym of scopophobia. Ophthalmoplegia, a complete paralysis of the extraocular muscles which are responsible for eye movements. Ophthalmoplegias, plural of ophthalmoplegia. Ophthalmoplegic, relating to or exhibiting ophthalmoplegia. Ophthalmoplegy, alternative form of ophthalmoplegia. Ophthalmosaur, any of the genus Ophthalmosaurus of ichthyosaurs. Ophthalmosaurid, any ichthyosaur of the family Ophthalmosauri. Ophthalmosaurids, plural of ophthalmosaurid. Ophthalmosaurine, any ophthalmosaurid of the subfamily Ophthalmosaurini. Ophthalmosaurians, plural of ophthalmosaurine. Ophthalmosaurs, plural of ophthalmosaur. Ophthalmoscope, an instrument for examining the interior of the eye, that is, for ophthalmoscopy. Ophthalmoscopes, plural of ophthalmoscope. Ophthalmoscopic, of pertaining to or using an ophthalmoscope. Ophthalmoscopical, synonym of ophthalmoscopic. Ophthalmoscopically, by means of ophthalmoscopy. Ophthalmoscopies, plural of ophthalmoscopy. Ophthalmoscopist, one who performs ophthalmoscopy. Ophthalmoscopist, plural of ophthalmoscopist. Ophthalmoscopy, examination of the eye with an ophthalmoscope. Ophthalmosonometry, synonymy of the eyes. Ophthalmospasm, a sudden involuntary contraction of the eyeball. Ophthalmostat, a device that holds the eye steady during an operation. Ophthalmostats, plural of ophthalmostat. Ophthalmotemporal, relating to the eye and the temple. Ophthalmotherapy, any therapy used against a disease or disorder of the eye. Ophthalmotomies, plural of ophthalmotomy. Ophthalmotomy, dissection of or incision into the eye. Ophthalmotonometry, measurement of the intraocular tension. Ophthalmotrope, an instrument for demonstrating the movements of the eye muscle. Ophthalmotropes, plural of ophthalmotrope. Ophthalmy, archaic form of ophthalmia. Ophthalmology, misspelling of ophthalmology. Ophthalmicillin, Dentacillin. Initialism of Office of Primary Interest. Alternative form of Hubia. Opienic acid, an organic acid attained by the oxidation of narcotine. Opianite, an alkaloid found in small quantities in opium, identical with narcotine. Opianyl, mechonin. Opias, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Opi, relating to, resembling, or containing opium. Opiated, simple past and past participle of opiate. Opiate, resembling or characteristic of an opiate. Opiate, tergic, alternative form of opioidergic. Opiate, plural of opiate. Opiatic, or relating to opiates. Opiating, present participle and gerund of opiate. Ava, initialism of Overseas Private Investment Corporation. Opicapone, a drug for the treatment of Parkinson's disease. Opiconcivia, an ancient Roman religious festival held on August 25 in honor of Ops or Obis Plenty, a goddess of agricultural resources and wealth. Opi, a surname from Cornish. Ovis, plural of opi. Opiferous, bringing help, helpful. Opifice, workmanship. Opificer, a person who creates or makes something. Opificers, plural of opificer. Apophis, plural of apophis. Opiae. Abaconid wasp of the subfamily Opium. Ovanes, plural of opii. Obiza, alternative form of opianism. Urbicut cloud, synonym of oat cloud. Appalachias, of art relating to the Appalachiae. Apueo, the snow crab Chenozes apilio. Apiliocere, any mate in the family Apilioceridae. Apiliocere,
Here we go.
plural of Apiliocere. Apilian, any of the harvestmen / daddy long legs in the order Apilians. Apilianids, plural of Apilianid. Apilianalidus, one who studies the Apilians or harvestmen. Apilianalogus, plural of Apilianalogus. Apilianology, the study of the Apilians or harvestmen. Apilios, plural of Apilio. Other, magnificent, rich, plenteous. Opimian, of or relating to the famous Roman vintage of 121 BC. Opinability, the quality of being opinable. Opinable, capable of being opined or thought. Opinate, one who offers an opinion. Opinance, plural of opinant. Opination, the state or process of opining. Opinations, plural of opination. Opinative, conjectural, expressing an opinion rather than a fact. Opinatively, in an opinative manner. Opinator, an opinionated person or someone who holds an opinion. Opinators, plural of opinator. Opine, to express an opinion, to state as an opinion, to suppose, consider that. Opined, simple past and past participle of opine. Opiner, one who opines. Opiners, plural of opiner. Opines, third person singular, simple present indicative of opine. Opina, third person singular simple present indicative of opine. Open, present participle and gerund of op. Opiniastic, an opinionated person. Opiniasters, plural of opiniaster. Opiniastress, opinionated. Opinionate. To hold or maintain persistently. Opinionated, obsolete form of opinionated. Opinionative, archaic form of opinionative. Opinionatively, archaic form of opinionative. Opiniotiveness, the quality of being opinionative. Opinionator, someone who is opinionated. Opinionators, plural of opinionator. Opinionator, obsolete form of opiniaster. Opiniatides, plural of opiniatity. Opiniatity, opinionatedness. Opinicide, plural of opinicus. Opinicus, a heraldic imaginary creature with an eagle's head, a short tail, and sometimes wings. Opining, present participle and gerund of opine. Opinings, plural of opining. Opinio juris sive necessitatis, The principle of international law where states believe or accept that a practice exists and must be followed because of a rule of law requiring it to the extent that it becomes part of the body of norms known as international customary law. Opinion. A belief, judgment, or perspective that a person has formed, either through objective or subjective reasoning about a topic, issue, person, or thing. Opinion former. Synonym of opinion maker. Opinion formers. Plural of opinion former. Opinion host. Host of an opinion show. Opinion hosts. Plural of opinion hosts. Opinion leader. One who guides and influences public opinion. Opinion leaders. Plural of opinion leader. Opinion maker. Synonym of opinion leader. Opinion makers. Plural of opinion maker. Opinion piece. An article in which the author expresses his or her personal opinion on a given subject. Opinion pieces. Plural of opinion piece. Opinion poll. A poll organized in an attempt to quantify public opinion on a subject. Opinion polls. Plural of opinion poll. Opinion privilege. The right to freely express one's opinion in public without it being subjected to restrictions. Opinion show. A program that offers news heavily mixed with opinion-based commentary. Opinion shows. Plural of opinion show. Opinion maker. Alternative form of opinion maker. Opinion makers. Plural of opinion maker. Opinionable. Being a matter of opinion, not positively settled. Opinionaire. Opinion poll. Opinionaires. Plural of opinionaire. Opinional. Based on or constituting an opinion.
Invincible.
Opinionate. To have a given opinion. Opinionated. Simple past and past participle of opinionate. Opinionatively. In an opinionated manner. Opinionatedness. The state or condition of being opinionated. Opinionately. In a conceited manner. Opinionates. Third person singular simple present indicative of opinionate. Opinionating. Present mate. Opinionation. The quality of being opinionated. Opinionations. Plural of opinionation. Opinionatist. Obsolete spelling of opinionist. Opinionatists. Plural of opinionatists. Opinionata of pertaining to, being, or expressing opinion. Opinion in an opinionative manner. Plural of opinionatists. Opinionata of pertaining to, being, or expressing opinion. Opinionatively. In an opinionative manner. Opinionativeness. Quality of the opinionative. Opinionator. An opinionated person, one given to conjecture. Opinionators. Plural of opinionator. Opinioned. Simple past and past participle of opinion. Opinioning. Present participle and gerund of opinion. Opinioness. One fond of his own notions or unduly attached to his own opinions. Opinionists. Plural of opinionness. Opinionize. To express one's opinion in a strong or assertive manner. Opinionized. Simple past and past participle of opinionize. Opinionizer. One who opinionizes. Opinionizers. Plural of opinionizer. Opinionizers. Third person singular simple present indicative of opinionize. Opinionizing. Present participle and gerund of opinionize. Opinionless. without an opinion or opinions. Opinionlessness, absence of opinions. Opinion maker, one who influences the public in their opinions. Opinion makers, plural of opinion maker. Opinion making, the process of influencing the public in their opinions. Opinionaire, a form containing a list of statements, each of which the members of a selected group are asked to endorse or reject. The purpose being to gather information for a survey. Opinionaires, plural of opinionaire. Opinions, plural of opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has opinions, and most people's opinions are of exceedingly poor quality. Opioid, misspelling of opioid. Opioids, plural of opioid. Opioid, a substance that has effects similar to opium. Opioidergic, that operates on the opioid system in the body or brain. Opioid-like, resembling or characteristic of opioids. Opioidophobia, the aversion to prescribing, administering, or taking opioid medications for fear of addiction. Opioids, plural of opioid. Opiumania, opium addiction. Opiumaniac, an opium addict. Opiumaniacs, plural of opiumaniac. Opiumanocortin, a polypeptide found in the pituitary gland associated with endorphins and other hormones. Opiumanocortins, plural of opiumanocortin. Opiophagism, the oral consumption of opium. Opiophile, a person who enjoys taking opium. Opiophiles, plural of opiophile. Opophilia, an inclination toward prescribing opiates. Opipholia, an aversion to prescribing opiates. Opiphobic, of relating to or affected by opiophobia, the aversion to prescribing or administering opiates for analgesia. Opirphin, a pinkling chemical compound first isolated from human saliva. Opirphins, plural of opirphin. Opiparous, sumptuous, luxurious. Opiprema, a psychoactive drug used as an anxiolytic and antidepressant. Plural of opii. Opis, an ancient Near East city near the Tigris, not far from present-day Baghdad. Opisometer, a device for measuring the length of curved lines, such as on a map. Opisometers, plural of opisometer. Opisaptor, a haptor on the posterior of a trematode. Opistaptors, plural of opistaptor. Opisthenar, the back of the hand. Opician, plural of opician. Opician, the middle of the posterior margin of the foramen magnum of the skull. Opisto, in the back, behind, rear. Posterior. Opisthobranch, a gastropod with gills behind the heart, formerly thought to belong to a single group. Opisthobranchiate, of or pertaining to the Opisthobranchia. Opisthobranchiates, plural of Opisthobranchiate. Opisthobranchiism, the puppy of being an opistobranch. Opistobranch, plural of opistobranch. Opistocline, leaning backwards. Opistoclines, plural of opistocline. Opistocolean, Opistocolus, Opistocolus, concave behind, applied especially to vertebrae in which the anterior end of the centum is convex and the posterior concave. Opistocole, the condition of being Opistocolus. Opistocomid, any bird of the family Opistocomidae, which comprises the hosen and extinct relatives. Opistocomids, plural of opistocomid. Opistocomivore, any bird of the order Opistocomiformes. Opistocomiformes, plural of opistocomiform. Opistocomine, of or pertaining to birds of the family Opistocomidae, which is represented by the sole extant genus Opistocomus and species Opistocomus hosen. Opisocranium, the posteriormost point in the mid-sagittal plane of the occiput. Opistodophic, having parallel uteri that are directed to the rear. Opistotum, alternative spelling of opistodomo. Opistotoms, plural of opistotum. Opistotomoi, plural of opistodomos. Opistodomos, a porch at the rear of a temple set against the blank back wall of the cella. Opistodont, having back teeth only. Opistodontian, any moth of the genus Opistodontia. Opistodontians, plural of opistodontian. Opistodonts, plural of opistodont. Opistogastric, behind the stomach. Opistoglyph, any Opistoglyphus snake. Opistoglyphus, whose teeth include an enlarged pair at the back of the maxillae which normally angle backwards and are grooved to channel venom into the puncture. Opistoglyphs, plural of opistoglyph. Opistognathid, any jawfish in the family Opistognathidea. Opistognathids, plural of opistognatid. Opistognathus, having retreating jaws or teeth. Opistograph, any early document such as a roll of papyrus that has writing on the back as well as the front. Opisographic, written on both sides. Opistographs, plural of opistograph. Opistography, a writing upon the back of anything, as upon the back of a sheet already written upon on one side. Opistogyrate, that curves toward the posterior. Opistocunt, any of very many eukaryotes, including animals and fungi, whose flagellate cells, if any, propel themselves with a single posterior flagellum. Opistocunts, plural of opistocont. Opistomastigote, a stage in unicellular life cycle, typically trypanosomes, where the flagellum is posterior of the nucleus and passes through a groove in the cell body. Opistomastigotes, plural of opistomastigote. Opistomrite, the posterior gonnapods of a millipede of the Infrachlus helmindomorpha. Opistomrites, plural of opistomrite. Apistomen arguing, of or relating to the monochaeids of genus Opistomenorchis. Opistonatal, opistosomal and dorsal. Opistoparian, any trilobite of the order Opistoparia. Opistoproctid, any fish in the family Opistoproctidae, Aberrali. Opistoproctids, plural of opistoproctid. Opistopubic, having the pubis bones pointing back backward, as in some dinosaurs. Abysarchiasis, a parasitic disease caused by trematodes in the genus Opisthochus. Opisthorchid, any fluke of the family Apisarchidae. Opisthorchidal, relating to the Opisthorchids. Opisthorchids, plural of Opisthorchid. Apisarchid, any tematode flatworm in the family Opisthorchidae. Apisarchids, plural of Opisthorchia. Opisthorhynchus. Having the beak directed backwards. Opisthosomo, the posterior segment of the two-part body structure of chelicerates, often used interchangeably with abdomen. Opisthosomal, relating to the opisthossoma. Opisthosomas, plural of opisthossoma. Opisthossomata, plural of opisthossoma. Opisthosomat. Alternative form of opisthosomal. Opisthoscondone, a plain or ornamented band of fabric, broad in the middle and narrow at the ends, and fastened in the front, used in ancient Greece to support the hair behind the head. Opisthodothid, any octopus in the family Opisthodothidae. Opisthodothids, plural of Opisthodothid. Opisthottel, any spider of the suborder Opisthophili. Opisthothoracea, relating to an opisthorax. Opisthorax, the portion of the thorax behind the prothorax. Opisthotic, the via and hesio of the elements of forming the pieticum. Opisthotics, plural of opisthotic. Opisthotic, relating to opisthotonus. Opisthotonos, sustained tetanic spasm in which the body is bent backwards and stiffened as produced by various diseases. Opisthotonus, alternative form of opisthotonos. Opisthognathed, alternative spelling of opisthognathed. Opisthognathids, plural of opisthognathed. Opisthochont, misspelling of Opisthochont. Opisthoporin, any of a group of peptides that form pores in cell membranes. Opisthoporins, plural of opisthoporin.
Here we go.
Opisthorax, a worm-like segmented extension to the thorax. Opitulation, the act of helping or aiding assistance. Apitscadia syndrome. FG syndrome. Opium, a yellow-brown, addictive, narcotic drug obtained from the dry juice of unripe pods of the opium poppy, Papaver somniferum, and containing alkaloids such as morphine, codeine, and papaverine. Opium alkaloid, synonym of morphine alkaloid. Opium alkaloids, plural of opium alkaloid. Opium den, an establishment in which opium was sold and smoked. Opium dens, plural of opium den. Opium lamp, an oil lamp with a funnel designed to facilitate the vaporization and inhalation of opium. Opium lamps, plural of opium lamp. Opium pillow, a hard ceramic or wooden bed pillow used in opium dens into which the opium smoker would place their valuables as they sleep for safekeeping. Opium pillows, plural of opium pillow. Opium pipe, any handheld pipe for smoking opium. Opium pipes, plural of opium pipe. Opium poppies, plural of opium poppy. Opium poppy, Papaver somniferum, the species of plant from which opium and poppy seeds are extracted. Opium War. The First Opium War or the Second Opium War, two Anglo-Chinese wars relating to opium trade in the mid-19th century. Opium Wars, plural of Opium War. Opium eater, a person who uses opium as a recreational drug, an opium addict. Opium eaters, plural of opium eater. Opium eating, that uses opium as a recreational drug. Opiumism, opium addiction. Opiumist, one who is addicted to opium. Opiumists, plural of opiumists. Opium-like, resembling or characteristic of opium. Opium, plural of opium. Oblon, operational plan. Opletak, a traditional Polish unleavened wafer baked from pure wheat flour and water, usually rectangular in shape and very thin, embossed with Christmas-related religious images. Opletex, plural of opletek. Oplice, pertaining to the dual of a lax monoidal functor. Apple tree, the witch hazel. Apple trees, plural of apple tree. Oplignathid, any fish in the family Oplignathidae. Oplignathid's, plural of Oplignathid. Avur, a surname. Avurs, plural of Opler. Oplus, without ops, channel operators. Oplinger, a surname from German. Oplingers, plural of Oplinger. Oval. Initialism of ossification of the posterior longitudinal ligament. Ovli, an opportunistic lock on a file system object used for caching purposes rather than to avoid modifications by multiple users at once. Oplux, plural of oplock. Oplophorid, any shrimp in the family Oplophoridae. Oplophorids, plural of Oplophorid. Oplurid, any lizard in the family the Opluridae. Oplurids, plural of Oplurid. Ava, initialism of Office of Personnel Management. There, a village and municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Amo, initialism of outline processor markup language. Ava, abbreviation of Oracle Process Management and Notification. Opmenoidal, having a natural family of distributive morphisms and an identity morphism that are coherent. Avan, initialism of omnipause neuron. Avan, abbreviation of opening. Aves, plural of open. Avan, plural of OPN. Ava, initialism of one-person operation. Ava, an ethnic group of South Sudan and Ethiopia speaking the Alpo language. Opo squash, calabash, Lignaria spp, especially Lignaria caesarea. Opo squashes, plural of opo squash. Apobalsam, the aromatic resinous juice of Balsamodendron apobalsamum balm of Gilead. Apobalsams, plural of apobalsam. Apobalsamum, synonym of apobalsam. Avi, abbreviation of opposed cylinder. Avi, plural of apa. Alpoxmel, a town in Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Apodoc, a kind of plaster said to have been invented by Minderus, used for external injuries. Apododox, plural of Apododoc. Apoku, a surname from Aachen. Apelcus, plural of Apoku. Ava, a municipality of Misamis Oriental, Philippines. Apel, a city in southern Poland in Silesia. Apolubelski, a town and county of Lublin Voivodeship, Poland. Opolvoivodeship, a voivodeship of Poland. Opimizid, any fly of the family Opimizid. Opimizids, plural of Opimizid. Athom, an ancient city in Roshafen in modern-day Somalia. Modern Hafen. Opopanax, a gum resin obtained from the root of Opopanax chironium, formerly used in medicine. Opopanax, plural of Opopanax. Opopanax, alternative form of Opopanax. Opopanax, alternative form of Opopanax. Apollo, a commune and village in Olt County, Romania. Aporis, a medicine prepared from quinces, pomegranates, etc. Aporopolis, a seller of fruit. Aporto, synonym of Porto City in Portugal. Aportuzumab monotox, a monoclonal antibody used as an antineoplastic. Opossum, any American marsupial of the family Deli, the order Delphimorphia. Opossum shrimp, mysid shrimp. Opossums, plural of opossum. Apostegid, any moth in the family Apostegidae. Apostegids, plural of apostegid. Apotherapeutic, of or relating to. Apotherapy. Apotherapy. Organotherapy. Apotegi, a town and local government district in the Bay of Plenty, New Zealand. Initialism of other people's problems. A city in Alabama. Plural of an affectionate term of address for an older brother or somewhat older man. Alternative form of Appa. Athas, plural of Appa. Athoi, an impromptu folk song of southern India traditionally sung by women during a death ceremony in order to memorialize the person who has died. Aparis, plural of Athari. Athas, plural of Atha. Simple past and past participle of Ap. Avedisano, a surname from Italian. Apedisanos, plural of Apedisano. Abel, a surname from German. Abelkunt illusion, an optical illusion that occurs when comparing the sizes of filled and unfilled parts of an image. Apelkunt illusions, plural of Apelkunt illusion. Aphelid, any member of the Appellee. Aphelis, plural of Appellee. Abels, plural of Apel. Adel, a surname from German. Adelt, plural of Othel. Aven, a surname. Oppenauer oxidation, a method for selectively oxidizing secondary alcohols to ketones. Oppenauer oxidations, plural of Oppenauer oxidation. Oppenesque, resembling or characteristic of American poet George Oppen 1908-1984. Oppenheim, a surname from German. Oppenheimer, a surname from German. Oppenheimerian, of or relating to France. Oppenheimer 1864-1943. German Jewish sociologist and political economist. Oppenheimerite, a triclinic mineral that is a mixed hydrated sodium sulfate and uranate. Oppenheimers, plural of Oppenheimer. Opportunity, the spelling of opportunity. Abaden, of or pertaining to a town or conurbation. Opident, plural of Opident. Opidum, a large, defended Iron Age settlement associated with the Celtic Latin culture. Adi, diminutive of Opshot. Odes, plural of Opi. Opignorate, alternative form of opignorate. Opignorated, simple past and past participle of opignorate. Opignorates, third person singular simple present indicative of opignorate. Opignorating, present participle and gerund of opignorate. Opignoration, alternative form of opignoration. Opignorate, to pawn, to lay in pledge. Opignorated, simple past and past participle of opignorate. Opignorates, third person singular simple present indicative of opignorate. Opignorating, present participle and gerund of opignorate. Opignoration, the act of pawning or laying in pledge. Opignorations, plural of opignoration. Opalate, to block, to stop up, to obstruct. Opilated, simple past and past participle of opilate. Opilates, third person singular simple present indicative of opilate. Opilating, present participle and gerund of opilate. Opilation, the act of crowding or filling together. Opilations, plural of opilation. Opulative, obstructive. Opulatives, plural of opulative. Obic, present participle and gerund of op. Obic. Ennis, plural of opping. Opland, a former county in eastern Norway. Adolf, full, crowded. Adolshin, the act of filling up. Avo, a friend, associate, or colleague. Oppo research. Research into one's opponent's family, friends, and past, which aims to uncover activities or interests which embarrass or discredit them. Others, plural of oppo. Oppum, to oppose. Oppen, simple past and past participle of oppum. Opponencies, plural of opponency. Opponency, the act of opening an academic disputation, the proposition of objections to a tenet as an exercise for a degree. Opponent, one who opposes another, one who works or takes a position against someone or something. One who attempts to stop the progress of someone or something. Opponents, plural of opponent. Opening, present participle and gerund of oppon. Opportune, suitable for some particular purpose. Opportuneless, devoid of opportunity. opportunely, in a manner suitable for some particular purpose. Opportuneness, the state or condition of being opportune. Opportuning, opportunistic. Opportunism, the practice of taking advantage of any situations or people to achieve an end, often with no regard for principles or consequences. Opportunisms, plural of opportunism. Opportunist, someone who takes advantage of any opportunity to advance their own situation, placing expediency above principle. Opportunistic, taking advantage of situations that arise. Opportunistic infection, any infection that causes disease and occurs only when the host's immune system is impaired. Opportunistic infections, plural of opportunistic infection. Opportunistically, in an opportunistic manner. Opportunists, plural of opportunists. Opportunities, plural of opportunity. Opportunitroph, an opportunistic feeder. Opportunitrophes, plural of opportunitroph. Opportunity, a chance for advancement, progress, or profit. Opportunity class, a separate primary school class for teaching gifted children. Opportunity classes, plural of opportunity class. Opportunity comes knocking, synonym of opportunity knocks. Opportunity costs, the cost of an opportunity foregone and the loss of the benefits that could be received from that opportunity, the most valuable foregone alternative. Opportunity costs, plural of opportunity costs. Opportunity knocks, and opportunity arises. Opportunity knocks at every man's door. Everybody gets opportunities. Opportunity makes a thief. Alternative form of opportunity makes the thief. Opportunity makes the thief. People are more likely to steal something if presented with a convenient opportunity to do so. Opportunity room, synonym of opportunity class, a separate class for teaching backward children. Opportunity rooms, plural of opportunity room. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. Opportune times seldom appear again. Opportunity servicing, the practice of servicing equipment when it is convenient to do so rather than on a fixed schedule. Opportunity shop, an up shop.
Invincible.
Opportunity shops, plural of opportunity shop. Opportunity window, alternative form of window of opportunity. Opportunity windows, plural of opportunity window. Opportunityless, devoid of opportunity. Opportunivore, a person who subsists on still edible food that has been or was going to be discarded. Opportunivores, plural of opportunivore. Oppos, plural of oppo. Opposabilities. Plural of opposability. Opposability, the condition or quality of being opposable, capable of being placed opposite to something else. Opposable, susceptible to being opposed or resisted. Opposable thumb, a thumb that can be positioned so that it faces the opposite direction from that of the other fingers, especially the smallest finger of the same hand. Opposable thumbs, plural of opposable thumb. Opposably, in an opposable manner. Opposal, opposition. Opposals, plural of opposal. Oppose, to attempt to stop the progression of, to resist or antagonize by physical means or by arguments, etc. to contend against. Opposed, acting in opposition, opposing. Opposed cylinder, a type of engine cylinder with two pistons horizontally opposed with each other in the combustion chamber sitting centrally between the two pistons. Opposed cylinders, plural of opposed cylinder. Opposed piston, opposed cylinder. Pertaining to the opposed piston engine / opposed cylinder engine. Opposedly, in an opposed manner. Opposedness. Quality of being opposed. Opposite, one against whom there is opposition. The opposed party. Opposes, plural of opposite. Oppose us. Not to be effectually opposed uses the opposer. One who opposes, one who shows opposition. Opposers. Plural of opposer. Oppose. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppose. Opposis. Second person singular simple present indicative of oppose. Opposite. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppose. Opposi. A particular steroid glycoside. Opposing. That opposes or oppose on the opposite side. Opposingly, in a manner that opposes. Opposite. Archaic form of opposite. Opposite. Located directly across from something else, or from each other. Opposite angle. Either of the angles directly opposite to each other when two lines intersect in a plane. Opposite angles. Plural of opposite angle. Opposite day. A contrived holiday on which everything is done backwards. For example, yes means no. Opposite number. A person who holds a position in an organization that corresponds to that held by another person in another organization. A counterpart. Opposite numbers. Plural of opposite number. Opposite sex. Women in relation to men or men in
Invincible.
relation to women. Opposite side. A side. Party, for example, a team or armed force seen as adversary, enemy, etc. Opposite one or more other s as in a battle or team sports competition. Opposite sides. Plural of opposite side. Opposite. Simple past and past participle of opposite. Oppositely. In an opposite manner. Oppositeness. The state or condition of being opposite. Oppositenesses. Plural of oppositeness. Opposites. Plural of opposite. Opposites attract. People who are completely different make ideal partners. Opposite of florus. Having opposite peduncles. Opposite of folius. Placed at the same node with a leaf, but separated from it by the whole diameter of the stem. Oppositing. Present participle and gerund of opposite. Opposition. The action of opposing or of being in conflict. Opposition parries. Plural of opposition parry. Opposition parry. The deflection of the incoming attack without ever losing contact with the blade from the initial engagement. Opposition research. Negative information retrieved about the candidate's opponent in an election for use in campaigning. Oppositional. Of, pertaining to, or exhibiting opposition. Oppositional defiant disorder. A childhood disorder characterized by an ongoing pattern of anger-guided disobedience, hostility, and defiant behavior toward authority figures. Oppositional defiant disorders. Plural of oppositional defiant disorder. Oppositionalism.
Here we go.
An oppositional approach or attitude. Oppositionalities. Plural of oppositionality. Oppositionality. The quality of being oppositional. Oppositionally. In terms of or by means of opposition. Oppositionary. Oppositional. Oppositionism. A policy of opposition principally in politics. Oppositionist. A person who opposes, especially a member of an official opposition. Oppositionists. Plural of oppositionists. Oppositionless. Without opposition. Oppositions. Plural of opposition. Oppositions. Characterized by or relating to opposition, opposing. Oppositectulus. Facing a pedal. Oppositispolus. Facing a sepal. Oppositive. Expressing contrariety. Oppositive case. A grammatical case expressing contrariety or opposition, corresponding to the English preposition against. Oppositively. In an oppositive manner. Oppositiveness. The quality of being a positive. Oppositives. Plural of oppositive. Opposites. Plural of opposite. Opposum. Misspelling of opossum. Outbowyer. Opposition. Oppress. To keep down by unjust force. Oppress. Simple past and past participle of oppress. Oppress. Subject to oppression. Oppressest. Second person singular simple past indicative of oppress. Oppressee. A victim of oppression. Oppressees. Plural of oppressee. Oppresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppress. Oppressus. Second person singular simple present indicative of oppress. Oppressa. Third person singular simple present indicative of oppress. Oppressible. Able to be oppressed. Oppressing. Present participle and gerund of oppress. Oppressingly. So as to oppress with or by means of oppression. Oppressively. Oppression. The exercise of authority or power in a burdensome, cruel, or unjust manner. Oppression Olympics. Competition between marginalized groups to be considered the most subject to oppression. Oppressional. Exhibiting or relating to oppression. Oppressionism. Synonym of oppression. Oppressionists. Taking part in or promoting oppression. Oppressionists. Plural of oppressionists. Oppressions. Plural of oppression. Oppressive. Burdensome or difficult to bear. Oppressively. In an oppressive manner. Oppressiveness. The characteristic of being oppressive. Oppressiveness is plural of oppressiveness. Oppressor. Someone who oppresses another or others. Oppressors. Plural of oppressor. Oppressor. Obsolete form of oppressor. Oppressors.
Here we go.
Plural of oppressor. Oppressor. Oppression. Oppressors. Plural of oppressor. Oppress. Simple past and past participle of oppressed. Opprobriate, plural of opprobrium. Approbate, to express opprobrium for or to view with opprobrium, to scorn. Approbated, simple past and past participle of opprobriate. Approbates, third person singular simple present indicative of opprobriate. Approbating, present participle and gerund of opprobriate. Approbation, scornful reproach or disapproval, opprobrium. Opprobry, obsolete spelling of opprobry. Opprobries, plural of opprobry. Opprobrious, causing opprobrium, offensive and shameful. Opprobriously, in an opprobrious manner. Opprobriousness, the state or condition of being opprobrious. Opprobrium, a cause, object, or situation of disgrace or shame. Opprobriums, plural of opprobrium. Opprobry, opprobrium. Plural of OPP, or situation of disgrace or shame. Opprobriums, plural of opprobrium. Opprobry, opprobrium. Plural of OPP. Plural of op. Oven, to contradict or controvert, to oppose, to challenge or question the truth or validity of a given statement. Opponable, disputable, contestable, refutable, capable of being oppon. Opponents, dislike, aversion, animus, opposition, the fact, condition, or instance of being at variance, opposed, hostile, or adverse. Opponences, plural of opponents. Opponencies, plural of opponency. Opponency, the act of opponing, opposition, resistance. Opponent, opposing, antagonistic, contrary. Opponents, plural of opponent. Opponation, opposition. Opponations, plural of opponation. Oppon, simple past and past participle of oppon. Opponer, someone who oppons, an opponent. Opponers, plural of opponer. Oppone, third person singular simple present indicative of oppon. Opponing, present participle and gerund of oppon. Oppons, third person singular simple present indicative of oppon. Opportunity, misspelling of opportunity. Avi, optimist dingy. Avi, abbreviation of opportunity. Opta, the rapid assessment of a patient's condition during an emergency response. Oper, abbreviation of Old Prussian. Oper, abbreviation of operator. Opera, initialism of Office of Passenger Rail Franchising. Aber a female given name from Hebrew of modern usage, variant of Orpa. Opera effect, the large boost in sales or popularity of products and services endorsed by Oprah Winfrey on her television chat show. Opera, simple past and past participle of opera. Opera, simple past and past participle of opera. Operahast, synonym of operahage. Operification, the perceived increase in people's desire to discuss their emotions, ascribed to the influence of television talk shows such as the Oprah Winfrey Show. Operine, present participle and gerund of opera. Operage, reminiscent of Oprah Winfrey, born 1954, U.S. talk show host who pioneered an internet confessional style of television. Operahization, synonym of operification. Opus. Third person singular simple present indicative of opera. Operation. Misspelling of operation. Oprovekin. Recombinant interleukin 11. A thrombopoietic growth factor that directly stimulates the proliferation of hematopoietic stem cells and megakaryocyte progenitor cells and induces megakaryocyte maturation, resulting in increased platelet production. Opera. Abbreviation of operations report. Opera. Plural of opera. Operatement. A member of the bodyguard corps established by Tsar Ivan the Terrible to govern a division of Russia from 1565 to 1572. Operachmix, plural of operachmix. Operachnina. The period of Russian history between 1565 and 1572, during which Tsar Ivan the Terrible instituted a domestic policy of secret police, mass repressions, public executions, and confiscation of land from Russian aristocrats. Obris, plural of Opry. Oprasavsai, a municipality of Croatia. Oprodione, a particular fungicide. Oprav, abbreviation of Old Provençal. Oves, plural of Oper. Opatalj, a village in Istria, Croatia. Opras, abbreviation of Old Prussian. Opry. Opera. Aus, initialism of on base plus slugging. Plural of OP. Ops, the goddess of earth and fertility, equivalent to the Greek Re. Ops was the sister wife of Saturn and mother of Jupiter. After Saturn learned of a prophecy that his children by Ops would overthrow him, he ate each of them just after they were born. However, Ops saved Jupiter by feeding Saturn a stone instead. Ops plus, the baseball metric on base plus slugging adjusted for the park and the league in which the player played, but not for fielding position. OPSEC, abbreviation of Operation Security. Opsospermata, tubercles on the surface of some algae-containing spores. OPSU, acronym of Ontario Public Service Employees Union. Opsiblastic, exhibiting a period of dormancy before starting to develop. Opsigami, marriage at an old age. Opsign, particularly in Gilles Deleuze's cinematic philosophy, a pure optical image that exists independently of any immediate action or narrative progression. Deleuze introduced this concept to describe moments in cinema where the visual element stands alone, detached from the traditional cause and effect structure of storytelling. Opsigns, plural of opsign. Opsimat, a person who learns late in life. Opsimats, plural of opsimat. Opsimathy, learning or education that occurs late in life. Opsin, any of a group of light-sensitive proteins in the retina. Optimization, misspelling of optimization. Opsins, plural of opsin. Optometer, an old type of optometer. Opsiometers, plural of opsiometer. Opsisma dysplasia, a skeletal dysplasia involving delayed bone maturation. Opsoclonus, rapid, uncontrolled eye movement. Opsomania, a longing for a particular special food. Opson, in ancient Greek cuisine, delicacies such as cooked fish, considered an integral component of a meal. Opsonic, relating to, produced by, or involving opsonin. Opsonese, Plural of opsony. Opsoniferous, bearing opsonin. Opsonification, synonym of opsonization. Opsonify, simple past and past participle of opsonify. Opsonifies, third person singular simple present indicative of opsonify. Opsonify, synonym of opsonize. Opsonifying. Present participle and gerund of opsonify. Opsonin, any chemical produced by the body, including antibodies and complement proteins, that causes a pathogen to be more susceptible to phagocytosis. Opsonins, plural of opsonin. Opsonization, alternative spelling of opsonization. Opsonize, alternative spelling of opsonize. Opsonize, simple past and past participle of opsonize. Opsonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of opsonize. Opsonizing, present participle and gerund of opsonize. Opsonist, a practitioner of opsonotherapy. Opsonist, plural of opsonist. Opsonizable, able to be opsonized. Opsonization, the process or result of opsonizing. Opsonizations, plural of opsonization. Opsonize, to make bacteria or other cells more susceptible to the action of phagocytes by use of opsonins. Opsonize, simple past and past participle of opsonize. Opsonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of opsonize. Opsonizing, present participle and gerund of opsonize. Opsono, opsonin, opsonoi, a supposed substance formed when opsonin combines with bacteria and undergoes heating, preventing further opsonization. Opsonophagocytic, related to opsonophagocytosis. Opsonophagocytes, misspelling of opsonophagocytosis. Opsonophagocytosis, infected with opsonophagocytosis. Opsonophagocytosis, plural of opsonophagocytosis. Opsonophagocytosis, phagocytosis initiated by an opsonin. Opsonophagocytotic, relating to opsonophagocytosis. Opsonophilia, affection to opsonin. Opsonophilic, relating to opsonophilia. Opsonotherapy, treatment by increasing the opsonin levels in the bloodstream. Opsonin, any food that is eaten with bread. Opsophagoi, plural of opsophagos. Opsophagos, a glutton, a gourmand, chiefly one who hogs and eats excessive amounts of fish. Initialism of office for products. Opsophagos. Opsophagos, a glutton, a gourmand, chiefly one who hogs and eats excessive amounts of fish. Initialism of office for product safety and standards. Opser, an artist who creates art. Opstroen, a municipality of Friesland, Netherlands. Opsters, plural of opster. Alternative letter case form of OPT. Abbreviation of Old Portuguese. To choose, select. Opt in, to choose to participate in something. Opt out, to choose not to participate in something. Opt in, the property of having to choose explicitly to join or permit something, a decision having the default option being exclusion or avoidance, used particularly with regard to mailing lists and advertising. Opt-out, requiring a person or organization to choose explicitly to avoid or forbid something, tending to include by default, used
Invincible.
particularly with regard to mailing lists and advertising. Opt-outs, plural of opt-out. Abbreviation of optative. Optable, that may or should be chosen, desirable. Opteken, an electromechanical device that selectively raises small rods over the darker parts of a document and thus enables blind people to read printed material that has not been transcribed into Braille. Optekens, plural of opteken. Opten, a person who lives in a region undergoing a change of sovereignty and thus may choose between retaining their old citizenship or opting for the citizenship of the new sovereignty. Opten, plural of opten. Optate, to choose, to wish for, to desire. Optated, simple past and past participle of optate. Optates, third person singular simple present indicative of optate. Optating, present participle and gerund of optate. Optation, a wish, a desire. Optations, plural of optation. Optative, expressing a wish or a choice. Optatively, in an optative way. Optatives, plural of optative. Opted, simple past and past participle of opt. Opted in, simple past and past participle of opt-in. Opted out, simple past and past participle of opt-out. Op-tempo, clipped compound of operations tempo. Opter, one who opts or makes a choice. Optus, plural of opter. Ophthaldehyde, orthophthaldehyde. Ophthalmic, misspelling of ophthalmic. Ophthalmologist, misspelling of ophthalmologist. Ophthalmology, misspelling of ophthalmology. Ophthalmoscope, misspelling of ophthalmoscope. Ophthalmology. Misspelling of ophthalmology. Optic, of or relating to the eye or division. Optic axis, plural of optic axis. Optic axis, the optical axis. Optic chiasm, misspelling of optic chiasm. Optic chiasm, the part of the brain where the optic nerves partially cross. Optic chiasma, synonym of optic chiasm. Optic chiasms, plural of optic chiasm. Optic cup, the white cup-like area in the center of the optic disc. Optic cups, plural of optic cup. Optic disc, the location where ganglion cell axons exit the eye to form the optic nerve. Optic discs, plural of optic disc. Optic disc, alternative spelling of optic disc. Optic discs, plural of optic disc. Optic foramen, either of a pair of passages through the orbit of the eye in the lesser wing of the sphenoid bone that is traversed by the optic nerves and ophthalmic arteries. Optic foramina, plural of optic foramen. Optic nerve, each of the second pair of cranial nerves that carry visual information from the retina to the brain. Optic nerves, plural of optic nerve. Optic neuritis, the inflammation of the optic nerve that may cause a complete or partial loss of vision. Optic stand, a stand which can hold one or more inverted bottles of alcohol fitted with optics and which facilitates the serving of spirits. Optic stand, plural of optic stand. Optic yellow, a greenish yellow color similar to a very bright chartreuse, the standard color for tennis balls and televised matches. Optic yellows, plural of optic yellow. Optico, of or relating to sight, visual. Optical activities, plural of optical activity. Optical activity, a property caused by asymmetrical molecular or crystal structure that enables a compound or crystal to rotate the plane of incident polarized light. Optical art, art. Optical astronomy, astronomy using observations using telescopes and recording media that capture visible light. Optical axis, plural of optical axis. Optical axis, an imaginary line within an optical system around which there is rotational symmetry. Optical black hole, a phenomenon in which slow light is passed through a Bose-Einstein condensate that is itself spinning faster than the local speed of light within to create a vortex capable of trapping the light behind an event horizon, just as a gravitational black hole would. Optical black holes, plural of optical black hole. Optical character recognition, the electronic identification and digital encoding of printed or handwritten characters by means of an optical scanner and specialized software. Optical delusion, a vision or image that is deceptive or misleading, such as an optical illusion or a trick of the light. Optical delusions, plural of optical delusion. Optical depth, the natural logarithm of the ratio of the amount of radiation that hits an object to the amount of radiation that emerges from that object on the other side. Optical disc, a modern-day storage medium consisting of a flat disc read mechanically by illumination with laser light, including the Laserdisc, compact disc, DVD, and Blu-ray. Optical disc drive, synonym of optical drive. Optical disc drives, plural of optical disc drive. Optical discs, plural of optical disc. Optical disc, alternative spelling of optical disc. Optical disc drive, synonym of optical drive. Optical disc drives, plural of optical disc drive. Optical discs, plural of optical disc. Optical double, a star that appears as a double due to an optical illusion. In reality, the stars may be far apart from each other. Optical doubles, plural of optical double. Optical drive, a drive that reads optical media. Optical drives, plural of optical drive. Optical fiber, alternative form of optical fiber. Optical fibers. Optical fiber, a thin, transparent, flexible fiber made of glass or plastic used for transmitting light. Optical fibers, plural of optical fiber. Optical flat, a disc of high-quality quartz glass having at least one side ground and polished with a deviation in flatness less than 50 nanometers all over and a surface quality of 5 microfinish or less, used in an interferometer to measure the flatness of other surfaces. Optical flats, plural of optical flat. Optical glass, a class of glass used to create optical lenses, such as that for spectacles or spyglasses. Optical illusion, an image that is visually deceptive or misleading. Optical illusions, plural of optical illusion. Optical isomer, any one of a number of compounds that exhibit optical isomerism. Optical isomerism, synonym of stereoisomerism. Optical isomerisms, plural of optical isomerism. Optical isomers, plural of optical isomer. Optical landing system, a system used to give glide path information to pilots when landing on an aircraft carrier. Optical landing systems, plural of optical landing system. Optical lattice, a periodic pattern formed by the interference of lasers, possibly trapping atoms due to the Stark effect. Optical lattice clock, a type of atomic clock that uses atoms trapped in an optical lattice. Optical lattice clocks, plural of optical lattice clock. Optical lattices, plural of optical lattice. Optical levitation, the use of optical tweezers to suspend an object in air or vacuum without additional support. Optical media, optical discs used to store data, including such formats as Laserdisc, compact disc, DVD, and Blu-ray. Optical mice, plural of optical mouse. Optical microscope, synonym of light microscope. Optical microscopes, plural of optical microscope. Optical mouse, a mouse pointing device that uses a light source and a light detector, for example, an LED and an array of photodiodes to detect movement, as opposed to the earlier mechanical mouse. Optical power, the degree to which a lens, mirror, or other optical system converges or diverges light equal to the reciprocal of the focal length of the device. Optical powers, plural of optical power. Optical rotation, the rotation of the plane of polarization of plane polarized light as it passes through a chiral medium. Optical rotations, plural of optical rotation. Optical rotatory dispersion, the variation in the optical rotation of a substance with the wavelength of light. Optical spectra, plural of optical spectrum. Optical spectrum, the colors of the rainbow. Optical spectrums, plural of optical spectrum. Optical switch, a switch that can selectively change signals between optical fibers or integrated optical circuits. Optical switches, plural of optical switch. Optical telescope, an instrument used both for recreational and scientific purposes, which provides a magnified view of distant objects by collecting and focusing light by means of mirrors and slant or optical telescopes.
Invincible.
Plural of optical telescope. Optical trackpad, an input device consisting of a small surface with an optical sensor integrated for some smartphones and subnetbooks. Optical trackpads, plural of optical trackpad. Optical track, a device that employs a focused laser beam to trap, manipulate, and image very small particles. Optical traps, plural of optical trap. Optical tweezer, a scientific instrument that uses a highly focused laser beam to hold and move the microscopic or smaller objects such as atoms and droplets in a manner similar to tweezers. Optical tweezers, a scientific instrument that uses lasers to manipulate objects on the micron scale as if by using tweezers. Optical wand, a wand-like device for optical character recognition. Optical wands, plural plural of optical wand. Opticality, the quality of being optical or apprehended through sight. Optically, regarding or using optics. Optically active, exhibiting optical activity. Opticommon, a member of the Navy who specialized in the use of optical tools. Opticommon, plural of opticommon. Opticals, plural of optical. Optician, a person who makes, dispenses, or sells lenses, spectacles. Opticianry, the professional field of working as an optician. Opticians, plural of optician. Opticist, one who studies optics. Opticist, plural of opticist. Opticities, plural of opticity. Opticity, the optical activity of a solution. Opte, obsolete form of optic. Optics, obsolete form of optics. Optical. Synonym of opto-optical. Opticochemical, relating to the chemistry of the act. Opticokinetic, optokinetic. Opticopneumatic, having both optic and pneumatic elements. Opticospinal, of pertaining to or affecting the optic nerve and the spinal cord. Optics, the physics of light and vision, basic optical science. Optograph, a telescope with a diagonal eyepiece suspended vertically in gimbals by the object end beneath a fixed diagonal plane mirror. It is used for delineating landscapes by means of an attached pencil. Optographs, plural of optograph. Optima, plural of optima. Optimacies, plural of optimacy. Optimacy, government by the nobility. Optimo, the best, most favorable or desirable, especially under some restriction. Optimalization, alternative form of optimalization. Optimalizations, plural of optimalization. Optimalize, alternative form of optimalize. Optimalize, simple past and past participle of optimalize. Optimalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optimalize. Optimalizing, present participle and gerund of optimalize. Optimalism, the doctrine that this universe exists because it's better than the alternatives. Optimalities, plural of optimality. Optimality, the property of being optimal. Optimality theoretical, of or pertaining to optimality theory. Optimality theory, a linguistic model proposing that the observed forms of language arise from the interaction between conflicting constraints. Optimalization, alternative form of optimization. Optimalizations, plural of optimalization. Optimalize, alternative form of optimize. Optimalize, simple past and past participle of optimalize. Optimalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optimalize. Optimalizing, present participle and gerund of optimalize. Optimally, in an optimal manner. Optimals, plural of optimal. Optima, a member of the patrician ruling class in Republican ancient Rome, an aristocrat, a noble. Optimates, plural of optimate. Optimation. Optimization. Optimations, plural of optimation. Optime, a student who graduates with second-class senior optime or third-class junior optime honors in mathematics or loosely in any other subject. Optimeden, a particular olfactomeden. Optios, plural of optime. Optimeter, a form of interferometer used in the measurement of gauge blocks. Optimeters, plural of optimeter. Optimific, producing the optimum outcome. Optimizable, alternative spelling of optimizable. Optimization, alternative spelling of optimization. Optimizations, plural of optimization. Optimize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of optimize. Optimize, simple past and past participle of optimize. Optimizer, alternative spelling of optimizer. Optimizers, plural of optimizer, alternative spelling of optimizer. Optimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optimize. Optimizing, present participle and gerund of optimize. Optimism, a tendency to expect the best, or at least a favorable outcome. Optimisms, plural of optimism. Optimus, a small centerboard sailing dinghy designed to train and introduce young children into sailing. Optimistic, expecting the best in all possible ways. Optimistic concurrencies, plural of optimistic concurrency. Optimistic concurrency, a database model that allows multiple users to update data simultaneously without locking rows. Optimistical, optimistic, optimistically, in an optimistic manner. Optimus, plural of optimus. Optimity, the state of being best. Optimizable, capable of being optimized. Optimization, the design and operation of a system or process to make it as good as possible in some defined sense. Optimization problem, the problem of finding the best solution from all feasible solutions, given constraints defining which of the solutions are feasible, and a goal function defining which of the feasible solutions is the best one. Optimization problems, plural of optimization problem. Optimizational, relating to optimization. Optimizations, plural of optimization. Optimize, to act optimistically or as an optimist. Optimize out, to omit some portion of program logic through optimization when it is found to be unused or unnecessary. Optimize, simple past and past participle of optimize. Optimized out, simple past and past participle of optimize out. Optimizer, a person in a large business whose task is to maximize profits and make the business more efficient. Optimizers, plural of optimizer. Optimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optimize. Optimizes out, third person singular simple present indicative of optimize out. Optimizing, present participle and gerund of optimize. Optimizing out, present participle and gerund of optimize out. Optimo, the best or most favorable condition, or the greatest amount or degree possible under specific sets of comparable circumstances. Optimums, plural of optimum. Optimus, a pet name for a device such as a car, computer, or robot. Optinurin, a protein that is associated with glaucoma. Opte, present participle and gerund of opt. Opting in, present participle and gerund of opt-in. Opting out, present participle and gerund of opt-out. Option, one of a set of choices that can be made. Option button, a radio button. Option buttons, plural of option button. Option type, a polymorphic type that represents encapsulation of an optional value. Option types, plural of option type. Option select, an action or series of actions that, when performed, automatically selects a preferred outcome of several possible outcomes, depending on the actions of other actors. Optional, of or pertaining to options on a stock or equity. For some stocks, it is possible to trade options on them, hence they are optionable. For other stocks, options aren't traded, so they are not optionable. Optionaire, a person whose wealth consists of or was made through stock options. Optionaires, plural of optionaire. Optional, not compulsory, left to personal choice, elective. Optionalize, alternative form of optionalize. Optionalize, simple past and past participle of optionalize. Optionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optionalize.
Invincible.
Optionalizing, present participle and gerund of optionalize. Optionalities, plural of optionality. Optionality, the value of additional optional investment opportunities available only after having made an initial investment. Optionalization, the process of making something optional. Optionalize, to make optional, to add as an option. Permit to be optionally omitted or provide various options for implementing. Optionalize, simple past and past participle of optionalize. Optionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of optionalize. Optionalizing, present participle and gerund of optionalize. Optionally, in an optional manner, not mandatorily. Optionally piloted vehicle, an aircraft that may be manned or unmanned, able to function in either mode without modification. Optionally piloted vehicles, plural of optionally piloted vehicle. Optionals, plural of optional. Optionary, optional. Optioned, simple past and past participle of option. Optionee, the purchaser of a financial option. Optioneering, in-depth consideration of various alternatives to find the best or preferred option. Optionees, plural of optionee. Optioner, alternative form of optioner. Optioners, plural of optioner. Optioning, present participle and gerund of option. Optionless, without an option. Optionlessness, absence of options. Option-like, resembling or characteristic of an option. Optioner, the grantor of a financial option. Optioners, plural of option. Options, plural of option. The obsolete form of optic. Optivar. Elastine. Opto. Initialism of one-person train operation. Opto. Optico. Opto-interrupter. A photo-interrupter. Opto-isolator. Alternatives. Spelling of opto-isolator. Optoacoustic, describing any of several interactions between light and sound. Optoacoustically. In an optoacoustic way. Optoacoustics. Optoacoustic interactions generally. Aptobiology. Apticobiology. Aptobiene. Aptically biene. Optocapillary, relating to the interaction of light on capillary effects. Optochemical, relating to the chemical processes involved in sight or vision. Optochemokine, a chemokine that is activated by light. Optochiasmatic, relating to the optic chiasm. Optochin, ethyl hydrocuprine. Optocynetic, misspelling of optokinetic. Optoco, the cavity of one of the optic lobes of the brain in many animals. Optocles, plural of optoco. Optocala, relating to the eye and the neck, but especially to the avian reflex that holds the head steady during flight. Optocoupled, coupled by means of an optocoupler. Optocoupler, an optoisolator. Optocouplers, plural of optocoupler. Optode, an optical sensor device that optically measures a specific substance. Optodes, plural of optode. Optodynamic, of or pertaining to optodynamics. Optodynamics, a range of dynamic measurement techniques that use small lasers. Optoeject, to optically eject. Optoejection, optical ejection. Optoelectric, of or pertaining to the conversion of light energy into electricity. Optoelectrical, alternative form of optoelectric. Optoelectrically, in an optoelectric manner. Optoelectroactive, optically electroactive. Optoelectrode, an optoelectric electrode. Optoelectrodes, plural of optoelectrode. Optoelectromechanical, optoelectric and electromechanical. Optoelectronic, of or pertaining to optoelectronics. Optoelectronically, by means of optoelectronics. Optoelectronics, the branch of physics that deals with the interaction of light with electronic devices or the production of light from such devices. Optoepigenetic, whose epigenetic activity is modulated by light.
Here we go.
Optofluidic, of or pertaining to optofluidics. Optofluidics, the science of optical devices incorporating fluids, especially such microfluidic devices. Optogalvanic, describing any effect of light of the electrical conductivity of a material. Optogenetic, generated by light. Optogenetical, alternative form of optogenetically, in an optogenetic manner. Optogenetics, a science that combines optics and genetics, aiming at controlling cellular processes with light. The cells are made responsive to light using genetics and then activated using specific wavelengths. Optogram, an image of external objects fixed on the retina by the photochemical action of light on rhodopsin. Optograms, plural of optogram. Optography, the production of an optogram on the retina by the photochemical action of light on the visual purple, the fixation of an image in the eye. Optoinject, to optically inject. Optoinjectant, a material that is optoinjected. Optoinjectants, plural of optoinjectant. Optoinjected, simple past and past participle of optoinject. Optoinjection, optical injection, photoinjection of nucleic acids. Optoisolated, isolated by means of an optoisolator. Optoisolation, isolation of part of an electrical circuit by means of an optoisolator. Optoisolator, a device that transmits a signal optically between two isolated electronic circuits. Optoisolators, plural of optoisolator. Optokinesis, the movement of the eye in response to an external stimulus. Optokinetic, of or pertaining to movement of the eyes. Optokinetically, in an optokinetic manner. Optological, of or relating to optology. Optologist, one who studies optology. Optologists, plural of optologists. Optology, the study of sight. Optomagnetic, optical and magnetic, related to optomagnetism. Optomagnonic, relating to optical magnons or to optomagnonics. Optomagnonics, the study of optical magnons. Optomechanical, of or pertaining to optomechanics. Optomechanically, by means of or in terms of optomechanics. Optomechanics, the design and manufacture of precision mechanical components of optical devices. Optomechatronic, of or relating to optomechatronics. Optomechatronics, the integration of optical components and technology into mechatronic systems. Optometer, an instrument for measuring the focus of the lens of the eye. Optometers, plural of optometer. Optometric, of or pertaining to optometry. Optometrical, of or pertaining to optometry. Optometrically, in an optometric way. Optometrics, optometry. Optometrist, a person trained and skilled in examining and testing the eyes for defects in order to prescribe corrective lenses or treatment. Optometrists, plural of optometrists. Optometry, the art and science of vision and eye care. Ophthalmologist, misspelling of ophthalmologist. Optomotor, describing movement of the eye, head, or body, especially of insects, that studies the field of vision. Optophobia, the fear of opening one's eyes. Optophone, a device that transforms light into sound. Optophones, plural of optophone. Optophysiologic, alternative form of optophysiological. Optophysiological, relating to optophysiology. Optophysiology, the physiology of the action of light. Optoplasmonic, optical and plasmonic. Optoporation, synonym of photoporation. Optoperations, plural of optoperation. Optosensing, optical sensing / monitoring, typically via optical fiber technology. Optospectroscopic, relating to optical spectroscopy. Optospintronic, related to optospintronics. Optospintronics, the study of the interaction of light with spin polarization spintronics. Optostimulation, optical stimulation. Optostimulations, plural of optostimulation. Optotag, to employ optotagging as part of optogenetics. Optotag, simple past and past participle of optotag. Optotagging, tagging as part of an optogenetics experiment. Optothermal, relating to light and heat. Optotype, a standardized symbol for testing vision. Optotypes, plural of optotype. Optotypic, relating to an optotype. Optrode, alternative. The spelling of optode. Optrodes, plural of optrode. Optronic, optoelectronic. Optronics. Optoelectronics. Opt, third person singular simple present indicative of opt. Opse, third person singular simple present indicative of opt-in. Opts out, third person singular simple present indicative of opt-out. Abu, a coastal settlement in the Bay of Islands, Northland, New Zealand. Opuense, well, opuenses, plural of opulence. Opulences, plural of opulence. Opulency, archaic form of opulence. Opulent, luxuriant, and ostentatiously magnificent. Opulently, in an opulent manner. Opinate, a coastal town in Taranaki, New Zealand. Opuntia, a genus of cactus that includes such cacti as the prickly pear and stockennossel. Appendaceous, belonging to the Feli Epidesi Nemathlus subfamily Epinodian cactaceae. Opuntias, plural of Opuntia. Atenoi, any cactus of the subfamily Apiniodi. Athenoides, plural of Apinpioi. Opus, a work of music or set of works with a specified rank. In an ordering of a composer's complete published works. Opus Dei, the Prelature of the Holy Cross, and Opus Dei, a Roman Catholic organization composed of a prelate, secular clergy, and lay people, whose mission is to spread the Catholic teaching that everyone is called to become a saint. Its lay members, men and women, engage in the affairs of the world and seek to direct them according to God's will. Opus Incertum, an ancient Roman construction technique, using irregular shaped and randomly placed uncut stones or fist-sized tough blocks inserted in a core of opus cementitium Roman concrete. Opus Magnum, alternative form of magnum opus. Opus operantis, the spiritual effect in the performance of a religious rite that is ascribed chiefly or exclusively to the disposition of the recipient. Opus operatum, the spiritual effect in the performance of a religious rite which accrues from the virtue inherent in it, or by grace imparted to it, irrespective of the performer. Opus quadratum, an ancient Roman construction technique in which squared blocks of stone of the same height were set in parallel courses, most often without the use of mortar. Opus spiccatum, herringbone masonry. Opuscule, obsolete form of opuscule. Opuscules, plural of opuscule. Opusculum, plural of opusculum. Opuscule, a small or petty work. Opuscules, plural of opuscule. Opusculum, an opuscule, a short work. Opuses, plural of opus. Opuzen, a town in Croatia. Oh, initialism of optionally piloted vehicle. Oh, plural of OPV. Opwa, initialism of Office of Public Works. Oplitec, alternative form of Oplitec. Initialism of obligatory quote. Initialism of olive quick decline syndrome. Initialism of optic-spaced quantum imaging. Initialism of observed quality level. Otker, initialism of officer qualification record. Otter, plural of OQR. Plural of OQ. Aguasa, a type of blueback trout, Salvelinus aquasa, specifically those found in the Rangeley Lakes region of Maine, now considered to be the same species as the Sunapee trout. Aquasas, plural of aquasa. Aquaca, a village, the county seat of Henderson County, Illinois, United States. Aquendo, a surname. Aquendos, plural of aquendo. Acor, a census-designated place in Salt Lake County, Utah. Inclusive, or either one proposition or the other is true or both. A surname, or anything, synonym of or something, used with negative constructions. Barbas, used to indicate one's intention to do everything possible to achieve a goal with failure being the only alternative. Or else, otherwise, or as an alternative. Or gate, a logic gate performing a Boolean logic or operation. Or gates, plural of or gate. Wehor, alternative spelling of or whore. Or it didn't happen, unless one can provide the proof that one is requesting that person has no credibility in the matter. Or not. Final interrogative particle, forming a yes/no question from a declarative statement. Or should I say, said by someone after a statement, meaning to precede a pun or another kind of clever rephrasing. Or so, roughly, approximately, or something like that, used to indicate the possibility that the preceding word or phrase is vague or not exactly correct in its applicability. But what, or something else, allows for the existence of an unexpressed alternative to what was said, or words to that effect, used to indicate a paraphrase or the chance of an error in the details of reported speech. Or from the outset, original, out of, without. Or mo, dated form of ormalu. Or molus, plural of ormalu. Or abbreviation of Oregon, the state of the United States as used in case citations. R/C, initialism of official receipt/certificate of registration. A diminutive of the female given name Aurelia, from Latin, variant of aura, mainly used in the USA in the latter half of the 19th century. Or a serrata, the serrated junction between the retina and the ciliary body, marking the transition from the simple non-photosensitive area of the ciliary body to the complex, multilayered photosensitive region of the cilia. Oribashutidae, synonym of red-bellied tedi. Oribashutitis, plural of Oribashutidae. Oraculi, synonym of oracularly. Orach, the saltbush, any of several plants of the genus Atriplex. Oric, alternative spelling of orach. Oric moth, Trichia atriplicis, a species of moth. Oryx, plural of oric. Orachis, plural of orach. Arazes, plural of oracy. Oracle, a database management system and its associated software developed by the Oracle Corporation. Oracle bone, a piece of turtle shell or bone used for divination during the late Shang dynasty of China. Oracle bone script, the set of incised ancient Chinese characters found on oracle bones used in divination during Bronze Age China. Oracle bones, plural of oracle bone. Oracle card, a type of card used for spiritual insight, personal exploration, and ritual. Oracle cards, plural of oracle. Card. Oracle machine. In computability theory, a form of theoretical Turing machine able to solve even undecidable decision problems in a single operation. Oracle machines, plural of oracle machine. Oracle, simple past and past participle of oracle.
Here we go.
Like an oracle, prophetic. Oracles, plural of oracle. Oracle, present participle and gerund of oracle. Oracular, of or relating to an oracle. Oracularities, plural of oracularity. Oracularity, oracular speech or behavior. Oracularly, in an oracular manner. Oracularness, oracularity. Oraculous, oracular. Oraculously, in an oraculous manner, like an oracle. Oraculousness, the state or condition of being oraculous. Oracy, the ability to speak and to understand spoken language. Urat, located towards the oral opening the mouth. Oradea, the capital and largest city of Bihar County, Romania. Oradell, a borough of Bergen County, New Jersey, United States. Orajas, stormy. Ara, a surname from Aramaic. Arajas, plural of Oraha. Orehavica, a town in Croatia. Orebai, a Hopi village in Arizona, United States. Orebai Wash, a right tributary of the Little Colorado, Arizona, United States. Orabian, of, relating, or pertaining to Orebai, Arizona. Orison, obsolete form of orison. Orisons, plural of orison. Orexi, a Pashtun tribe of Pakistan. Uro,
Invincible.
a male given name from Latin of American usage. Oral allergy syndrome, a food allergy consisting of a cluster of allergic reactions in the mouth and throat in response to eating certain fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Oral argument, A portion of a legal proceeding wherein the attorneys present their argument by speaking directly to the judge and answering the judge's questions. Oral arguments. Plural of oral argument. Oral availabilities. Plural of oral availability. Oral availability. The quality of being efficacious when taken by mouth, usually of a medicinal drug. Oral candidiasis. Plural of oral candidiasis. Oral candidiasis. Infection on the mucous membranes of the mouth due to yeast of the genus Candida. Oral cavities. Plural of oral cavity. Oral cavity. The cavity of the mouth, especially the part of the mouth behind the gums and teeth that is bounded above by the hard and soft palates and below by the tongue and by the mucous membrane connecting it with the inner part of the mandible. Oral exam. A type of assessment that evaluates a student's knowledge, skills, and abilities through verbal communication. Oral examination. Synonym of oral exam. Oral exams. Plural of oral exam. Oral glucose. A medication high in glucose often given in a gel form to treat patients experiencing a diabetic crisis. Oral gratification. In Freudian psychology, the satisfaction felt in infancy when the need for food, especially from the mother's breast, is fulfilled, and which in later life can be associated with such dysfunctional behaviors as excessive eating, drinking, or smoking. Oral gratifications. Plural of oral gratification. Oral histories. Plural of oral history. Oral history. The collection and study of historical information about individuals, families, important events, or everyday life using audio tapes, videotapes, or transcriptions of planned interviews. Oral hygiene. The practice of keeping the mouth clean in order to prevent cavities, dental caries, gingivitis, periodontitis, bad breath halitosis, and other dental disorders. Oral law. A code of conduct in use in a given culture, religion, or community, by which a body of rules of human behavior is transmitted by oral tradition and effectively respected. Oral law. Plural of oral law. Oral lore. Oral tradition. Oral lores. Plural of oral lore. Oral mucositis. Inflammation of the mucous membranes of the mouth. Oral myology. The study and therapeutic intervention that deals with evaluating and treating the muscles in the mouth and face. Oral sex. Stimulation of another person's genitals or anus using the mouth. Oral stage. In Freudian psychoanalysis, the first stage of psychosexual development during early infancy, when the baby's mouth is their primary erogenous zone. Oral stages. Plural of oral stage. Oral surgeon. A specialist in oral surgery. Oral surgeons. Plural of oral surgeon. Oral surgeries. Plural of oral surgery. Oral surgery. Any type of surgical procedure performed on the teeth, gums, jaw, or other oral structures. Oral Torah. Them is not. Oral tradition. Cultural material transmitted orally from one generation to another. Oral traditions. Plural of oral tradition. Oral vowel. A vowel that is produced without nasalization. Oral vowels. Plural of oral vowel. Oral care. The care and hygiene of the mouth. Oral. A white silk veil with colored stripes, sometimes worn by the Pope. Orals. Plural of oral. Oralization. the act or an act of oralizing, the act or an act of turning something written into something oral. Oralizations, plural of oralization. Oralize, to speak out something that is written, to turn something written into something oral. Oralize, simple past and past participle of oralize. Oralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oralize. Oralizing. Present participle and gerund of oralize. Oralism. A philosophy for the deaf opposed to manualism that uses spoken language consisting of lip reading, speech, the process of watching mouth movements, and mastering breathing techniques. Oralisms. Plural of oralism. Oralis. A supporter of oralism. Oralistic. Of or pertaining to oralism. Oralists. Plural of oralis. Oralities. Plural of orality. Orality. The state of being oral. Oralizable. Able to be oralized. Oralization. The act or an act of oralizing. The act or an act of turning something written into something oral. Oralizations. Plural of oralization. Oralize. To speak out something that is written. To turn something written into something oral. Oralize. Simple past and past participle of oralize. Oralizer. One who oralizes. Oralizers. Plural of oralizer. Oralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oralize. Oralizing. Present participle and gerund of oralize. Oralloy. Highly enrich uranium. Orally. By mouth. Orally disintegrating tablet. A pill designed to disintegrate in the mouth. Orally disintegrating tablets. Plural of orally disintegrating tablet. Oralmost. Located furthest in the oral direction. Oral nasal. Oronasal. Oralness. The quality or condition of being oral. Orals. Plural of oral. Ora. A surname. Ram. A surname from Spanish. Aramis. A surname from Spanish. Oramases. Plural of oramas. Orams. Plural of Oram. Oram. A city, port, and province of Algeria. Ornasan. Rare form of orangutan. Ornasans. Plural of ornatan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orangutang. Rambo, a barangay of Pasig, Metro Manila, Philippines. Orankaya, alternative form of Orankay. Orankayas, plural of Orankaya. Renta, a goldfish characterized by a prominent raspberry-like hood encasing its head. Orandas, plural of Oranda. Ori, a village, the administrative center of Orient Starostensky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hamada Vishhorod Rayon Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Ore, an orangutan. Orangasli, several different indigenous people of Malaya and peninsular Thailand. Orang Laut, any of several seafaring ethnic groups and tribes living around Singapore, Peninsular Malaysia, and the Indonesian Riau Islands. Orangutan. Alternative spelling of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutan. Dated form of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orang Pendek. A cryptid reported to inhabit mountainous forests on the island of Sumatra. It is a ground dwelling bipedal primate covered in short fur. Orang Pendek. Plural of Orang Pendek. Orangutan. Alternative spelling of orangutan. Orangutan. Rare form of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Orangutans. Plural of orangutan. Bird. Any round citrus fruit with a yellow-red color when ripe and a sour-sweet taste. The fruit of the orange tree. Orange American. Alternative form of Orange American. Orange Americans. Plural of Orange American. Orange baboon tarantula. An old world species of tarantula, Pteronotulus murinus, found in Angola, as well as Central and Southern Africa, ranging in colors from red, orange, and brown. Orange baboon tarantulae. Plural of Orange baboon tarantula. Orange baboon tarantulas. Plural of Orange baboon tarantula. Orange ball buttleja. Orange ball tree buttleja globosa. Orange ball buttlejas. Plural of Orange ball buttleja. Orange bitey thing. Synonym of Orange baboon tarantula. Orange bitey things. Plural of Orange bitey thing. Orange blister beetle. A poisonous orange beetle in genus Nemagnatha. Orange blister beetles. Plural of orange blister beetle. Orange blossom. The fragrant white flower of the orange tree, Citrus sinensis. Orange blossom water. Synonym of orange flower water. Orange blossom waters. Plural of orange blossom water. Orange blossoms. Plural of orange blossom. Orange Book. A publication of the United States Food and Drug Administration (FDA) that identifies drug products approved on the basis of safety. And effectiveness. Orange Box. A piece of hardware or software that generates caller ID frequency shift keying FSK signals to spoof caller ID information on the target's caller ID terminal. Orange boxes. Plural of orange box. Orange chicken. An American Chinese dish of Hainanese origin made with fried chicken pieces in a sweet orange flavored chili sauce glaze. Orange City. A city in Volusia County, Florida, United States. Orange County, one of 58 counties in California. County seat, Santa Ana. Abbreviation OC, usually with the Orange Cove. A city in Fresno County, California, United States. Orange Daisy. a fleabane of species Erigeron aurantiacus. Orange dot, the caterpillar of the giant swallowtail butterfly, which feeds on the leaves of citrus. Orange dogs, plural of orange dog. Orange drink, any sugary, sometimes carbonated, orange-flavored drink, such as orangeade or orange squash. Orange drinks, plural of orange drink. Orange dwarf, a small orange star of the main sequence. Orange dwarfs, plural of orange dwarf. Orange empire, the portions of Southern California given to citrus cultivation in the early 20th century, including Orange County, Western Riverside County, Southwestern San Bernardino County, and Eastern Los Angeles County. Orange filefish, a filefish of species Eluterus scophii, typically found along the Central American coast. Orange filefishes, plural of orange filefish. Orange flower water, a clear, strongly flavored and scented byproduct of the distillation of fresh, bitter orange blossoms for their essential oil. Orange flower waters, plural of orange flower water. Orange flowering jessamine, a plant, Cestrum aurantiacum. Orange Free State, a former province of South Africa, existing 1910 and 1994, now the province of Free State. Orange EDM, an orange azo dye, 1-M-sulfophenyl azo 2-naphthol 6-sulfonic acid, used as a food coloring. Orange goods, products that are consumed and replaced moderately quickly, more frequently than yellow goods but less than red goods, for example clothing. Orange grove, a group of cultivated orange trees. Orange groves, plural of orange grove. Orange gum, an Australian tree of species Angophora costata Angophora lanceolata.
Invincible.
Orange gums, plural of orange gum. Orange hawkweed, Hylocella aurantiaca, a flowering plant of the family Asteraceae, native to alpine regions of Central and Southern Europe. Orange hokkaido, synonym of red curry squash. Orange jessamine, a South Asian shrub or small tree related to citrus, Murraya paniculata, grown for its evergreen foliage and fragrant flowers. Orange jessamines, plural of orange jessamine. Orange juice, the juice of squeezed oranges, used as a beverage or in cocktails. This entity is a translation hub. Orange juices, plural of orange juice. Orange lilies, plural of orange lily. Orange lily, Lilium bulbiferum, a herbaceous European lily with underground bulbs and orange flowers. Orange man, Donald Trump, current U.S. President and politician. Orange man bad, a statement used to mock opposers of the American politician Donald Trump, implying that they only oppose him because it is either popular to do so, or have no idea what their own political stances really are. Orange man bad, alternative form of orange man bad. Orange milkweed, Asclepias tuberosa, a milkweed native to eastern North America with clustered orange flowers. Orange mint, a mint that smells of oranges, now specifically the eau de cologne mint, Mentha times Piperita varsitrata. Orange notice, a notice from Interpol warning of an imminent threat and danger to persons or property. Orange notices, plural of orange notice. Orange Order, a Northern Ireland religious and political organization loyal to the British Crown and with strong anti-Catholicism policies. Orange peel, The skin of an orange, including the pith. Orange peel theory. The idea that a relationship is strengthened by seemingly minor acts of service for one's partner, such as peeling an orange for them. Orange peels, plural of orange peel. Orange pekoe, a high-quality grade of black tea from India and Sri Lanka. Orange pekoes, plural of orange pekoe. Orange pill, a notional pill taken by those who have become dedicated to investing in Bitcoin. Orange pill, simple past and past participle of orange pill. Orange pilling, present participle and gerund of orange pill. Orange pills, plural of orange pill. Orange pipefish, Maroubra yasudai, a species of pipefish. Orange pipefishes, plural of orange pipefish. Orange puppies, plural of orange puppy. Orange puppy, synonym of orange dog. Type of caterpillar. Orange ringlet, a species of saturnine butterfly with orange wings, Hypocysta adient, endemic to northern Australia. Orange ringlets, plural of orange ringlet. Orange River, the longest river in South Africa. Orange River Colony, the Orange Free State when annexed by Britain in 1900. Orange Roughies, plural of orange roughy. Orange roughy, an edible deep-sea fish Hoplostethus atlanticus of the slimehead family Trachychthyeidae. Orange sharpshooter, a Proconiine leafhopper of species Bothrgonia adida, native to tropical Southeast Asia. Orange sharpshooters, plural of orange sharpshooter. Orange Shirt Day, September 30th, a national observance in remembrance of the time of year that indigenous children were forcibly removed from native homes to be forced into schools to assimilate into the colonizers' culture and lose their birth culture, and the cultural genocide and deaths of children at the schools, caused by the residential school system. Observers frequent to stand in solidarity with survivors of the residential schools, first observed in 2013. Orange squash, a sweetened drink made with oranges but often containing additional flavorings that is served diluted with water. Orange squashes, plural of orange squash. Orange staff sergeant, a nymphalid butterfly of species Athmacama of tropical and subtropical Asia. Orange staff sergeants, plural of orange staff sergeant, a nymphalid butterfly of species Athmacama of tropical and subtropical Asia. Orange staff sergeants, plural of orange staff sergeant. Orange stick, a thin stick used in manicuring with one tapered and one pointed end. Orange sticks, plural of orange stick. Orange sunshine, lysergic acid diethylamide produced in California in the late 1960s in the form of orange tablets. Orange swift, a moth of species Triodia sylvina found in Europe. Orange swifts, plural of orange swift. Orange tip, any of various period butterflies having orange tips to the upper forewings, especially Anthocharis cotymenes of Eurasia. Orange tips, plural of orange tip. Orange tree, Citrus sinensis, a fruit tree that bears oranges. This entity is a translation hub. Orange trees, plural of orange tree. Orange Walk, the capital city of Orange Walk District, located on the New River in the north of Belize. Orange Walk Town, alternative form of Orange Walk, capital of the Orange Walk district of Belize. Orange wine, a type of wine made from white wine grapes where the grape skins are not removed. Orange wines, plural of orange wine. Orange American, a white American who has orange-colored skin, used primarily in reference to Donald J. Trump. Orange Americans, plural of orange American. Orange ball tree, a plant of species Butylgia globosa, native to Chile and Argentina. Orange ball trees, plural of orange ball tree. Orange-bellied parrot, Neophoma chrysogaster, a species of grass parrot found in Australia. Orange blossom, uncommon form of orange blossom. Orange blossoms, plural of orange blossom. Orange-footed scrubfowl, a species of megapode, Megapodius reinward of Indonesia, New Guinea, and northern Australia. Orange-footed scrubfowls, plural of orange-footed scrubfowl. Orange juice, dated form of orange juice. Orange Nassau, the royal house or family of the Netherlands. Orange peel bucket, a kind of grab bucket with separate hinged portions resembling the peel of an orange. Orange peel buckets,
Invincible.
plural of orange peel bucket. Orange peel fungus, a fungus, Alluria orantia. Orange peely, resembling or characteristic of orange peel. Orange spotted bulbul, Pygmanatus bimaculatus, a species of perching bird. Orange spotted bulbuls, plural of orange spotted bulbul. Orange spotted drone flies, plural of orange spotted drone fly. Orange spotted drone fly, Aristoteles anthophorina, a species of drone fly. Orange spotted roach, synonym of dubia roach, Blathica dubia. Orange spotted roaches, plural of orange spotted roach. Orange thighed frog, Ranoidea xanthomera, an Australian tree frog. Orange throated whiptail, Aspidoceles hyperoches, plural of orange spotted roach. Orange thighed frog, Ranoidea xanthomera, an Australian tree frog. Orange throated whiptail, Aspidoceles hyperythrus, a species of tade whiptail. Orange throated whiptails, plural of orange throated whiptail. Orange wife, a woman who sells oranges. Orange winged Amazon, a species of parrot, Amazona amazonica. Orange winged Amazons, plural of orange winged Amazon. Orange winged parrot, a species of parrot, Amazona amazonica. Orange winged parrots, plural of orange winged parrot. Orange wives, plural of orange wife. Orangey, a soft drink or a soda with an orange flavor. Orangeades, plural of orangey. Orangey, candied orange peel. Orangeades, plural of orangeades. Orangeberries, plural of orangeberry. Orangeberry, a shrub native to Australia and Southeast Asia, related to citrus and having small pink, citrus-like fruits, like as Miss Pentaphylla. Orangeette blossom, uncommon form of orange blossom. Orangeette blossoms, plural of orangeette blossom. Orangeburg, a hamlet and census-designated place in Rockland County, New York, United States. Orangeburg County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Orangeburg. Orangecello, a drink resembling limoncello but made with oranges rather than lemons. In Italian, this drink is actually called Arancello from Arancia orange. Orangecello, plural of orangecello. Orange, simple past and past participle of orange. Orangage, alternative spelling of Orange. Orangeism, the principles or beliefs of the Loyal Orange Institution, commonly known as the Orange Order. Orangeace, alternative form of Orangist. Orangeace, plural of Orangeace. Orangeate, a kind of kimberlite with phlogopite macrocrysts and microphenocrysts. Orangeates, plural of Orangeate. Orangeace, without oranges. Orange-like, resembling or characteristic of an orange. Orangilo, a citrus fruit that is a cross between an orange and a grapefruit. Orangilos, plural of orangilo. Orangely, in an orange manner. Orangemen, any Protestant Unionist Irishman. Orangemen.
Invincible.
Plural of Orangemen. Orangemen's Day, a primarily Ulster Protestant celebration held on 12 July, celebrating the Glorious Revolution 1688 and victory of Protestant King William of Orange over Catholic King James Roman II at the Battle of the Boyne 1690, which ensured a Protestant ascendancy in Ireland. Orangeness, the quality of the orange in color. Orange apple, alternative spelling of orange pill. Orange apple, simple past and past participle of orange apple. Orange appling, present participle and gerund of orange apple. Orange apples, plural of orange apple. Orange aqua, a citrus tree, a cross between an orange and a kumquat. Orange aquas, plural of orange aquat. Orange aquat, a monotypic species of Tanager unionis campestris endemic to Jamaica. Orange aquats, plural of orange aquat. Orager, comparative form of orange, more orange. Orangery, alternative form of orangery. Orangeries, plural of orangery. Orangeroo, the plant Golden Seal Hydrestes canadensis. Orangery, a greenhouse in which orange trees are grown. Oranges, plural of orange. Oranges and lemons, a traditional English children's game in which a rhyme is chanted as the players file in pairs through an arch formed by two other players' clasped hands, whose caught when the hands descend then form another adjacent arch. Oranges with oranges, synonym of apples to apples. Oranges, superlative form of orange, most orange. Orangeatini, a martini cocktail made with orange liqueur. Orangeatinas, plural of orangeatini. Orangetta, alternative spelling of orange tip. Orangetics, plural of orangetta. Orangetown, a town in Rockland County, New York, United States. Orangevale, a census-designated place in Sacramento County, California, United States. Orangeville, a town in New South Wales, Australia. Orangewoman, a female orangewoman. Orangewoman, plural of orangewoman. Orangewood, the wood of the orange tree. Orangeworm, a snout moth of the genus Amyella that is a pest to some commercial crops. Orangeworms, plural of orangeworm. Orangey, a Protestant, especially one that is a member of the Protestant Unionist community of Northern Ireland. Orangey, a pro-British Ulster Protestant. Are comparative form of orange, more orange. Oranges, plural of orange. Ideast, superlative form of orange, most orange. Oranginess, the quality or state of being orange. Yes. Oranging, present participle and gerund of orange. Orangish, relatively orange in color. Orangishness, the quality or state of being orangish, somewhat orange, orange-like, or somewhat like an orange. Orangism, support for the House of Orange. Oranges, a supporter of the House of Orange. Oranges, plural of oranges. Orangite, an orange-yellow variety of thorite found in Norway. Orangites, plural of orangite. Rago, one of the islands of the Bijagos archipelago, Guinea-Bissau. Orangoid, resembling that of an orangutan. Orangutan, rare form of orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orangutan. Orangutan, rare form of orangutan. Orangutan, alternative spelling of orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orang. Orangutan. Orangs, plural of orang. Orangutan, any of 3 species of arboreal anthropoid ape characterized by their shaggy reddish-brown coat and long arms, which comprise the genus Pongo, native to Borneo and Sumatra. Orangutan, alternative form of orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orangutan. Orangutan-like, resembling an orangutan. Orangutans, plural of orangutan. Orani, alternative spelling of Orani. Orani, a municipality of Bataan, Philippines.
Here we go.
Oranian, relating to the Algerian city of Oran. Oranians, plural of Oranian. Orange, the Netherlands national football team. Orange, Blanche Blue, a former national flag of South Africa, used from 1928 to 1994 during the apartheid era. Orangelle UN, the Netherlands women's national football team. Orangestad, the capital city of Aruba. Orankay, in the Malay archipelago, a person of distinction, a chief or noble. Orankays, plural of Orankay. Onamor, a town. In County Galway, Ireland. Arens, a figure in an attitude of prayer, usually standing, with the elbows close to the sides of the body and with the hands outstretched sideways, palms up. Orant, alternative form of orans. Oranta, alternative form of orans. Orante, alternative form of orans. Orantes, plural of orans. Orants, plural of orant. Oria, synonym of Cura. Orions, plural of Orion. Auraria, plural of Aurarian. Aurarian, of or pertaining to a coast. Aurarians, plural of Aurarian. Aurarian, a deacon's stole in the Eastern Orthodox Church. Aurarian, a collection of private devotions. Ares, Initialism of Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. RS,
Invincible.
plural of Aura. Arasti, a city in Hunedoara County, Romania. Ardesas, a commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Orazunu, a village and commune of Sădimare County, Romania. Orat Oblik, abbreviation of Oratio Obliqua. Orate, to speak formally, to give a speech. Orated, simple past and past participle of orate. Orate, third person singular simple present indicative of orate. Orating, present participle and gerund of orate. Oratio acta, direct speech. Oration, a formal, often ceremonial speech. Orational, synonym of oratory relating to public speaking. Oration, simple past and past participle of oration. Orations obliqui, plural of oratio obliqua. Orations recti, plural of oratio recta. Orationing, present participle and gerund of oration. Orations, plural of oration. Alrighty, uncle. Short speech or oration. Alrighty, uncles. Plural of oratiuncle. Other, someone who orates or delivers an oration. Oratores, alternative form of oratress. Oratoresses, plural of oratores. Oratorio. Oratorical. Oratorially, in an oratorial way.
Here we go.
Oratorian, a member of any of various religious orders with oratory or oratorium in the name. Oratorians, plural of oratorium. Orator, alternative form of oratorical. Oratorical, of or relating to oratory or an orator. Oratorically, in an oratorical manner. Oratories, plural of oratory. Oratorio, a musical composition often based on a religious theme, similar to opera but with no costume, scenery, or acting. Oratorio de Concepcion, a town in Cuscatlán Department, El Salvador. Oratorios, plural of oratorio. Oratorious, oratorical. Orderize, to play the orator. Orderize, simple past and past participle of orderize. Orderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of orderize. Orderizing, present participle and gerund of orderize. Order-like, resembling or characteristic of an orator. Orders, plural of orator. Ordership, the role or status of an orator. Orderships, plural of ordership. Oratory, the oratory of St. Philip Neri, a society of priests and lay brothers founded in 1575. Orator, obsolete form of order. Orators,
Invincible.
plural of orator. Oratress, a female orator. Oratresses, plural of oratress. Oratrices, plural of oratrix. Oratrix, a female plaintiff or complainant in equity pleading. Oratrixes, plural of oratrix. Orature, the oral equivalent of literature, a collection of traditional folk songs, stories, etc. that is communicated orally rather than in writing. Orators, plural of orature, oral, equivalent of literature. Orvita, a city in Banat in western Romania. Orazamai, a synthetic hepatoprotective drug. Initialism of object request broker. A spherical body, a sphere, especially one of the celestial spheres, a sun, planet, or star. Orb spider, synonym of orb weaver. Orb spiders, plural of orb spider. Orb weaver, alternative form of orb weaver. Orb weavers, plural of orb weaver. Orb web spider, an orb weaver aranidi. Orb web spiders, plural of orb web spider. Arbai, a surname from German. Arbais, plural of orba. Arben, a Hungarian ethnic surname from Hungarian. Orbanian, of or pertaining to Viktor Orban, born 1963, Hungarian politician and prime minister. Orbanism, the political philosophy associated with Viktor Orban, born 1963, Hungarian politician and prime minister. Orbanomics, the economic ideas and policies of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his government. Orbat, acronym of Order of Battle. Orbes, bereaved, fatherless or childless. Orbitai, a group of bioactive cyclic ribosomally synthesized and post-translationally modified peptides of natural plant sources. Orbitides, plural of orbiti. Orbation, the state of being orbate or deprived of parents or children, privation in general, bereavement. Ardal, a surname. Obsolete spelling of ord. Having the form of an orb, round. Spherical. Orbegoso, a surname from Spanish. Aurelian, a surname from Armenian. Aurelians, plural of Orbelian. Orbit, shaped or moving like an orb, spherical, circular. Orbical, synonym of orbicular. Orbicle, a small orb or sphere. Orbicles, plural of orbicle. Orbicula, a dorsal sclerite over a Hymenopteran aerolean, a hard exoskeletal feature with species-specific shape that overhangs and protects the adhesive tip of such an insect's leg and around which the claw S curl, abbreviation R or AB.
Invincible.
Orbiculi, plural of orbicula. Orbicular, circular or spherical in shape, round. Orbicular stigma, a circular marking on the wings of some butterflies and moths. Cell spot. Orbiculaires, plural of orbicularis. Orbiculaires ocular, plural of orbicularis oculi. Orbiculaires orum, plural of orbicularis oris. Orbicularian, any spider of the clade Orbicularii. Orbicularians, plural of orbicularian. Orbicularis, a muscle surrounding an opening. Orbicularis oculi, a muscle of the face that encircles the orbit and passes through the eyelids, serving to close the eye. Orbicularis oris, a muscle made up of several layers of fibers passing in different directions that surrounds the mouth and controls most movements of the lips as compressing, closing, or pursing movements. Orbicularity, the quality of the orbicular. Orbicularly, in an orbicular fashion. Orbiculus, plural of orbicula. Orbiculate, spherical or circular, orbicular. Orbiculated, alternative form of orbiculate. Orbiculately, in an orbiculate manner. Orbiculates, plural of orbiculate. Orbiculation, the state or quality of being orbiculate. Orbiculatoxide, a particular steroid glycoside. Orbicule, an inclusion in an igneous rock. Orbicules, plural of orbicule. Orbicucide, a particular steroid glycoside.
Here we go.
Orbifloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Orbifold, a topological space in which every small enough neighborhood is homeomorphic to a quotient of real space by the action of a finite group. Orbifolded, converted into an orbifold. Orbifolding, the generation of an orbifold. Orbifoldings, plural of orbifolding. Orbifoldize, converted to or considered as an orbifold. Orbifold, plural of orbifold. Orbiform, a plane for which the distance between the points of contact of two non-equal parallel tangents at a circle is the same everywhere. Orbiforms, plural of orbiform. Orbifrontal, alternative form of orbitofrontal. Autoleages, or relating to the autoleacy. Aurelian, of or relating to disciplinarianism in teaching. Autoes, a schoolmaster who flogs his pupils. Aureleses, plural of Arbelius. Aurelia, the shield of certain lichens, as in Usnea. Arbeli, plural of Orbila. Orib, present participle and gerund of orb. Arne, any pelagete worm of the family Arbinae. Ares, plural of Arbinae. Orbit. Asserting. Orbison illusion. An optical illusion consisting of a two-dimensional figure superimposed over a background of radial lines or concentric circles, resulting in apparent distortion of both the figure and its background. Orbisonian, of or relating to Roy Orbison 1936-1988, American singer-songwriter known for his distinctive, powerful voice, complex compositions, and dark emotional ballads. Orbispace, a topological space or generalization of an orbifold. Orbispaces, plural of orbispace. Orbit, the curved path of one object around a point or another body. Orbit stabilizer theorem, a theorem which states that for each element of a given set that a given group acts on, there is a natural bijection between the orbit of that element and the cosets of the stabilizer subgroup with respect to that element. Orbita, obsolete form of orbit. Orbiti, plural of orbita. Orbital, of or relating to or forming an orbit such as the orbit of a moon, planet, or spacecraft. Orbital apex syndrome, a collection of cranial nerve deficits associated with with a mass lead near the apex of the orbit, often leading to ophthalmoplegia. Orbital apex syndromes. Plural of orbital apex syndrome. Orbital cavities. Plural of orbital cavity. Orbital cavity. An eye socket. Orbital defense platform. A satellite or syndrome. Orbital cavities. Plural of orbital cavity. Orbital cavity. An eye socket. Orbital defense platform. A satellite or space station found in many different works of science fiction meant to defend a planet against attack from space. Orbital defense platforms. Plural of orbital defense platform. Orbital element. One of the parameters needed to uniquely specify a particular orbit. Orbital elements. Plural of orbital element. Orbital fissure. Either of two openings transmitting nerves and blood vessels to or from the orbit. Orbital fissures. Plural of orbital fissure. Orbital forming. Orbital riveting. Orbital index. In the skull, the ratio of the vertical height to the transverse width of the orbit, which is taken as the standard, equal to 100. Orbital indexes. Plural of orbital index. Orbital indices. Plural of orbital index. Orbital mechanics. Astrodynamics, the study of the movement of vehicles in space. Orbital motorway. Synonym of ring road. Orbital motorways. Plural of orbital motorway. Orbital plane. The surface plane that contains an orbit. Orbital planes. Plural of orbital plane. Orbital process. A process of the palatine bone that forms part of the floor of the orbit. Orbital processes. Plural of orbital process. Orbital quantum number. Azimuthal quantum number. Orbital quantum numbers. Plural of orbital quantum number. Orbital ridge. The bony ridge beneath the eyebrow, the brow bone. Orbital ridges. Plural of orbital ridge. Orbital riveting. A form of riveting involving a rotating peen tool mounted at an angle. Orbital sander. A handheld sander that vibrates in small circles or orbits. Orbital sanders. Plural of orbital sander. Orbital symmetries. Plural of orbital symmetry. Orbital symmetry. The properties of an atomic orbital or molecular orbital that characterize its symmetry, especially those properties that are conserved in a chemical reaction. Orbital velocity. Synonym of orbital speed. Orbitales. Plural of orbitales. Orbitales. A muscle that controls protrusion of the eyeball. Orbitally. By means of or in relation to orbit. Orbitals. Plural of orbital. Orbiter. Orbital. Arbitrary. Pertaining to an orbit. Orbital. Orbitational. Of or related to an orbit or orbiting. Orbited. Simple past and past participle of orbit. Orbiter. An object that orbits another, especially a spacecraft that orbits a planet, etc. without landing on it. Orbiters. Plural of orbiter. Orbitastile. Any sea snail in the family Orbitastilidae. Orbitastilids. Plural of orbitastilid. Artides. Plural of orbity. Orbiting. Present participle and gerund of orbit. Orbita. Orbit. Orbitocerebral. Relating to the art of the rating. Orbitoclast. A surgical instrument for performing transorbital lobotomies resembling an ice pick. Orbitoclasts. Plural of orbitoclasts. Orbitofrontal. located in the frontal lobes above the orbits of the eyes. Orbitofrontal cortex, a prefrontal cortex region in the frontal lobes of the brain which is involved in the cognitive process of decision-making. Orbitofrontal cortexes, plural of orbitofrontal cortex. Orbitofrontal cortices, plural of orbitofrontal cortex. Orbitographic, relating to orbitography, both senses. Orbitography, the determination and positioning of satellite orbits by a form of geodesy. A large tapering muscle in some frogs associated with the ceratoium. Orbitoid, any foraminifer of the family Orbitoididae. Orbitoidal, of or pertaining to an orbitoid. Orbitoids, plural of orbitoid. Orbitolateral, lateral to the of the eye. Orbitolinate, any foraminifer in the family Orbitolinidae. Orbitolinate, plural of orbitolinate. Orbitomaxillary, of all pertaining to the art of the eye and the upper jawbone. Orbitometal, related to the art of the eye, abetas of the orbit medial, relating to the orbital gyrus and the medial prefrontal cortex. Orbit mesial, alternative form of orbita medial. Orbitin, a quasi-particle corresponding to the orbital energy of an electron, which can result from an electron apparently splitting under certain conditions. Orbitonasal, of pertaining to or between the eye socket and the nose. Orbitonic, of or relating to orbitins. Orbitins, plural of orbitin, tonasal, of pertaining to or between the eye socket and the nose. Orbitonic, of or relating to orbitins.
Invincible.
Orbitins, plural of orbitin. Orbitopathies, plural of orbitopathy. Orbitopathy, disease of the orbit and the eye. Orbitoprefrontal, orbital and prefrontal. Orbitosphenoid, of or pertaining to the orbit and the sphenoid bone. Orbitosphenoidal, of or pertaining to the orbitosphenoid bone. Orbitosphenoids, plural of orbitosphenoid. Orbitostenosis, stenosis of an orbit of the eye. Orbitostriatal, orbital and striatal. Orbitotemporal, relating to the orbit of the eye and the temple. Orbitotomies, plural of orbitotomy. Orbitotomy, in zoom into the orbit of the eye. Orbitozygomata, alternative. Form of zygomatico-orbital. Orbitrap, a mass analyzer consisting of an outer barrel-like electrode and a coaxial inner spindle-like electrode that traps ions in an orbital motion around the spindle. The image current from the trapped ions is detected and converted to a mass spectrum using the Fourier transform of the frequency signal. Orbitraps, plural of orbitrap. Orbits, plural of orbit. Orbituary, orbital. Orbitude, bereavement or loss of parents or children. Orbity, a bereavement by loss of parents or children, the state of being orbate, orbation. Orbiviral, relating to orbiviruses. Orbivirus, any virus of the genus Orbivirus, many of which are carried by ticks. Orbiviruses, plural of orbovirus. Orbus, without an orb.
Here we go.
Orb or orbs. Orboid, a small orb. Orblets, plural of orblet. Orblite, resembling an orb. Arbliston, a hamlet in Moray Council area. Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 3057. Orb. Quebec. An orally active platelet receptor antagonist. Plural of RB. Art. Plural of orb. Orbiculum. A crystal ball. Orbiculums. Plural of orbiculum. Arbweaver. Any spider of the family Aranidae. Arbweavers. Plural of orbweaver. Arbweb. The web of an orbweaver spider. Arbwebs. Plural of orbweb. Arby. Having characteristics of an orb. Or. Initialism of Orange River colony. Or. Alternative form of orc monstrous warrior in fantasy. Russian soldier. Or. A sea mammal Orcinus orca related to dolphins and porpoises, commonly called the killer whale. Orcadian, of art relating to the Orkney Islands. Orcadians, plural of Orcadian. Archagnast, reminiscent of the works of Orcagna Andrea di Scene di Arcangelo, c. 1308-1368, Italian painter, sculptor, and architect. Orthali, resembling or characteristic of an orca. Arcas, plural of orca. Artben, Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. Orzine, a dye related to litmus that is extracted from the lichen Rosella tinctoria, used as a microscopic stain and as a food colorant. Arines, plural of Orsine. Arsa, a surname from French. Orsolite, a hexagonal pyramidal orange white mineral containing arsenic and nickel. Arthas, a female orc. Arsasses, plural of Orses. Orch, abbreviation of orchestra. Orchdork, a member of a school orchestra. Orchdorks, plural of Orchdork. Orch, abbreviation of orchestra. Orchel, obsolete form of Orkel. Orchels, plural of Orchel. Orchanet, alternative form of Alkanet Alcana tinctoria. Orchanian, a surname from Armenian. Orchanians, plural of Orchanian. Orchard, a topographic surname. Orchard Bree, a neighborhood of Edinburgh, Scotland, northwest of the city's centre. OS Grid Ref NT 2374. Orchard City, a town in Delta County, Colorado, United States. Orchard Grass, alternative spelling of orchard grass. Orchard Heater, a heat-generating device used for frost prevention in fruit orchards and vineyards. Orchard Heaters, plural of orchard heater. Orchard House, a glass house for cultivating fruits without artificial heat. Orchard Houses, plural of orchard house. Orchard, one who owns or operates an orchard. Orcharders, plural of orcharder. Orchardful, the quantity or number which fills an orchard. Orchardfuls, plural of orchardful. Orchard grass, any of various grasses of the genus Dactyles, especially Dactylis glomerata. Orchard grasses, plural of orchard grass. Orcharding, the growing of fruit in an orchard. Orchardist. One who owns or operates an orchard. Orchardists. Plural of orchardist. Orchardless. Without an orchard. Orchard-like. Resembling or characteristic of an orchard. Orchardman. A man who owns or tends an orchard. Orchardman. Plural of orchardmen. Orchards. Plural of orchard. Orchardsful. Plural of orchardful. Orchardy. Resembling or characteristic of an orchard. Orchat. Obsolete form of orchard. Orchats. Plural of orchat. Orchal. Alternative spelling of orco. Orchala. Archil. Archil. A tumor or inflammation of the testicle. Archizes. The act and slash or art of dancing. Archosographies. Plural of orchosography. Archosography. An enhanced form of choreography that includes details of the music to accompany the dance. Archistic. Relating to dance. Archistics, the art of dance. Orchestra, a large group of musicians who play together on various instruments, usually including some from strings, woodwind, brass, and slash or percussion. The instruments played by such a group. Orchestra hit, a sampled sound consisting of a number of different orchestral instruments playing a single staccato note or chord at the same time. Orchestra hits, plural of orchestra hit. Orchestra pit, a sunken area in front of a stage in which musicians, largely hidden from view, play music to accompany stage performances. Orchestra pits, plural of orchestra pit. Orchestra stalls, synonym of orchestra pit. Orchestra pit, alternative form of orchestra pit. Orchestry, plural of orchestra. Orchestral, relating to an orchestra or to music played by an orchestra. Orchestral pop, chamber pop. Orchestras, without an orchestra. Orchestralis, a musician who performs as part of an orchestra. Orchestralists, plural of orchestralists. Orchestrally, in an orchestral manner. Orchestrals, plural of orchestral. Orchestrant, a musician who plays an instrument in an orchestra. Orchestrants, plural of orchestrant. Orchestras, plural of orchestra. Orchestrate, to arrange or score music for performance by an orchestra. Orchestrated, simple past and past participle of orchestrate. Orchestrated objective reduction, a theory which postulates that consciousness originates at the quantum level inside neurons, rather than as a product of connections between neurons. Orchestrator, alternative form of orchestrator. Orchestrators, plural of orchestrator. Orchestrates, third person singular simple present indicative of orchestrate. Orchestrating, present participle and gerund of orchestrate. Orchestration, the arrangement of music for performance by an orchestra. Orchestrational, of or pertaining to orchestration. Orchestrations, plural of orchestration. Orchestrator, one who orchestrates. Orchestrators. Plural of orchestrator. Orchestra. Obsolete form. Of orchestra. Orchestral. A player organ designed to mimic the sound of an orchestra, manufactured and used from the late 19th century to early 20th century. Orchestrals. Plural of orchestral. Orchestras. Plural of orchestra. Orchestra. Orchestral. Orchestrina. Orchestrian. Orchestranas. Plural of orchestrina. Orchestrion. A mechanical multiple musical instrument designed to sound like an orchestra or band.
Invincible.
Orchestrions. Plural of orchestrion. Orchid. Orchard. Orchids. Plural of orchid. Orchi. Clipping of orchectomy. Archaealgia. Pain in the testes. Orchid. Relating to the orchids, testicular. Orchid. A plant of the orchid family Orchidaceae, bearing unusually shaped flowers of beautiful colors. Orchid bee. Any of various bees of the tribe. Bubocini. Orchid bees. Plural of orchid bee. Orchid Island. An island of Tainan County, Taiwan, in the Pacific Ocean, Philippine Sea, home of the Taoyami indigenous people. Orchid tree. Any of several species in the genus Bauhinia, many of which are grown for their showy flowers. Orchid trees. Plural of orchid tree. Orchidaceous. Of or pertaining to orchids. Orchidalgia. Synonym of archaealgia. Orchidaria. Plural of orchidarium. Orchidarium. An orchid garden. Orchidariums. Plural of orchidarium. Orchidia. Synonym of orchid. Archaea. Orchidaceous. Orchidias. Plural of orchidia. Orchidectomies. Plural of orchidectomy. Orchictomize. Alternative form of orchictomize. Orchictomized. Simple past and past participle of orchictomize. Orchictomist. One who performs an orchidectomy. Orchictomists.
Here we go.
Plural of orchictomists. Orchictomize. To perform an orchidectomy upon. Orchictomized. Simple past and past participle of orchictomize. Orchictomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of orchictomize. Orchictomizing. Present participle and gerund of orchictomize. Orchidectomy. Synonym of orchictomy. Orchidlyrium. Synonym of orchidomania. Arcadiology. Alternative form of orchidology. Orchideous. Orchidation. Orchids. Plural of orchids. Orchidist. A person who cultivates orchids. Orchidists. Plural of orchidists. Orchiditis. Alternative form of orchitis. Orchid-like. Resembling or characteristic of an orchid. Orchidoid. Any orchid belonging to the subfamily the Orchidoideae. Orchidoids. Plural of orchidoid. Orchidological. Of or pertaining to orchidology. Orchidologist. One who studies orchids. Orchidologists. plural of orchidologists. Orchidology. The study of orchids. Orchidomania. An obsession with orchids, enthusiasm for raising or collecting orchids, especially in the Victorian era. Orchidomaniac. A person who is passionate about collecting or raising orchids. Orchidomaniacs. Plural of orchidomaniac. Orchidometer. An instrument used to measure the volume of the testicles. Orchidometers. Plural of orchidometer. Orchidometry. The measurement of the volume of the testicles. Orchidopsies. Plural of orchidopsy. Orchidopsy. Alternative form of orchiopsy. Orchidophile. An orchid enthusiast. Orchidophiles. Plural of orchidophile. Orchidotomies. Plural of orchidotomy. Orchidotomy. Surgical removal of the testicles. Castration. Orchids. Plural of orchid. Orchidenia. Alternative form of orchidinia. Clipping of orchictomy. Orchictomies. Plural of orchictomy. Orchictomized. Having undergone orchictomy. Orchictomize. To carry out an orchictomy. Orchictomized. Simple past and past participle of orchictomize. Orchictomy. The surgical removal of one or both testes. Orchies. A commune in the department of Nord, in the region of Hauts-de-France, in France, near its border with Belgium. Orgo. Any of several lichens, especially those of the genera Roxella and Lecanora. Orchilla weed. Any lichen from which orchil is obtained. Orchilla weeds. Plural of orchilla weed. Orchils. Plural of orchid. Argidinium. Pain in the testicles. Argometer. Alternative form of orchidometer. Argometers. Plural of archaeometer. Argopsies. Plural of orchiopsy. Argopsy. A procedure for fixation of a testes, often to move an undescended testicle into the scrotum and keep it there. Argatomy. Synonym of orchidotomy. Orchids. An orchid, now specifically a plant of the genus Orchis. Orchises. Plural of orchis. Orchises. Plural of orchis. Orchidea. Relating to orchitis. Orchidites. Plural of orchitis. Orchitis. A painful inflammation of one or both testes. Orchitizes. Plural of orchitis. Orchidogenic. That produces orchitis. Orchidogenicity. The condition of being orchidogenic. Orchomenos. A city in central Greece. Orchomus. Dated form of orchomenos. Orchotomies. Plural of orchotomy. Orchotomy. The surgical removal of a testicle. Castration. Orchy. A river in Argyll and Bute Council area in the Highlands of Scotland, which flows from Lough Tulla to Lough Awe. ARSE, acronym of Open Researcher and Contributor ID. ORSE, the organic compound 3,5-dihydroxy toluene, found in many lichens and synthesizable from toluene. Orazine, dated form of orsin. Orazines, plural of orcine. Orsinol, a natural phenolic organic compound that occurs in many species of lichen used in the production of orcine and as a reagent in some chemical tests for pentases. Orsinols, plural of orsinol. Orsins, plural of orsin. Orsiprenolin, a bronchodilator used in the treatment of asthma. Orish, the language spoken by orcs. Orishness, the quality of being orcish. Orsistan, brother. Orkine, all orcs considered as a group. Orkli, resembling or characteristic of an orc. Orcoccanin, any of the family of crustacean peptides that elicit potent myotropic effects in gut tissues. Orcoccanans, plural of orcoccanin. Orcos, use of an oath to enhance the believability of a statement. Order, alternative form of or/cr. Or, plural of rc. Ars, plural of orc. Orculid, any snail in the family Orculidae. Orculids, plural of orculid. Argus, the Etruscan and Roman god of the underworld. Argai, a census-designated place in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Lord, abbreviation of operationally ready date, the date when a national serviceman finishes his service. Lord, a surname. Ord of Caithness, a headland ord point in high granite mass in Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland OS grid ND0517. Orda, a political and military organizational structure used by Turkic and Mongol peoples, sometimes referred to as a horde. Ordain, to prearrange unalterably. Ordainable, capable of being ordained, worthy to be ordained or appointed. Ordained, established by authority. Ordainee, one who is ordained. Ordainees, plural of ordainee. Ordainer, a person, usually a clergyman who ordains. Ordainers, plural of ordainer. Ordainist, second person singular simple present indicative of ordain. Ordainer, third person singular simple present indicative of ordain. Ordaining, present participle and gerund of ordain. Ordainment, ordination. Ordainments, plural of ordainment. Ordains, third person singular simple present indicative of ordain. Ordalia, plural of ordalium. Ordalium, of or relating to trial by ordeal. Ordalium, trial by ordeal. Ordenscheid, the radius tachyandazate. Ordenscheids, plural of Ordenscheit. Ordas, plural of orda. Look, alternative form of ord. Ordeal, a painful or trying experience. Ordeal bean, a caliber bean physostigma venenosum. Ordeal beans, plural of ordeal bean. Ordeal tree, a term used variously to describe trees whose products have been used in ordeal tests. Ordeal trees, plural of ordeal tree. Ordeals, plural of ordeal. Ordenstadt, state of the Teutonic Order. Odor, the odor of the owl. Order about, to bully someone, to be bossy towards someone, to dominate someone. Order arms, a position in which the gun is held at the right side with its butt on the ground. Order around, to command someone repeatedly and unpleasantly, pointlessly, or without proper authority. Order book, a book or ledger that lists customer orders, especially orders that have not yet been filled. Order books, plural of order book. Order form, a standardized form that customers can fill out to order goods or services from a particular company. Order in, to call and place an order for food to be delivered. Order in council, alternative spelling of ordering council. Order mark, a formal black mark given to a pupil for bad behavior. Order marks, plural of order mark. Order of Australia, an order of chivalry established for the purpose of according recognition.
Here we go.
To Australian citizens and other persons for outstanding achievement. Order of battle, the arrangement of units or other divisions of the armed forces in combat, specifically the deployment plans of an enemy or a written record of this. Order of business, a task which needs to be completed. Order of council, a UK legislative instrument made by the Lords of the Privy Council in practice government ministers. Order of council, alternative letter case form of order of council. Order of Friars Minor, the religious order of friars is established by St. Francis of Assisi. Order of Knighthood, an order which at least mainly consists of members who receive and Iceland where most have the knighthood, hence constitutes an honorific brotherhood in modern times often open to both genders, in rare cases a sisterhood of knights and Iceland or, as female equivalent, dames. The hierarchical structure, purpose, activities, in many cases rare and mainly ceremonious, titles and insignia vary widely. Order of magnitude, the class of scale or magnitude of any amount, where each class contains values of a fixed ratio most often tend to the class preceding. Order of operations, the sequence in which the various operations in a mathematical expression are to be evaluated. Order of precedence, a ranking of items by a chosen attribute, especially a sequential hierarchy of nominal importance of people in royal courts and in governments. Order of service, a schedule of events for a religious service or ceremony. Order of succession, a formula or algorithm that determines who inherits an office upon the death, resignation, or removal of its current occupant. Order of symmetry, when being turned through a full revolution, the number of times a shape looks the same as the initial orientation. Order of the boot, dismissal. Order of the day, the business to be done by a body such as a legislature on a particular day, an agenda. Order of the Garter, an order of chivalry founded by Edward Roman III of England in 1348, the most senior order of knighthood in the British honours system, dedicated to the image and arms of St. George. Order out, to call a place of service and order food or other goods delivered to one's own location. Order paper, the daily agenda of a Westminster system legislature. Order papers, plural of order paper. Order statistic tree, a variant of the binary search tree, or more generally, a B-tree that supports, in addition to insertion, lookup and deletion, the operations of select find the ith smallest element stored in the tree and rank find the rank of element X in the tree, i.e. its index in the sorted list of elements of the tree. Order statistic trees, plural of order statistic tree. Order to cache, the cycle of business events that happens from the time a customer places an order until the time the customer pays for the order, including customer data entry, lead management, order entry, order fulfillment, distribution, invoicing, and collections. Order to show cause, a type of court order that requires a person to justify, explain, or prove something to the court. Order tree, a set that is the union of subsets called segments, each of which is totally ordered, such that the segments fit together a certain way. Order trees, plural of order tree. Order type, in the context of sets equipped with an order, especially the context of totally ordered sets, the characteristic of being a member of some equivalence class of such sets under the equivalence relation existence of an order preserving bijection. Order types, plural of order type. Order up, especially at restaurants, called when someone's food order is ready to be retrieved or served. Order, simple past and past participle of order. Order in council, in some Commonwealth parliamentary systems, a legally enforceable decree by the executive branch of a government. Order mark, alternative spelling of order mark. Order type, alternative form of order type. Order types, plural of order type. Order abilities, plural of order ability. Order ability, the quality of the orderable. Orderable, that may be ordered obtained by placing an order. Order board, a movable signal indicating whether or not there are train orders to be picked up. Order boards, plural of order board. Ordered, in order, not messy, tidy. Ordered about, simple past and past participle of order about. Ordered around, simple past and past participle of order around. Ordered field, a field which has an order relation satisfying these properties: trichotomy, transitivity, preservation of an inequality when the same element is added to both sides, and preservation of an inequality when the same strictly positive element is multiplied to both sides. Ordered fields, plural of ordered field. Ordered in, simple past and past.
Invincible.
Participle of order in. Ordered integral domain, an integral domain which has a subset whose elements are said to be positive, such that this subset is closed under addition, closed under multiplication, and all elements of the integral domain satisfy a law of trichotomy, namely, that either that element is in the said subset, or it is the zero additive identity, or its product with -1. The additive inverse of the multiplicative identity belongs to the said subset. Ordered integral domains, plural of ordered integral domain. Ordered out, simple past and past participle of order out. Ordered pair, an object containing exactly two elements in a fixed order, so that, when the elements are different, exchanging them gives a different object. Notation, A, B, or a B. Ordered pairs, plural of ordered pair. Ordered ring, A ring R equipped with a partial order less such that for arbitrary A, B, C, R, if A less or equal to B then A plus C less or equal to B plus C, and if additionally 0 less or equal to C, then both K less or equal to CB and AC less or equal to BC. Ordered rings, plural of ordered ring. Ordered set, a partially ordered set. Ordered set, plural of ordered set. Ordered up. Simple past and past participle of order up. Orderness. The quality of being ordered, arranged in order. Orderetst. Second person singular simple past indicative of order. Orderer. A person who orders or who places an order. Orderers.
Here we go.
Plural of orderer. Orderist. Second person singular simple present indicative of order. Ordera. Third person singular simple present indicative of order. Ordering. Pronunciation spelling of ordering. Ordering. Present participle and gerund of order. Ordering about. Present participle and gerund of order about. Ordering around. Present participle and gerund of order around. Ordering in. Present participle and gerund of order in. Ordering out. Present participle and gerund of order out. Ordering up. Present participle and gerund of order up. Orderings. Plural of ordering. Orderite. Alternative letter case form of orderite, a member of a specified real or notional order, for example, the United Order or the New World Order. Orderites, plural of orderite. Orderless, devoid of order or arrangement, chaotic. Orderlessness, absence of order, chaos. Orderlies, plural of orderly. Orderliness, the fact of having a regular, proper, and systematic arrangement. Orderlinesses, plural of orderliness. Orderly, neat and tidy, possessing order. Odors, a surname. Orders about, third person singular simple present indicative of order about. Orders are orders, used wryly when someone attempts to justify questionable actions by referring to rules, laws, or orders from higher up. Orders around. Third person singular simple present indicative of order around. Orders in. Third person singular simple present indicative of order in. Orders in council. Plural of order in council. Orders of Australia. Plural of order of Australia. Orders of battle. Plural of order of battle. Orders of business. Plural of order of business. Orders of council. Plural of order of council. Orders of council. Plural of order of council. Orders of knighthood. Plural of order of knighthood. Orders of magnitude. Plural of order of magnitude. Orders of operations. Plural of order of operations. Orders of precedence. Plural of order of precedence. Orders of service. Plural of order of service. Orders of succession. Plural of order of succession. Orders of symmetry. Plural of order of symmetry. Orders of the day. Plural of order of the day. Orders out. Third person singular simple present indicative of order out. Orders to show cause. Plural of order to show cause. Orders up. Third person singular simple present indicative of order up. Orders in council. Plural of order in council. Order type. Alternative form of order type. Orderville. A town in Kane County, Utah, United States. Ordes. A municipality of Coruña, Spain. Ordipash. The second solar month of the Persian calendar. Odi. Ordnance operative. Ordes.
Here we go.
Plural of ordi. Ordinability. Capability of being ordained or appointed. Ordinable. Ordinable. Ordinary. Wine for ordinary use. Ordinaires. Plural of ordinary. Ordinal. Indicating position in a sequence. Ordinal adjective. An ordinal number used as an adjective. Ordinal adjectives. Plural of ordinal adjective. Ordinal date. A calendar day consisting of a year and an ordinal number, ranging from 1 to 366, representing the multiples of a day. Ordinal dates. Plural of ordinal date. Ordinal direction. An intercardinal direction. Ordinal directions. Plural of ordinal direction. Ordinal indicator. A sign adjacent to a numeral denoting that it is an ordinal number rather than a cardinal number. Ordinal indicators. Plural of ordinal indicator. Ordinal number. A word that expresses the relative position of an item in a sequence. Ordinal numbers. Plural of ordinal number. Ordinal numeral. A word used to represent an ordinal number. Ordinal numerals. Plural of ordinal numeral. Ordinal rank. A specified position in a numbered series. Ordinal ranks. Plural of ordinal rank. Ordinal scale. A scale whose values can be compared formally. A scale whose set of values is totally ordered. Ordinal scales. Plural of ordinal scale. Ordinal variable. A variable with values whose order is significant, but on which no meaningful arithmetic-like operations can be performed. Ordinal variables. Plural of ordinal variable. Ordinal. Alternative form of ordinal religious book. Ordinals. Plural of ordinal. Ordinalism. The state or quality of being ordinal. Ordinalities. Plural of ordinality. Ordinality. A number indicating the position of something in a series or order. Ordinally. In an ordinal manner. Ordinals. Plural of ordinal. Ordinance. A local law passed by, for example, a city. Ordinances. Plural of ordinance. Ordinand. A candidate for ordination. Ordinance. Plural of ordinand. Ordinate. One who ordains. Ordinance. Plural of ordinate. Ordinary. The personal ordinariates established in 2011-12 for Anglicans entering the Catholic Church considered as a collective. Ordinariates. Plural of ordinariate. Ordinary. Obsolete spelling of ordinary. Ordinaries. Plural of ordinary. Ordinarius. Superlative form of ordinary. Most ordinary. Ordinarily. In accordance with normal custom or routine, as a matter of established occurrence. Ordinariness. The quality or condition of being ordinary. Ordinarinesses. plural of ordinariness. Ordinarities, plural of ordinarity. Ordinarity, ordinariness, the property of being ordinary. Ordinary, the part of the Roman Catholic Mass that is the same every day. Ordinary course of business, the usual transactions, customs and practices of a certain business, used particularly to judge the validity of a certain transaction. Ordinary differential equation, an equation involving the derivatives of a function of only one independent variable. Ordinary differential equations, plural of ordinary differential equation. Ordinary form, the version of the Roman Rite introduced after the Second Vatican Council, usually celebrated in the vernacular. Ordinary form, alternative letter case form of ordinary form. Ordinary language, natural language. Ordinary language. Philosophies, plural of ordinary language philosophy. Ordinary language philosophy, a philosophical methodology that sees traditional philosophical problems as rooted in misunderstandings resulting from philosophers distorting or forgetting how words are ordinarily used to convey meaning in non-philosophical contexts. Ordinary languages, plural of ordinary language. Ordinary level, synonym of all level. Ordinary magisterium, plural of ordinary magisterium. Ordinary magisterium, that part of the teaching authority of the Roman Catholic Church or of the Pope, bishops, etc., which does not derive from ecumenical councils or ex cathedra pronouncements collectively called solemn judgments and comprising the extraordinary magisterium. Ordinary resolution, a resolution that requires a majority vote of members present at a general meeting of the company. Ordinary resolutions, plural of ordinary resolution. Ordinary seaman, the lowest grade of seamen in the merchant marine, the grade below able-bodied seamen. Ordinary seamen, plural of ordinary seamen. Ordinary share, a share of common stock. Ordinary shares, plural of ordinary share. Ordinary time, a season of the Christian liturgical calendar, celebrated in 2 segments, from the Monday following the baptism of Jesus Christ up to Ash Wednesday, and from Pentecost Monday to the first Sunday of Advent. Ordinary ship, the state or business of an ordinary. Ordinary, the second of the 2 terms by which a point is referred to in a system of fixed rectilinear coordinate Cartesian coordinate axes. Ordinate axis, the y-axis. Ordinate dimension, a dimension marking the distance between the indicated point and an implicit zero ordinate. Ordinate dimension, simple past and past participle of ordinate dimension. Ordinate dimensioning, present participle and gerund of ordinate dimension. Ordinate dimensions, plural of ordinate dimension. Ordinate, simple past and past participle of ordinate. Ordinately, in an ordinate manner, regular, orderly. Ordinates, plural of ordinate. Ordinate, present participle and gerund of ordinate. Ordinately, in an ordinate manner, regular, orderly. Ordinates, plural of ordinate. Ordinate, present participle and gerund of ordinate. Ordination, the act of ordaining or the state of being ordained. Ordination Hall, a Buddhist building specifically consecrated and designated for the performance of the Buddhist ordination ritual and other rites. Ordination Mill, a religious organization or denomination in which membership is obtainable by trivial means and all members are qualified for self-ordination as a minister of religion without any prior training or work experience. Ordination mills, plural of ordination mill. Ordinations, plural of ordination. Ordinative, tending to ordain, directing, giving orders. Ordinator, one who ordains or establishes, a director. Ordinators, plural of ordinator. Ordinance, obsolete form of ordinance. Ordinances, plural of ordinance. Ordinate, alternative form of ordaining. Ordines, plural of ordaining. Ordains, plural of ordo. Ordish, a surname. Ordishes, plural of ordish. Ordiway, a surname. Ordiways, plural of ordiway. Orlo, the territories of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts in Ukraine. Ordnance, military equipment, especially weapons and ammunition. Ordnance Survey, originally the branch of government that produced maps for the military, now a civilian organization that produces maps worldwide. Ordnance Survey Map, any of a large series of high-quality, detailed maps of Great Britain produced in a variety of scales originally for military, but now for leisure or business use. Ordnance Survey Maps, plural of Ordnance Survey Map. Ordnanceman, a person responsible for storing, maintaining, and handling ordnance. Ordnanceman, plural of Ordnanceman. Ordinances, plural of ordnance. Ordna, set of rules for Amish and Mennonite living. Ordo, a musical phrase constructed from one or more statements of one modal pattern and ending in a rest. Ordo Salutis, a series of conceptual steps within the Christian doctrine of salvation. Ordoliberal, a proponent of the theories and ideals of ordoliberalism, a political philosophy that emphasizes the desirability of the government establishing rules to maximize the potential of the free market to produce results. Ordoliberalism, a political philosophy that emphasizes the desirability of the government establishing rules to maximize the potential of the free market to produce results. Ordoliberalists, a proponent of ordoliberalism. Ordoliberalists, plural of ordoliberalists. Ordoliberally, in an ordoliberal manner. Ordoliberals, plural of ordoliberal. Ordonez, a surname from Spanish. Ordonzas, plural of ordonez. Ordonzite, a tetragonal pyramidal mineral found in rhyolite fractures. Ordonzite, alternative spelling of ordonzite.
Here we go.
Ordonance, the disposition of the parts of any composition with regard to one another and the whole. Ordonic, of or relating to ordonance. Ordorica, a surname. Ordoricas, plural of Ordorica. Ordos, a region of China, enclosed by the Great Northern Bend of the Yellow River and the Wye River to the south, also called Ordos Loop. Ordovian, alternative form of Ordovician. Ordovices, an ancient tribe of Britannia situated opposite the island of Anglesey. Ordovation, of a geologic period within the Paleozoic era, comprises lower, middle, and upper epochs from about 488 to 443 million years ago. Ordoin, a surname, Ordines, plural of ordine. Order, obsolete form of order. Order public, in international law, law and order. Orderly, obsolete form of orderly. Orders, plural of order. Mode, plural of RD. Ords, plural of ord. Warsaw, an urban area of Salford, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SJ 8197. Ordu, a province and metropolitan municipality in northeastern Turkey on the Black Sea coast. Ordubat, the second largest town and a municipality of the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic of Azerbaijan. Orduna, a surname. Orjunas, plural of Orjuna. Order, dung, excrement. Orders, plural of order. Ordurus, filthy, revolting. Ordway, a surname from Old English. Ordwise, plural of Ordway. Orgenikidze, former name of Vladikavkaz, the capital city of North Ossetia, Russia. Or, abbreviation of Voigan. Or, a suburban area, formerly a village, in Hastings Borough, East Sussex, England. OS grid ref TQ 8311. A Swedish unit of currency that makes up the krona, 100 or equals 1 krona. Or belt, a region containing a group of ore deposits that were formed by a specific geological event and have a favorable geological environment. Ore belts, plural of ore belt. Ore bodies, plural of ore body. Ore body, a large deposit of a mineral or minerals below the Earth's crust. Or car, an open-top bulk material of heavy construction for carrying dense ores, usually emptying through one or more helpers. Or dressing, any treatment of an ore used to concentrate its valuable constituents minerals into products concentrate of smaller bulk, and simultaneously to collect the worthless material gang into discardable waste tailings. Or hive, a low furnace in which rich lead ore is reduced. Or hearths, plural of ore hearth. Or mountains, a mountain range dividing Germany and the Czech Republic. Or rotundo, spoken in an eloquent, clear, and confident manner. Or tennis, of testimony, presented orally. Or theorem, a theorem that considers the sum of the degrees of pairs of non-adjacent vertices. If every such pair has a sum that at least equals the total number of vertices in the graph, then the graph is Hamiltonian. Or bulk oil carrier, a ship designed to be capable of carrying wet or dry cargoes. Or bulk oil carriers, plural of our bulk oil carrier. Asian of Oregon. Uri, a mountain nymph, an anthropomorphic appearance of the spirit of a mountain. Urias, plural of Ori. Urias, plural of Ori. Oriel, inhabiting high mountains. Oreasterid, any starfish in the family Oreasteridae. Oreasterids, plural of Oreasterid. Oreasteracea, a particular steroid glycoside. Urba, a surname from German. Urbad, plural of Orba. Orbe, a municipality of Croatia. Orbai, one of the followers of the Hussites in eastern Bohemia. Orbat, plural of Orbat. Orboat, a vessel used to transport iron ore on the Great Lakes. Orboats, plural of Orboat. Ore bodies, plural of ore body. Ore body, a mass or region of ore. Rebro, a city in Örebro County, Sweden. Oidiet, a type of pasta made with the film from a small disc, typically from Puglia. Orte, of or pertaining to desire
Invincible.
or appetite. Orte, synonym of orte. Ortolabet, any shark in the family Ortolabidae. Ortolabet, plural of Ortolabet. Already, pronunciation spelling of already, representing Singapore English. Orda, a river in Russia which falls into Luga. Uri, a unisex given name. Orfeo, an unincorporated community in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, United States. Orfeals, plural of Orfeel. Forming, the process of forming an ore. Ore, abbreviation of Oregon. Ordinillo, synonym of Wright's bee brush. Oregano, a herb of the mint family. Oreganum vulgare, having aromatic leaves. Ordinode, flavored with oregano. Oreganos, plural of oregano. Oregon, a state in the Pacific Northwest region of the United States. Capital, Salem. Largest city, Portland. Oregon boot, a heavy metal shackle attached to prisoners' legs to impede movement. Oregon boots, plural of Oregon boot. Oregon boxwood, an ornamental evergreen ground cover or low shrub native to western North America. Paxistem miacinites. Oregon boxwoods, plural of Oregon boxwood. Oregon City, a city, the county seat of Clackamas County, Oregon.
Here we go.
United States. Oregon Country, a large region of the Pacific Northwest of North America that was subject to a long dispute between the United Kingdom and the United States in the early 19th century. Oregon County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Alton. Oregon crabapple, Malus fusca, a species of crabapple native to western North America. Oregon crabapples, plural of Oregon crabapple. Oregon fir, synonym of grand fir. Oregon firs, plural of Oregon fir. Oregon grape, an evergreen shrub Berberis aquifolium sin. Mahonia aquifolium native to the northwestern United States and southwestern Canada, having broadly serrated, glossy leaves and clusters of yellow flowers that develop into dark bluish-purple fruits. Oregon grapes, plural of Oregon grape. Oregon jargon, synonym of Chinook jargon. Oregon maple, the big leaf maple, Acer macrophyllum. Oregon myrtle, the California Laurel umbellularia californica, especially when referring to the wood. Oregon myrtles, plural of Oregon myrtle. Oregon plum, a Sierra plum prunus subcordata. Oregon plums, plural of Oregon plum. Oregon Rex, a domestic cat of a particular U.S. breed with a Rex coat variation. They originated in Oregon in the 1950s and have since merged with other breeds. Oregon Rexes, plural of Oregon Rex. Oregon State, ellipsis of Oregon State University. Oregon Trail, a large-wheeled wagon route and emigrant trail that traversed from east to west in the United States and connected the Missouri River to the valleys in Oregon Territory. Oregon Trail Generation, a transitional microgeneration born from the mid to late 1970s to the early to mid 1980s, characterized by its pre-internet childhood and online adolescence and early adulthood. Oregon Trail Generation, alternative form of Oregon Trail Generation. Oregon Treaty, the 1846 binding agreement between the United Kingdom and the United States, which created the boundary between Oregon Country and British Columbia. Oregon White Oak, an oak tree of the Pacific Northwest of species Quercus garryana. Oregonian, a native or resident of the state of Oregon in the United States of America. Oregonians, plural of Oregonian. Oregonite, a hexagonal nickel iron arsenide mineral. Orgavanac, a mouse monoclonal antibody designed to treat ovarian cancer. Orehouse, a building for the storage of ore. Orehouses, plural of orehouse. Orhavica, a municipality of Croatia. Orebesa, a nocturnal ceremony of Bacchic women in ancient Greece. Ore, alternative form of oroi. Oreds, plural of ore. Ore de Cris, traditional Quebecois-style pork rinds. Ore de Cris, plural of Ore de Cris. Orelet, a flap or plate covering the ear in medieval armor helmets and civilian clothing. Orelet, plural of Orelet. Orenear austral, having a tall, domed beak or snout. Ordo, a surname from Spanish. Ordals, plural of Orgel. Ural, alternative spelling of Orial, an oblast of Russia. Aura, alternative spelling of Orial. Aras, without or. Oralata, the river Amazon. Orelenin, Oreleni, Oreleni, a lethal mycotoxin found in Orellani mushrooms, 3,3,4,4-tetrahydroxy 2,2-bipyridine and N-dioxide. Orellano, a surname from Spanish. Orellanos, plural of Orellano. Oreline, a yellow pigment derived from Bixa orellana with EUPAC name 3-hydroxy 2,3-hydroxy 4-oxo 1H pyridine 2-il 1H pyridine 4-1. Ora, a city in Utah. Armas, a liturgical prayer. Armuses, plural of Ormus. Arm, a male given name from Hebrew, probably from the Bible 1 Chronicles 2:25. Hebrew pine tree. Orenburg, an oblast of Russia. Orendon, a mystical power thought by the Iroquois to pervade all things. Ordain, a village and municipality of the province of Gipuzkoa, Basque Country, Spain. Orendains, plural of Orendain. Orendorf, a surname from German. Orendorfs, plural of Orendorf. Orinoco, archaic spelling of Orinoco. Oris, alternative form of Arents. Oriental, a male given name. Oh yeah, a cookie made of 2 wafers joined with a sugary filling, particularly a Nabisco cookie with 2 alkalized cocoa powder wafers around a white cream filling. Oreo cookie, a black person that appears to the community to embody the social and cultural features of a white person. Oreo cookies, plural of Oreo cookie. Oreachromine, any cichlid of the tribe Oreachromini. Oreachromines, plural of Oreachromine. Auredine, a diterpene alkaloid found in the plant Delphinium aureophyllum. Aureat, a member of the extinct genus Oreodon or extinct superfamily Muricoidodontoidea of ruminating hogs. Oreodontic, any extinct mammal in the family Oreodontidae, a synonym of the Muricoidodontidae. Oreodontes, plural of Oreodonte. Oreodonts, plural of Oreodont. Oreographe, archaic form of orographic connected to orography, the scientific study of mountains. Oreographical, or pertaining to oreography. Oreography, alternative form of orography. Oreohelice, any snail in the family Oreohelice. Oreohelices, plural of Oreohelice. Oreoling, a diterpene alkaloid found in the plant Delphinium aureophyllum. Oreological, alternative form of orological. Oreologist, alternative form of orologist. Oreologist, plural of oreologist. Oreology, alternative form of orology. Oreophilis, mountain-loving, tending to inhabit mountains. Oreopithecid, any of hominid in the family Oreopitheci, a synonym of the hominid subfamily Oreopithecid. Oreopitheces, plural of Oreopitheci. Oreos, plural of Oreo. Oreosole, a white crystalline substance which is obtained indirectly from the root of an umbelliferous plant, Oreoslinum majus, formerly Imperatoria oreoslinum, and yields resorpsin on decomposition. Oreosemidae, any fish in the family Oreosemidae. Oreosemidids, plural of Oreosemidae. Plural of plural of Oreshoot, an elongated body of ore that follows a vein. Oyerts, plural of Oreshoot. Orstein, alternative form of Orstein. Orstein, of Oyerts, plural of Oreshoot. Orstein, alternative form of Orstein. Orstein, of or relating to the Oresteia, a trilogy of ancient Greek tragedies written by Aeschylus. Arsts, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, who killed his mother, avenging his father's death, and was then pursued by the Furies. Arstem, an eastern suburb of Plymouth, Devon, England, OS grid ref SX 5053. Orstrite, a synthetic steroidal estrogen, the 3-propanoyl, 17,1-cyclohexanyl ether of estradiol. Ortum, a strait in northern Europe, which separates Denmark and Sweden. Öresund, alternative spelling of Öresund. Öresund Bridge, a road rail bridge across Öresund between Sweden and Denmark. Öresund Bridge, alternative spelling of Öresund Bridge. Oread, alternative form of Oreweed. Oreads, plural of Oreweed. Norwood, obsolete form of Oreweed. Woods, plural of Orwood. Oryxes, plural of orexis. Oryxygen. Any oryxygenic substance. Oryxygenic. That stimulates the appetite. Oryxygenics. Plural of oryxygenic. Oryxygens. Plural of oryxygen. Oryxin. Either of two neuropeptide hormones found in vertebrates, the hippocratins. Oryxinergic. That generates or stimulates oryxins. Oryxins. Plural of oryxin. Orexis. The affective and conative character of mental activity is contrasted with its cognitive aspect, the appetitive aspect of an act, desire, appetite. Oryxogenic. Misspelling of oryxygenic. Initialism of open reading frame. A surname from German. Orphamine. Any of a class of cyclic lipopeptide lactones present in some Pseudomonas bacteria. Orphamides. Plural of orphamine.
Here we go.
A fish dead leuciscitis. Ort. A variety of wheat derived from the Oro and Federation varieties. Orta. Pronunciation spelling of often, representing British English. Orphreme. The totality of open reading frames in a genome. Orphemes. Plural of orpheme. Ars. Plural of orth. Orfebbery. The work or trade of a goldsmith. Or shell work. A way to teach music to children using improvisation, speech, movement, and rhythm centered on the idea that feeling precedes understanding. Arvian. Of or relating to Karl Orff 1895-1982, German composer and music educator. Orfdove. A delivery or restitution of cattle, compensation for the loss of cattle. Orver. A number of places. Orfords. Plural of Orford. Orfrag. Viaspe. Orfres. Plural of Orfrag. Orfrey. Alternative spelling of Orphery. Orphreys. Plural of Orphery. Or. Plural of Oraf. Ars. Plural of Orf. Arthal. Pronunciation spelling of awful. Art. Initialism of open rights group. Art. Clipping of organization. Org chart. Abbreviation of organization chart. Org charts. Plural of org chart. Org. Abbreviation of organization. Argal. Obsolete form
Invincible.
of Argal. Organ. A surname. Organ. Cactus. Synonym of organ pipe cactus. Organ console. The manuals, the pedals, and associated stops of an organ. Especially a pipe organ. Organ consoles. Plural of organ console. Organ donation. The act of donating one's organ to another person through an organ transplant. Organ donation. Plural of organ donation. Organ donor. A person living or dead from whom an organ is removed in order to be transplanted into another person. Organ donors. Plural of organ donor. Organ grinder. The player of a barrel organ. Organ grinders. Plural of organ grinder. Organ gun. A large portable firearm normally supported by wheels in which bullets may be fired from a row of several tubes in succession. It was chiefly used from the 14th to the 17th century. Organ guns. Plural of organ gun. Organ harmonium. A large harmonium used instead of a pipe organ. Organ harmoniums. Plural of organ harmonium. Organ harvesting. The removal, preservation, and use of human organs and tissue from the bodies of the recently deceased to be used in surgical transplants on the living. Organ loft. The gallery or raised platform within a church or hall from which an organ is played, though not necessarily housing the organ itself. Organ lofts. Plural of organ and loft. Organ of Burleys. The spermilge. Organ of Chebets. A juxtaoral organ composed of nests of benign squamoid epithelium closely associated with multiple nerve bundles. Organ of Cordy. Part of the cochlea of the inner ear in mammals, provided with hair cells or auditory sensory cells. Organ of elimination. Any bodily organ that produces or excretes waste products. Organ of Rosenmuller. Organ of state. Any of the three primary divisions of a state's sovereignty, namely, the executive, the legislature, or the judiciary, the powers of each having been divided and balanced in accordance with the political principle of the separation of powers. Organ of termisphery. A specialized ped sensory organ found in certain groups of myriapods and hexapods located on the head near the base of the antennae. Organ of sucker candle. A chromaffin body derived from the neural crest located at the bifurcation of the aorta or at the origin of the inferior mesenteric artery. It may be the source of a paraganglioma. Organ pipe. A tuned metal or wooden tube connected mechanically or electrically to an organ console. Organ pipe cacti. Plural of organ pipe cactus. Organ pipe cactus. A cactus family Cactaceae Stenocereus thurberi, sin. Glandulicireus thurberi, widespread in Mexico. Organ pipe cactuses. Plural of organ pipe cactus. Organ pipes. Plural of organ pipe. Organ pleat. A softly rounded pleat arranged in parallel rows like the pipes of a pipe organ. Organ pleats. Plural of organ pleat. Organ point. Synonym of pedal point. Organ points. Plural of organ point. Organ scholar. A student at a university, school, or church who receives a stipend or scholarship for being an assistant organist at that institution. Organ scholars. Plural of organ scholar. Organ screen. An ornamental screen on which a secondary organ is sometimes placed in cathedrals. Organ screens. Plural of organ screen. Organ stop. Any of many knobs near the keyboard of an organ used to select different sounds or timbres. Organ stops. Plural of organ stop. Organ system. A group of organs that work together as a biological system to perform one or more functions. Organ systems. Plural of organ system. Organ tablature. A shorthand system for notating organ music, used mostly by the North German Baroque organ school, and distinguished from musical notation by the use of letter names, octave lines, and other symbols instead of notes and accidentals, and by the lack of staff lines. Organ transplant. A surgical operation in which an organ is moved from a donor to a recipient. Organ transplants. plural of organ transplant. Organ grinder, alternative spelling of organ grinder. Organ grinders, plural of organ grinder. Organ pipe cactus, alternative form of organ pipe cactus. Organ point, a note sustained through a series of chords, although only in harmony with the first and last. Organ points, plural of organ point. Organa, plural of organum. Organa triplum, plural of organum triplum. Organum, relating to organum. Organ bird, the pied butcherbird Practicus nigragularis. Organ birds, plural of organ bird. Organ builder, a person who makes organs musical instruments. Organ builders, plural of organ builder. Organ building, the construction of organs musical instruments. Organdy, alternative spelling of organdy. Organdies, plural of organdy. Organdy, a fine, transparent type of muslin, usually stiffened. Ordained, simple past and past participle of organ. Organella, synonym of organelle. Organelle, plural of organella. Organeller, of or pertaining to organelles. Organellar DNA, DNA contained in organelles such as mitochondria and chloroplasts outside the nucleus of eukaryotic cells. Organelle, a specialized structure found inside cells that carries out a specific life process, for example ribosomes, vacuoles. Organelles, plural of organelle. Organogenesis, the creation and development of organelles. Organogenetic, of or pertaining to organogenesis. Organometry, the measurement of organelles. Organometrics, the branch of cell biology that studies the structure and function of organelles in an organism. Organellular, relating to or functioning via organelles. Organette, an early mechanical accordion that played music encoded on rolls of perforated paper. Organettes, plural of organette. Organic, pertaining to or derived from living organisms. Organic amine, a compound containing an amine group bonded to at least one carbon atom. Organic brain syndrome, any disorder of mental function due to physiologic, organic causes rather than mental causes. Organic brain syndromes, plural of organic brain syndrome. Organic chemist, a chemist whose field is organic chemistry. Organic chemistry, the chemistry of organic compounds, that is, chemical compounds with carbon atoms in a covalent bond. Organic chemists, plural of organic chemists. Organic compound, any compound containing carbon atoms covalently bound to other atoms. Organic compound, plural of organic compound. Organic defect, a disease present since birth that is not the result of a genetic anomaly. Organic defects, plural of organic defect. Organic dust toxic syndrome, an influenza-like disorder found in people who are occupationally exposed to dusty conditions. Organic electroluminescent display, a display using organic electroluminescent materials such as organic light-emitting diodes. Organic electroluminescent displays, plural of organic electroluminescent display. Organic farming, an approach to farming based on biological methods that avoid the use of synthetic crop or livestock production inputs and on a broadly defined philosophy of farming that puts value on ecological harmony, resource efficiency, and non-intensive animal husbandry practices. Organic growth, the business expansion through increasing output and sales as opposed to mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers. Organic intellectual, an intellectual member of a social class as opposed to a member of the traditional intelligentsia that regards itself as a class apart from the rest of society. Organic intellectuals, plural of organic intellectual. Organic law, a law or system of laws which forms the foundation of a government, corporation, or other organization's body of rules. A constitution is a particular form of organic law for a sovereign state. Organic laws, plural of organic law. Organic light-emitting diode, a light-emitting diode constructed from a thin film of an organic compound. Organic light-emitting diodes, plural of organic light-emitting diode. Organic matter, the residues of dead plants and animals in various stages of decomposition. Organic salt, any salt of an organic acid. Organic salts, plural of organic salt. Organic search marketing, synonym of search engine optimization. Organical, archaic form of organic. Organically, in an organic manner. Organicalness, the quality or state of being organic. Organicism, the treatment of society or the universe as if it were an organism. Organicisms, plural of organicism. Organicist, an advocate of organicism. Organicistic, relating to organicism. Organicists, plural of organicists. Organistes, plural of organicity. Organicity, the quality of being organic. Organic, obsolete form of organic. Organicness, the quality of being organic. Organics, plural of organic. Ordinific, making an organic or organized structure, producing an organism. Ordinification, the stabilization of a material within an organ. Organifications, plural of organification. Organify, simple past and past participle of organify. Organifies, third person singular simple present indicative of organify. Organify, to stabilize a material within an organ. Organifying, present participle and gerund of organify. Organigram, a graphical representation of the structure of an organization, showing groups and departments and their interconnections and linked responsibilities. Organigram, an organization chart. Organigrams, plural of organigram. Organigrams, plural of organigram. Organing, present participle and gerund of organ. Organizability, alternative form of organizability. Organizable, alternative form of organizable. Organization, non-Oxford British English and Australian Standard spelling of organization. Organization chart, alternative spelling of organization chart. Organization charts, plural of organization chart. Organization man, Alternative spelling of organization man. Organization men. Plural of organization man. Organizational. Alternative spelling of organizational. Organizational chart. Alternative form of organization chart. Organizational charts. Plural of organizational chart. Organizationally. Alternative spelling of organizationally. Organizations. Plural of organization. Ardenize. Non-Oxford British Standard spelling of organize. Organize. Alternative spelling of organized. Organized crime. Alternative spelling of organized crime. Organized religion. Alternative spelling of organized religion. Organized religions. Plural of organized religion. Organizer. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of organizer. Organizers. Plural of organizer. Organizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of organize. Organizing. Present participle and gerund of organize. Organizings. Plural of organizing.
Invincible.
Organism. The fact of being organic. Organicity. Organismal. Of or relating to an organism or organisms. Organismic. Of or relating to organicism or organisms. Organismically. Like an organism. In relation to an organism. At an organismic level. Organisms. Plural of organism. Organist. A musician who plays the organ. Organista. Any of several South American wrens of the order Travididae, noted for the sweetness of their song. Organistas. Plural of organista. Organistic. Relating to an organism. Organistra. Plural of organistrum. Organistrum. Any early form of hurdy-gurdy. Organistrums. Plural of organistrum. Organists. Plural of organist. Organistship. The role or status of an organist. Organistships. Plural of organistship. Organicity. The quality or state of being an organism. Organivore. An enthusiast of organically grown/raised food with an entirely or mostly organic diet. Organivores. Plural of organivore. Organize. Obsolete form of organize. Organizabilities. Plural of organizability. Organizability. The suitability or potential for organization. Organizable. Able to be organized.
Here we go.
Organization. The quality of being organized. Organization chart. A graphic display of reporting relationships in an organization, sometimes displaying position titles and position holders. Organization charts. Plural of organization chart. Organization man. Synonym of company man. Organization man. Plural of organization man. Organizational. Of, relating to, or produced by an organization. Organizational breakdown structure. A global hierarchy that represents different levels of responsibilities within a project or enterprise. Organizational breakdown structures. Plural of organizational breakdown structure. Organizational chart. Alternative form of organization chart. Organizational charts. Plural of organizational chart. Organizational climate. The collective appraisal of the employees of the organizational work environment. Organizational climate. Plural of organizational climate. Organizational crime. White-collar crime that is committed by employees of an otherwise non-criminal organization, with or without the consent of the management and with at least some benefit to the organization. Organizational crimes. Plural of organizational crime. Organizationalization. The process of structuring or organizing something, often a group of people or resources, into a formal, cohesive unit. Organizationalized. That has been subjected to an organizational process. Organizationalizing, the act or process of creating or developing an organization. Organizationally, in an organizational manner. Organizations, plural of organization. Organizatory, relating to organization. Organized, to arrange in working order. Organized, having been organized, in good order. Organized baseball, Major League Baseball and its associated minor leagues. This does not include amateur leagues, most professional international leagues, the former Negro leagues, and independent leagues. Organized crime, a large criminal organization, or a group of such organizations that deals in illegal goods and services. Organized religion, a religion in which rules exist to govern the means by which adherents participate in the religion. Organized religions. Plural of organized religion. Organizedly, in an organized manner. Organizer, a person who arranges the details of a public event. Organizers, plural of organizers. Organizes, third person singular simple present indicative of organize. Organizer, third person singular simple present indicative of organize. Organism, pronunciation spelling of organizing. Organizing, present participle and gerund of organize. Organizing, plural of organizing. Organ-lagger, someone who illegally harvests and sells human organs. Organ-laggers, plural of organ-lagger. Organless, without organs. Organless, absence of organs. Organ-like, having characteristics of an organ. Organ-maker, a person who makes organs musical instruments. Organ-makers, plural of organ-maker. Organo, organs of the body. Organolithium, alternative form of organolithium. Organomont-morillonite, a montmorillonite that has been organically modified. Organoactinide, any organometallic compound of an actinide, especially one having an unusually high coordination number. Organoactinides, plural of organoactinide. Organoalkoxysilane, any organic derivative of alkoxysilane. Organoaluminium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to aluminium bond. Organoaluminum, alternative spelling of organoaluminium. Organoamine, synonym of organic amine. Organoammonium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to ammonium bond. Organoantimony, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to antimony bond. Organoapatite, any organic derivative of apatite used in artificial bone applications. Organoarsenic, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to arsenic bond. Organoarsenical, synonym of organoarsenic.
Invincible.
Organoarsenicals, plural of organoarsenical. Organoautotrophic, relating to organoautotrophy. Organoautotrophically, in an organoautotrophic manner. Organoautotrophy, a form of mixotrophy based on the oxidation of organic matter to carbon dioxide. Organoaxial, relating to the angle between the stomach and the general axis of the body. Organobarium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to barium bond. Organobentonite, a bentonite that has been organically modified. Organoberyllium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to beryllium bond. Organobismuth, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to bismuth bond. Organobismuths, plural of organobismuth. Organoborane, any organic compound containing a carbon to boron bond. Organoboranes. Plural of organoborane. Organoborate, any organic compound containing a carbon to borate bond. Organoboron, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to boron bond. Organoboronate, any organic boronate. Organoboronates, plural of organoboronate. Organoboronic, of or pertaining to an organoboronic acid or derivative. Organoboronic acid, any organic boronic acid. Organoboronic acids, plural of organoboronic acid. Organobromine, describing an organic compound containing one or more bromine atoms. Organobromines, plural of organobromine. Organocadmium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to cadmium bond. Organocesium, alternative form of organocesium. Organocalcium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to calcium bond. Organocarbonate, any ester of carbamic acid. Organocarbon, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to carbon bond. Organocatalyze, alternative form of organocatalyzed. Organocatalysis, the use of small organic compounds as catalysts. Organocatalyst, any small organic compound that functions as a catalyst. Organocatalysts, plural of organocatalysts. Organocatalytic, of or pertaining to organocatalysis. Organocatalytically, of or pertaining to organocatalysis. Organocatalyze, catalyzed by an organocatalyst. Organocation, any cation formed from an organic compound. Organocations, plural of organocation. Organocentric, centered on organic life. Organoceramic. Any material made out of organic and ceramic materials.
Invincible.
Organoceria, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-cerium bond. Organocesium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-cesium bond. Organochalcogen, a chemical compound or functional group containing carbon organic atoms and group 16/chalcogen atoms, but not necessarily exclusively, which are also organic compounds, i.e. carbon dioxide, amongst others, is inorganic, thus not an organochalcogen. Organochalcogens, plural of organochalcogen. Organochemical, relating to organic chemistry. Organochloride, organochlorine. Organochlorides, plural of organochloride. Organochlorinated, describing a chlorinated organic compound, especially such a pesticide or other pollutant. Organochlorine, any of very many chlorine substituted organic compounds, many of which are solvents or insecticides, etc. Organochlorines, plural of organochlorine. Organochloroaluminate, any organic derivative of chloroaluminate. Organochromium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-chromium bond. Organoplastic, relating to chemical breakdown by reaction with organic matter. Organoclay, an organically modified phyllosilicate derived from a naturally occurring clay mineral. Organoclays, plural of organoclay. Organocobalamin, any organometallic derivative of cobalamin. Organocobaloxime, any organometallic derivative of cobaloxime. Organocobalt, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-cobalt bond. Organocopper, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-copper bond. Organoculture, the tissue culture of whole organs. Organocultures, plural of organoculture. Organocuprate, any organic cuprate. Organocuprates, plural of organocuprate. Organocuprid, relating to organocuprate. Organocyclotriphosphazine, any organic derivative of cyclotriphosphazine used as an antimicrobial or an anti-cancer agent. Organocyclotriphosphazines, plural of organocyclotriphosphazine. Organodetrital, relating to or composed of organic detritus. Organodifferentiation, the differentiation of organs in a developing plant or animal. Organodysprosium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-dysprosium bond. Organoelement, describing any organic compound that is bonded to a different element. Organoelemental, alternative form of organoelement. Organoerbium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-erbium bond. Organoeuropium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-europium bond. Organofluorovium, describing any organic derivative of fluorovium, especially one that has a carbon-fluorovium bond. Organofluoride, organofluorine. Organofluorides, plural of organofluoride. Organofluorine, describing an organic compound containing one or more fluorine atoms. Organofluorines, plural of organofluorine. Organofunctional, having a function in organisms. Organofunctionality, the condition of being organofunctional. Organofunctionalize, describing an inorganic material or its surface that has been given extra functionalization by reaction with an organic substrate. Organogallium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-gallium bond. Organogel, a liquid organic phase containing a three-dimensional cross-linked network. Organogelation, the process of forming organogels. Organogelator, any material which, when added to an organic solvent, creates an organogel. Organogelators, plural of organogelator. Organogels, plural of organogel. Organogen, any of certain other elements sometimes found in organic compounds, such as sulfur and phosphorus. Organogenesis, plural of organogenesis. Organogenesis, the formation and development of the organs of an organism from embryonic cells. Organogenetic, relating to organogenesis. Organogenic, describing any rock ultimately derived from living organisms. Organogenes, plural of organogeny. Organogenous, synonym of organogenic. Organogens, plural of organogen. Organogeny, organogenesis. Organogerming, any simple organogermanium compound equivalent to a hydrocarbon or silane. Organogermanes, plural of organogermane. Organogermanium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-germanium bond. Organogold, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-gold bond. Organogram, alternative spelling of organigram. Organograms, plural of organogram. Organographer, one who studies organography. Organographers, plural of organographer. Organographic, of or relating to organography. Organographical, alternative form of organographic. Organographist, someone knowledgeable in organography. Organographists, plural of organographist. Organography, the scientific description of the structure and function of the organs of living organisms. Organohafnium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon-to-hafnium bond. Organohalide, an organic halide, an organic compound containing one or more substituted halogen atoms. Organohalides, plural of organohalide. Organohalogen, describing an organic compound containing one or more halogen atoms. Organohalogenated, containing organohalogens. Organohalogens, plural of organohalogen. Organoheteroatom, describing any organic compound which is not carbon or hydrogen. Organoheterotroph, any heterotroph that obtains organic material from another organism, typically as food. Organoheterotrophic, relating to an organoheterotroph. Organoheterotrophically, in an organoheterotrophic manner. Organoheterotrophs, plural of organoheterotroph. Organoheterotrophy, the condition of being an organoheterotroph. Organoheteryl, any univalent radical containing carbon. But which has its free valence at an atom other than carbon. Organohybrid, a material composed of two typically related organic compounds. Organohybrids, plural of organohybrid. Organohydrazine, any compound containing the hydrazide functional group attached to an organic moiety. Organohydrogen, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to the hydrogen bond. Organoli, resembling an organ of the body. Organoids, plural of organoi. Organoindium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to indium bond. Organoided, any organic. Organoidides, plural of organoiodide. Organoidine, describing an organic compound containing one or more iodine atoms. Organoiodines, plural of organoiosine. Organoiridium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to iridium bond. Organoiron, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to iron bond. Organokine, any cytokine that regulates the cells of a particular organ. Organokines, plural of organokine. Organolanthanum, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to lanthanum bond. Organolead, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to lead bond. Organoleptic, of or pertaining to the sensory properties of a particular food or chemical, the taste, color, odor, and feel. Organoleptical, alternative form of organoleptic. Organoleptically, in an organoleptic manner. Organoleptics, plural of organoleptic. Organolithium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to lithium bond. Organolithiums, plural of organolithium. Organolithotroph, a chemototroph that derives its energy from both organic and inorganic sources. Organolithotroph, relating to organolithotrophs. Organolithotrophs, plural of organolithotroph. Organologic, of or relating to organology. Organological, of or relating to organology. Organologies, plural of organology. Organologist, one who studies organology. Organologists, plural of organologists. Organology, the study of the organs of plants and animals. Organolutetium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to lutetium bond. Organomagnesium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to magnesium bond. Organomanganese, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to manganese bond. Organomegales, plural of organomegaly. Organomegaly, the abnormal enlargement of an organ. Organomercurial, describing any organic compound of mercury. Organomercurials, plural of organomercurial. Organomercuric, of or relating to any organic compound of mercury. Organomercuries, plural of organomercury. Organomercury, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to mercury bond. Organometal, any simple organometallic compound of general formula Rnm. Organometallic, of or relating to organic compounds having a metal atom directly bonded to a carbon atom. Organometallic chemistry, the chemistry of organometallic compounds, their preparation, structure, and reactions. Organometallic compound, an organic compound having at least one metal to carbon bond. Organometallic compounds, plural of organometallic compound. Organometallic, plural of organometallic. Organometalloid, a molecule with at least one bond between a carbon atom and a metalloid. Organometalloidal, two organometalloids. Organometals, plural of organometal. Organomineral, composed of both organic and mineral components. Organomineralization, the mineralization of organic, biological material. Organominerals, plural of organomineral. Organomodified, organically modified. Organomolybdenum, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to molybdenum bond. Organomont-aurylonite, alternative form of organomont-aurylonite. Organon, the standard collection of the works of Aristotelian logic. Organoneodymium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to neodymium bond. Organoneptunium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to neptunium bond. Organone, pertaining to an organon. Organonickel, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to nickel bond. Organodiobium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to niobium bond. Organonitrate, any organic nitrate ester. Organonitrates, plural of organonitrate. Organonitrogen, describing any compound in which an organic group is directly linked to a nitrogen atom. Organonitrogens, plural of organonitrogen. Organonomy, the biological laws regulating organic life. Organons, plural of organon. Organonymy, the designation or nomenclature of organs. Organoosmium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to osmium bond. Organooxygen, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to oxygen bond. Organopalladium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to palladium bond. Organopathy, relating to organopathy. Organopathies, plural of organopathy. Organopathological, organic and pathological. Organopathy, the homeopathic theory that certain remedies act locally in specific organs. Organoperoxide, any organic peroxide. Organoperoxides, plural of organoperoxide. Organoperoxy, any organic peroxy, radical ROO. Organoperoxas, plural of organoperoxy. Organophilic, having an affinity for organic substances. Organophilicity, the condition of being organophilic. Organophilize, to make organophilic. Organophilize, simple past and past participle of organophilize. Organophilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of organophilize. Organophilizing, present participle and gerund of organophilize. Organophorus, misspelling of organophosphorus. Organophosphatase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of organophosphate esters. Organophosphatases, plural of organophosphatase. Organophosphate, any ester of phosphoric acid or its derivatives, especially one used as an insecticide or herbicide. Organophosphates, plural of organophosphate. Organophosphatic, of or pertaining to organophosphate. Organophosphine, any organic phosphine. Organophosphines, plural of organophosphine. Organophosphite, synonym of phosphide ester. Organophosphofluoridate, any organic phosphofluoridate. Organophosphofluoridates, plural of organophosphofluoridate. Organophosphonate, any organic phosphonate. Organophosphonates, plural of organophosphonate. Organophosphoradiotes, any organic phosphoradiote. Organophosphoradiotes, plural of organophosphoradiote. Organophosphorus, misspelling of organophosphorus. Organophosphorus, describing any of a series of derivatives of phosphorus that have at least one alkyl or aryl group, especially one containing at least one carbon phosphorus bond. Organophosphoryl, any organic phosphoryl radical. Organophosphoryls, plural of organophosphoryl. Organophotoredox, relating to an organic redox reaction that involves light. Organophily, the direct study of the evolution of the forms of biological organs and systems of organs rather than observation of its supposed ontogenic recapitulation. Organoplastic, having the property of producing the tissues or organs of animals and plants. Organoplastics, plural of organoplastic. Organoplasty, the correction of malformations of organs. Organoplatinum, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to platinum bond. Organoplutonium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to plutonium bond. Organopollutant, any organic compound that is a pollutant. Organopollutants, plural of organopollutant. Organopolonium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to polonium bond. Organopolymerization, the polymerization of organic compounds, especially when catalyzed by another organic compound. Organopolymerizations, plural of organopolymerization. Organoponic, relating to organoponics. Organoponics, a system of urban agriculture using organic gardens, often low-level concrete walls filled with organic matter and soil, with lines of drip irrigation laid on the surface of the growing media. Organopotassium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to potassium bond. Organoprotection, protection from the action of organic compounds, especially from organic free radicals. Organoprotective, that provides protection from the action of organic compounds, especially from organic free radicals. Organorhenium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to rhenium bond. Organorhodium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to rhodium bond. Organorubidium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to rubidium bond. Organoruthenium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to ruthenium bond. Organosamarium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to samarium bond. Organoscandium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to scandium bond. Organoscopy, phrenology. Organosedimentary, organic/biological and sedimentary. Organoselenide, any or is selenide, it was each or it was here. Organoselenide. Plural of organoselenide. Organoselenium, describing any of a series of derivatives of selenium that have at least one alkyl or aryl group, especially one containing at least one carbon selenium bond. Organosilane, any organic derivative of a silane containing at least one carbon to silicon bond. Organosilanes, plural of organosilane. Organosilanol, any organic silanol. Organosilanols, plural of organosilanol. Organosilane, a molecule containing a silicon atom doubly bonded to a carbon atom. Organosilanes, plural of organosilane. Organosilica, any of a range of hybrid materials combining silica with various organic compounds. Organosilicas, plural of organosilica. Organosilicon, describing any of a series of derivatives of silicon that have at least one alkyl or aryl group, especially one containing at least one carbon silicon bond. Organosilicons, plural of organosilicon. Organosiloxane, any organic siloxane. Organosiloxanes, plural of organosiloxane. Organosilsisquioxane, any organic derivative of silsisquioxane. Organosilver, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to silver bond. Organosilil, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to silicon bond. Organosodium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to sodium bond. Organosol, a histosol is soil comprising chiefly organic material. Organosols, plural of organosol. Organosomatic, relating to a body organ, and the S to the body, but especially to the ratio of their weights. Organospecific, specific to a particular organ of the body. Organospecificity, the condition of being organospecific. Organostannane, synonym of organotin. Organostannines, plural of organostannane. Organostannic, organotin. Organostibine, any organic derivative of stibine having at least one carbon to antimony bond. Organostibines, plural of organostibine. Organostrontium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to strontium bond. Organosulfate, any organic sulfate ester. Organosulfates, plural of organosulfate. Organosulfide, any organic sulfide. Organosulfides, plural of organosulfide. Organosulfonate, any organic anion of general formula arso. Organosulfonates, plural of organosulfonate. Organosulfur, describing any of a series of derivatives of sulfur that have at least one alkyl or aryl group, especially one containing at least one carbon-sulfur bond. Organosulfurane, any sulfurane having at least one organic group attached to the sulfur atom. Organosulfuranes, plural of organosulfurane. Organosulfurs, plural of organosulfur. Organosulfate, alternative form of organosulfate. Organosulfates, plural of organosulfate. Organosulfur, alternative spelling of organosulfur. Organotantalum, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to tantalum bond.
Invincible.
Organotechnetium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to technetium bond. Organotellurane, any tellurium alloy of an organosulfide RTH or RTR. Organotelluranes, plural of organotellurane. Organotelluride, any telluride that has a carbon to telluride. Bond. Organotellurium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to tellurium bond. Organoterbium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to terbium bond. Organothallium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to thallium bond. Organotherapeutic, relating to organotherapy. Organotherapeutics, the practice of organotherapy. Organotherapies, plural of organotherapy. Organotherapy, the therapeutic use of the endocrine organs or glandular extracts of animals. Organothiol, any organic derivative of thiol. Organothiophosphate, any organic thiophosphate, many of which are used as insecticides, etc. Organothiophosphate, plural of organothiophosphate. Organothorium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to thorium bond. Organotin, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to tin bond. Organotins, plural of organotin. Organotitanate, any organic derivative of titanate. Organotitanium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to titanium bond. Organotolerance, tolerance to exposure to organic compounds. Organotolerant, tolerant to being exposed to organic compounds. Organotoxic, toxic to an organ in living creatures. Organotrialkoxacillin, any organic derivative of trialkoxacillin. Organotrichlorosilane, any organic derivative of trichlorosilane. Organotrithioxysilane, any organic derivative of trithioxysilane. Organotroph, an organism that obtains its energy from organic compounds. Organotrophic, relating to the creation, organization, and nutrition of living organs or parts. Organotrophically, by means of organotrophy. Organotrophs, plural of organotroph. Organotrophy, the condition of an organism obtaining its energy from organic compounds. Organotropic, having an affinity for a particular bodily organ. Organotropically, in an organotropic manner. Organotropism, the affinity of certain substances or of certain microorganisms for particular tissues or organs. Organotropisms, plural of organotropism. Organotropy, synonym of organotropism. Organotungst, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to tungsten bond. Organotypic, describing tissue removed from an organ that continues to develop as it would in that organ. Organotypical, alternative form of organotypic. Organotypically, in an organotypic manner. Organotypics, plural of organotypic. Organouranium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to uranium bond. Organovanadium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to vanadium bond. Organoxenon, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to xenon bond. Organoytterbium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to ytterbium bond. Organoyttrium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to yttrium bond. Organozinc, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to zinc bond. Organozirconium, describing any organic compound containing a carbon to zirconium bond. Argans, plural of organ. Organs of Burleys, plural of organ of Burleys. Organs of Chivets, plural of organ of Chivets. Organs of Corti, plural of organ of Corti. Organs of elimination, plural of organ of elimination. Organs of generation, the genitalia. Organs of Rosenmuller. Plural of organ of Rosenmuller. Organs of state, plural of organ of state. Organs of tertiary, plural of organ of tertiary. Organs of sucker candle, plural of organ of sucker candle. Organular, of or pertaining to an organ of the body. Organelle, one of the essential cells or elements of an organ. Organelles, plural of organelle. Organa, a type of medieval polyphony which builds upon an existing plain song. Organum triplum, a type of organum with 3 voices, pioneered by medieval composer Puritan. Organums, plural of organum. Organoid, throughout an organ. Organ, obsolete form of Organa wild marjoram, organum vulgar. Organyle, any univalent radical having its free valence at a carbon atom. Organyles, plural of organyle. Organza, a thin, stiff, sheer fabric that is made from silk or a synthetic yarn, which resembles organdy and is used in dressmaking. Organzas, plural of organza. Ardancine, a kind of double-thrown silk of very fine texture, silk twisted like a rope with different trans so as to increase its strength. Organscenes, plural of organ scene. Orgasm, a spasm or sudden contraction. Orgasm balls, petrol balls. Orgasm gap, the phenomenon of men achieving orgasm more frequently than women during sexual encounters. Orgasm shot, a procedure involving the injection of platelet-rich plasma PRP into the vagina, claimed to improve orgasms. Orgasm shots,
invincible,
plural of orgasm shot. Orgasmatic, synonym of orgasmic. Orgasmatron, a hypothetical device capable of inducing orgasm. Orgasmatrons, plural of orgasmatron. Orgasmed, simple past and past participle of orgasm. Orgasmer, a person who orgasms. Orgasmers, plural of orgasmer. Orgasmic, of or relating to orgasms. Orgasmical, synonym of orgasmic. Orgasmically, in an orgasmic way. Orgasming, present participle and gerund of orgasm. Orgasmless, without orgasm. Orgasm like, resembling an orgasm. Orgasms, plural of orgasm. Orgastic, orgasmic, exciting or stimulating. Relating to or prone to orgasm. Orgastic potency, the ability to experience full orgasmic gratification while engaging in the sexual act, a condition only possible for people without neurosis. Orgastically, in an orgastic sense as regards sexual orgasm. Ord, to indulge in riotous jollity. Orgeat, a sweet syrup made from sugar and almonds or originally barley and rose water or orange flower water. Orgeats, plural of orgeat. Ord, simple past and past participle of orge. Orgeron, a surname from French.
Here we go.
Orgerins, plural of orgerin. Orgia, argiaste. Argias, one who is prone to excessive indulgence. Argiastic, relating to an orgy, uncontrolled wild. Orgiastical, alternative form of orgiastic. Orgiastically, in orgiastic fashion. Orgiasticism, wild, uncontrolled behavior, especially sexual, like that of an orgy. Orgiasts, plural of orgias. Orgy, relating to an orgy. Orgy, obsolete form of orgy. Orgies, plural of orgy. Orgo, a surname from Middle English in turn transferred from the nickname. Orgoas, proud, prideful, haughty, arrogant. Ordos, plural of orgo. Origin, present participle and gerund of orge. Orgo, organic chemistry. Orgon, in the psychoanalytic theory of Wilhelm Reich, a form of sexual energy or life force distributed throughout the universe and available for collection, storage, and further use. Orgon accumulator, a box designed to isolate and intensify orgon energy. Orgon accumulators, plural of orgon accumulator. Ardons, plural of organ. Organic, relating to organ. Organite, a mixture of fiberglass resin, metal shavings, quartz, etc. supposed to convert negative energy into positive. Orgonomic, relating to orgonomy. Orgonomy, the study of organ. Ars, plural of or. Any of a number of long, thick pieces of timber, pointed and shod with iron and suspended, each by a separate rope, over a gateway, to be let down in case of attack. Orgel. Fry. Ars, plural of or. Orgonet. Alternative form of orgonet, mechanical musical instrument. Orgoinet, plural of orgoinet. Orgility. Fry. Orgiles. Proud, haughty, disdainful. Orgulously, in an orgulous manner. Orgy, secret rites or ceremonies, typically involving riotous and dissolute behavior, including dancing, drunkenness, and indiscriminate sexual activity, undertaken in honor of various pagan gods or goddesses such as Hades, Bacchus, Ceres, Dionysus, Osiris, etc. Orgy goer, one who attends an orgy, an orgiast. Orgy goers, plural of orgy goer. Orgy goer, alternative form of orgy goer. Orgy goers, plural of orgy goer. Orgylike, resembling or characteristic of an orgy. Okay, expression of understanding or acknowledgement. Wehur, an interjection expressing disapproval, used to tease someone who has done something wrong, subsequently getting themselves into trouble. Oye, a city, municipality, and district of Moldova. Ordi, synonym of Gunhat. Ornis, plural of Orni. Orhaminos, alternative spelling of Orgiminos. Ari, an individual's spiritual intuition and destiny, according to Yoruba belief. Aya, a surname. Oribata, any of a group of mites of the suborder Oribatida. Oribatid, plural of Oribatid. Alternative form of Oribai. Oribware, Japanese pottery made with a green copper glaze and bold painted designs. Oribwares, plural of Oribware. Oribes, plural of Oribe. Oribi, Auribia aurebi, a species of antelope. Oribes, plural of Oribi. Orichalch, obsolete form of Orichalchum. Orige, alternative spelling of Orisha. Orchal, alternative form of Orichalcum. Orchausis, pertaining to or resembling Orichalch, having a color or a luster like that of brass. Orichalch, alternative form of Orichalcum. Orichalchum, alternative spelling of Orichalcum. Orichalcum, a valuable yellow metal known to the ancient Greeks and Romans, now sometimes interpreted as referring to a natural alloy of gold and copper, and sometimes treated as a mythical substance. Oriches, plural of Oricha. Ori, a surname. Orikais, a hexagonal brass yellow mineral containing copper, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and sulfur. Oryx, plural of auric. Auricycle, alternative form of horicycle. Auricycles, plural of auricycle. Orodonic, a medically useful diterpenoid found in Rhabdosia rubescens. Uriu, a right tributary of the Age in Occitania, France. Aiel, ellipsis of Oriel College, Oxford. Aiels, furnish with an Oriel. Aiels, plural of Ariel. Orientate, to orientate oneself slash something, be able not to get lost. Oriente, brightness or strength of color. Orient, usually preceded by a region or a part of the world to the east of a certain place, countries of Asia. The east, especially East Asia. Orient Point, the physical point at the end of the North Fork of Long Island, located in the hamlet of Orient, New York, United States. Orientabilities, plural of orientability. Orientability, the condition of being orientable. Orientable, able to be oriented. Oriental, of a pearl or other precious stone having a superior luster. Oriental Asian, synonym of East Asian. Oriental beetle, an Amala orientalis, a kind of shining leaf chafer native to Asia. Oriental beetles, plural of Oriental beetle. Oriental blue, synonym of Prussian blue the color. Oriental carpet, alternative letter case form of Oriental carpet. Oriental carpets, plural of Oriental carpet. Oriental cockroach, a large, mostly flightless species of cockroach Blatta orientalis found in association with humans worldwide. Oriental cockroaches, plural of Oriental cockroach. Oriental dance, synonym of belly dance. Oriental dances, plural of Oriental dance. Oriental darter, a bird Anhinga melanogaster of Southeast Asia. Oriental darters, plural of Oriental darter. Oriental dormice, plural of Oriental dormouse. Oriental dormouse, any the family Platycethamidi of rodents of South Asia, southern China, and adjacent Vietnam. Oriental fruit moth, a species of moth, Graphilida molesta. Oriental fruit moths, plural of Oriental fruit moth. Oriental giant squirrel, South and Southeast Asia native large tree squirrels of the genus Ratufa. Oriental greenfinch, Chloris sinica, a small passerine bird in the finch family Fringillidae, native to East Asia. Oriental greenfinch is plural of Oriental greenfinch. Oriental hornet, Vespa orientalis, a social wasp species originating from Southwest Asia and Northeast Africa. Oriental longhair, a domestic cat breed. Oriental longhairs, plural of Oriental long hair. Oriental melon, any of a group of Cucumis milo cultivars produced in East Asia. Oriental melons, plural of Oriental melon. Oriental Mindoro, a province of Mimaropa, Luzon, Philippines. Capital and largest city, Calapan. Oriental Orthodox, pertaining to the Oriental Orthodox Church, which is a branch of Eastern Christianity distinguished by their Miaphysite Christology. Oriental Orthodox Church, one of the three major divisions of Eastern Christianity, distinguished by its Miaphysite Christology, not to be confused with Eastern Orthodox Church and the Church of the East. Oriental Orthodoxes, plural of Oriental Orthodox. Oriental Plane, Platanus orientalis, a deciduous tree known for its longevity and spreading crown. Oriental Plane tree, a tree of the species Platanus orientalis. Oriental Plane trees, plural of Oriental Plane tree. Oriental Plane, plural of Oriental Plane. Oriental Poppies, plural of Oriental Poppy. Oriental Poppy, a perennial flowering plant Papaver orientale, native to the Caucasus, northeastern Turkey, and northern Iran. Oriental Pratincoll, a waiter, Blerola maldivarum. Oriental Pratincolls, plural of Oriental Pratincoll. Oriental Radish, synonym of Dagan, particularly its elongated Chinese varieties. Oriental radishes, plural of Oriental radish. Oriental realm, synonym of Indo-Malayan realm. Oriental region, synonym of Indo-Malayan realm. Oriental Republic of Uruguay. Official name of Uruguay, a country in South America. Oriental Roller, a fancy pigeon of a breed descended from the rock pigeon Columbolivia and known for its flying style, which includes rolls and somersaults. Oriental Rollers, plural of Oriental Roller. Oriental High, alternative lettercase form of Oriental Rug. Oriental Uggs, plural of Oriental Rye. Oriental Short-Eye, a domestic cat of a breed related to the Siamese. Oriental Short-Eyes, plural of Oriental Short-Eye. Oriental Soar, cutaneous leishmaniasis. Oriental Stork, Ciconia boycina, a large, white bird, black feathered wings in the stork family Ciconidae. Oriental Storks, plural of Oriental Stork. Oriental Studies, an academic field of study that embraces Near Eastern and Far Eastern societies and cultures, languages, peoples, history, and archaeology. Oriental Sweetgum, a deciduous tree native to the Eastern Mediterranean region. Liquid Amber orientalis. Oriental Sweetgums, plural of Oriental Sweetgum. Oriental Tobacco, a sun-cured, highly aromatic, small-leafed variety of tobacco Nicotiana tabacum grown in Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Lebanon, and the Republic of Macedonia. Oriental Turtle Dove, a species of pigeon Streptopelia orientalis. Oriental Turtle Doves, plural of Oriental Turtle Dove. Orientalia, things from the Orient, especially decorative objects from Eastern Asia. Orientalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of orientalize. Orientalize, simple past and past participle of orientalize. Orientalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of orientalize. Orientalizing, present participle and gerund of orientalize. Orientalism, alternative form of Orientalism. Orientalisms, plural of Orientalism. Orientalists, alternative form of Orientalist. Orientalists, plural of Orientalists. Orientality, they call it Oriental. Orientalization, the process or result of orientalizing. Orientalizations, plural of orientalization. Orientalize, to make oriental, to cause to conform to oriental manners or conditions. Orientalizations, plural of orientalization. Orientalize, to make oriental, to cause to conform to oriental manners or conditions. Orientalize, simple past and past participle of orientalize. Orientalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of orientalize. Orientalizing, present participle and gerund of orientalize. Orientally, in an oriental manner. Orientology, alternative form of orientology. Orientals, plural of oriental. Orientanol, a pterocarpon isolated from the wood of Erythrina orientalis. Orientate, to face a given direction. Orientated, simple past and past participle of orientate. Orientates, third person singular simple present indicative of orientate. Orientating. Present participle and gerund of orientate. Orientating response. An animal's response to a stimulus in which the animal moves in a way that allows it to better evaluate the nature of the stimulus. It can then better respond to danger through fight or flight. Orientating responses. Plural of orientating response. Orientation. The determination of the relative position of something or someone. Orientation cage. A cage in which a bird experiencing migratory restlessness is kept in order to observe the direction of its migratory impulse. Orientation cages, plural of orientation cage. Orientation camp. Orientation adjustment for new students to the university environment activities at universities, usually held by student organizations in the form of a camp. Orientation Week. A Freshers' Week in university or other educational settings. Orientation Weeks. Plural of orientation week. Orientational. Of or pertaining to orientation. Orientationally. With regard to orientation. Orientationists. Oppressing or hating persons of a certain sexual orientation. Orientationists, plural of orientationists. Orientations, plural of orientation. Orientative, serving to orient or orientate. Orientativity, the quality of be orientative. Orientator, an instrument for orientating. Orientators, plural of orientator. Oriented, having a specific orientation, positioning, or direction. Oriented graph, a directed graph having no opposite pairs of directed edges. Oriented graphs, plural of oriented graph. Orientedness, the state or condition of being oriented, an orientation. Orientee, synonym of trainee, a new employee undergoing a probation period of training and evaluation. Orientation. Orienteer, someone who takes part in the sport of orienteering. Orienteer, simple past and past participle of orienteer. Orienteer, a participant in the sport of orienteering. Orienteers. Plural of orienteer. Orienteering, the act of racing across unfamiliar place using a map and compass. Orienteers, plural of orienteer. Orientees, plural of orientee. Orienter, a person or thing that orients. Orienters, plural of orienter. Orientifold, an oriented generalization of an orbifold. Orientifolded, converted into an orientifold.
Here we go.
Orientifolding, the production of orientifolds. Orientifolds, plural of orientifold. Orientin, a flavin that is a glucoside of luteolin. Orienting, present participle and gerund of orient. Orientide, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Oriently, in an orient manner. Orientness, brightness, splendor. Orientological, of or relating to orientology. Orientologist, one who studies orientology. Orientologist, plural of orientologists. Orientology, the study of Orient, or East Asia. Orients, plural of orient. Orif, initialism of open reduction, internal fixation. Orifacial, alternative form of orifacial. Auriferous, containing or having aura like, for example, a pollen. Brain. Orifical, of or pertaining to an orifice. Orifice, a mouth or aperture, such as of a tube, pipe, etc., an opening. Orifices, plural of orifice. Orificial, of or relating to the orifices of the body. Oriflamme, archaic spelling of oriflamme. Oriflammes, plural of oriflamme. Oriflamme, the red silk banner of Saint-Denis, which the abbot of Saint-Denis gave to French kings as they rode to war in the Middle Ages. Oriflammes, plural of oriflamme. Oriform, mouth-shaped. Ori, abbreviation of original. Ori, abbreviation of original. Origami, the Japanese art of paper folding. Origami crane, a paper crane. Origami cranes, plural of origami crane. Origami, pertaining to origami. Origamic architecture, the three-dimensional reproduction of architecture, geometric patterns, and everyday objects on various scales using cutout and folded paper, usually thin cardboard. Origamically, by means of origami. Origamied, simple past and past participle of origami. Origami, present participle and gerund of origami. Origami-like, resembling or characteristic of origami. Origamis, plural of origami. Origamis, a person who does origami. Origamists, plural of origamists. Oregon, alternative form of organo wild marjoram, organum vulgare. Origang, alternative form of organo wild marjoram, organum vulgare. Oregano, any herbaceous plant of the genus Oregan. Oreganums, plural of oreganum. Origen, a male given name from ancient Greek of historical usage, notably presumably born by Origen of Alexandria, an early church father. Origenian, of or relating to Origen, an ancient scholar, early Christian theologian and church father. Origenic, of or relating to Origen of Alexandria FL, 3rd century, a Greek church father. Origenism, the teachings of Origen of Alexandria FL, 3rd century, a Greek church father, in particular. Origenes, of or relating to Origenism, the teachings of Origen of Alexandria that were anathematized by the Synod of Constantinople 543. Origenistic, Origenists, plural of Origenes. Ori, pronunciation, spelling of all right. Origin, the State of Origin series, an annual best-of-3 rugby league series between New South Wales and Queensland, nicknamed the Blues and the Maroons, respectively. Origin myth, a type of myth that explains the beginnings of a natural or social aspect of the world. Origin myths, plural of origin myth. Origin of coordinates, the point of intersection of coordinate axes, which represents the value of 0 for all coordinates. Origin stories, plural of origin story. Origin story, an account of how a fictional character or characters became a protagonist or antagonist. Originable, capable of being originated. Original,
Invincible.
relating to the origin or beginning, preceding all others. Original antigenic sin, the propensity of the immune system to preferentially use immunological memory based on a previous infection when a second, slightly different version of the foreign pathogen is encountered, leaving the immune system trapped by the first response it has made to each antigen, and unable to mount potentially more effective responses during subsequent infections. Original as sin. Very original. Original aspect ratio. The aspect ratio of the rectangular shape that the director intended his or her motion picture to be viewed in, as opposed to modified aspect ratio. Original aspect ratios. Plural of original aspect ratio. Original character. A fictional character created by an author or artist, usually one from a fan work that is not present in the official canon. Original characters, plural of original character. Original depravity, synonym of original sin. Original fic, fiction not based on any pre-existing property or franchise, an original work of fiction. Original jurisdiction, in common law legal systems, the power of a court to hear a case for the first time, as opposed to appellate jurisdiction. Original package doctrine, a doctrine in United States law stating that imported goods do not lose their character as imports until they have passed out of the importer's control or been broken up from their original packages. Original Filipino music, any musical composition created by a Filipino, whether the lyrics be in Filipino, English, or in any other language or dialect of the Philippines. Original righteousness, the condition of man before the fall is made in the image of God. Original sin, Adam's disobedience to God. Original sins, plural of original sin. Original six, the 6 oldest National Hockey League franchises still in existence: Blackhawks, Bruins, Canadiens, Maple Leafs, Rangers, and Red Wings. Originalism, the view that a text should be interpreted according to the intent of its original authors. Originalisms, plural of originalism. Originalist. One who has or tends to have original ideas. Originalistic. Of or related to originalism. Originalistically. In an originalistic manner. Originalists. Plural of originalists. Originalities. Plural of originality. Originality. The quality of being original or novel. Original. Obsolete spelling of original. Originoi. As it was in the beginning, at first. Originois. The state or condition of being original. Originals. Plural of original. Originate. Original. Originaries. Plural of originary. Originariness. The quality of the originate. Originary. Pertaining to or being the origin of something. Originate. To cause someone or something to be. To bring someone or something into existence. To produce or initiate a person or thing. Originated. Simple past and past participle of originate. Originates. Third person singular simple present indicative of originate. Originatus. Second person singular simple present indicative of originate. Originator. Third person singular simple present indicative of originate. Originating. Present participle and gerund of originate. Originating summons. A legal document that starts a civil action, typically used when there is significant legal dispute instead of factual dispute. Originating summonses. Plural of originating summons. Origination. The process of bringing something into existence. Originations. Plural of origination. Originative. That originates. Creative. Originatively. In an originative manner. Originativeness. The quality of being originative. Originator. Someone who originates, creates, or founds something. Originators. Plural of originator. Originatress. A female originator. Originatrices. Plural of originatress. Originatrix. A female originator. Origins. Plural of origo. Origins gentium. Plural of origo gentes. Originless. Without an origin. Originlessness. Lack of an origin. Origins. Plural of origin. Orino. Emos. Orinos. Plural of ordinal. Origo. The reference point on which a deictic relationship is based. Origo gentes. The origin story of a tribe or people. Origos. Plural of origo. Origi. Obsolete form of origin. Origines. Plural of origine. Orient. A book in the form of a long strip of paper with writing on one side, folded in zigzag fashion, historically associated with Japan and China. Orkiv. A city, the administrative center of Orkiv Urban Hromada, Pavlovy Rayon, Zaporizhia Oblast, Ukraine, founded circa 1783. Aurelia. A city in northern Simcoe County, Ontario, Canada. Aurelian. Alternative form of Aurelin. Aurelians. Plural of Aurelian. Aurelin. a semicircular projection made at the shoulder of a bastion for the purpose of covering the retired flank, found in old fortresses. Orleans, plural of Orlin. Orimatila, a town and municipality of Päijänne-Tavastio, Finland. Oribulsion, an emulsion of bitumen in water used as an industrial fuel. Orimulsions, plural of orimulsion. Orin, a male given name from Irish of obscure origin, possibly a variant of Orin or Orin. Orinasal, alternative form of orinasal. Orinasals, plural of orinasal. Orinta, a city in Contra Costa County, California, United States.
Invincible.
Orinocan, or pertaining to the Orinoco River. Orinoco, a South American river flowing 1,600 miles, 2,410 km from Brazil through Venezuela to the Atlantic Ocean. Orinoco agouti, a rodent of species Dasyprocticball endemic to Delta Amacuro State, Venezuela. Orinoco Belt, a Venezuelan territory on the Orinoco that overlies large petroleum deposits. Orinoco crocodile, a South American crocodile of species Crocodilus intermedius. Orinoco crocodiles, plural of Orinoco crocodile. Orinoco geese, plural of Orinoco goose. Orinoco goose, a South American waterfowl of species Neochen jubata. Orinoco piculet, a woodpecker of species Picomnus pumilus. Orinoco saltator, a tanager of species Saltator ornocensus. Orinoco saltators, plural of Orinoco saltator. Oriens, plural of Orin. Oya, a surname. Oyo, a player on the team Baltimore Orioles. Orioles, the team Baltimore Orioles. Oriole, any bird in the family Oriolidae. Oriolids, plural of Oriolid. Orioles, plural of Oriole. Orion, a giant hunter pursuer of the Pleiades and lover of Eos and killed by Artemis. Orion Arm, a minor spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, containing the solar system. Orion Drive, a theoretical means to propel spacecraft through space by detonating nuclear bombs behind the spaceship and riding the nuclear explosions that push against the rear-mounted pusher plates. Orion Drives, plural of Orion Drive. Orion Nebula, a diffuse nebula visible in the night sky below Orion's belt. It is approximately 40 light-years across. It is one of the brightest nebulae visible to the naked eye and is the closest region of stellar formation to Earth. Orion's belt, a bright asterism located near the celestial equator, consisting of 3 bright stars lined up and visibly close together. Orion's belt, alternative letter case form of Orion's belt. Orionin, any of the meteors in a prolific meteor shower associated with Halley's Comet. Orionins, plural of Orionin. Orions, plural of Ryan. Aristometic, any extinct male in the family Aristometic. Ariostometids, plural of Oriostomatic. Oravac, a municipality of Croatia. Oribabai, an opiate alkaloid 6,7,8,14 tetrahydro 4,5-alpha-poxy 6-methoxy 17-methylmorphin 3-al that is a metabolite of the bane. Auris, plural of ori. Orisa, alternative spelling of Orisha. Orisas, plural of Orisa. Oriskai, plural of Oriscus. Oriscus, an ornamental noun of unclear meaning, usually found added to another noun as an auxiliary note. Orion, a divine entity in Yoruba religion that possesses the supernatural capability of reflecting some of the manifestations of Olodumare. Oriya, plural of Orisha. Oriska, a former Oneida settlement in New York, near what is now Oriskany in Oneida County. Oriskany, a village in Oneida County, New York, United States. Oriskany Falls, a village in Oneida County, New York, United States. Orislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Orismological, of or pertaining to Oris. Orismology. Orismologist, one who can explain technical terms, a person who engages in orismology. Orismologists, plural of orismologists. Orismology, the explanation of technical terms. Orison, a prayer. Orisons, plural of orison. Orissa, former name of Odisha, a state in eastern India. Oristano, a province of Sardinia, Italy. Oritag, a slow-cooked Korean stew of duck and vegetables. Ortavansin, a glycopeptide antibiotic being developed for the treatment of serious gram-positive infections. Alright, oh right, acknowledgement of understanding. Orivesi, a town and municipality of Pirkanmaa, Finland. Oriksa, alternative spelling of Orisha. Orixas, plural of Orixa. Odia, the language spoken in the state of Odisha, India. Arias, plural of Aria. Orizaba, a city and municipality in the Mexican state of Veracruz. Orizaban, of or relating to Orizaba. Orizaban, plural of Orizaban. Horizon, obsolete spelling of Orison. Horizons, plural of Horizon. Orjuela, a surname from Spanish. Orjuelas, plural of Orjuela. Or, obsolete spelling of orc killer whale. Orc pop, alternative spelling of orc pop. Orc pop, clipping of orchestral pop. Orkanger, one of the biggest towns in Trøndelag, Norway, located in Orkland municipality on the mouth of Orkla River. The town got its city status in 2014. Orkamenos, alternative form of Orchomenos. Orkan, the Old Turkic script. Orkans, plural of Orkan. Ordish, of, pertaining to, or sharing similarities with an orc. Orkishness, alternative form of orkishness. Arga, a river in Norway, in Trøndelag. Ardaland, a municipality of Trøndelag, Norway, created January 1, 2020. Orkney, a river in Norway in Trøndelag. Ardaland, a municipality of Trøndelag, Norway, created January 1, 2020. Orkney, ellipsis of Orkney Islands. Ardney Islands, an island group off northeast Scotland, Great Britain Island. Orkney Skiff, a fishing skiff used off the Orkney Islands of Scotland. Orkney Skiffs, plural of Orkney Skiff. Orkneyan, of or pertaining to the Orkney Islands. Ornans, plural of Orkneyan. Orkneys, Ardney Islands. Orkneys, archaic form of Orkneys. Orphea, plural of Orkoyat. Orkoyat, a spiritual king and military leader of the Nandi and Kipsigis people of Kenya. Orkoyats, plural of Orkoyat. Ars, plural of Ork. Orkte, the potential transfer of the Orkney Islands from the United Kingdom and Scotland to Norway, reversing its annexation by Scotland in 1472. Abbreviation of Orlando, Florida, USA. An alder tree. Oral flies. Plural of oral fly. Oral fly. An alder fly. Perhaps specifically of the species Silis luteria. Arla, a female given name from Irish. Arlund, a surname. Orland Park, a village in Cook County, Illinois. United States with a small portion in Will County. Arlande, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing chlorine, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and selenium. Orlando, a male given name from Italian.
Here we go.
Orle, fate, destiny. A municipality of Croatia. Orlania, relating to a period of geologic 10-20 to 16 million years ago within the Miocene, preceding the Asterician age and following the Aegean age. Orleanism, the doctrines of the Orleanists. Orleanism, the beliefs and principles of the Orleanists. Orleanists, a member of a French right wing except for 1830 faction that arose out of the French Revolution, as opposed to the Legitimists. Orleanists, plural of Orleanists. Orleans, a city, the capital of Var Department, France, the regional capital of Centre-Val de Loire. Orleans, alternative form of Orleans. Orleans County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Albion. Named after the French royal house of Orleans. Orleans Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. The parish seat is the city of New Orleans, which is coterminous with the parish. Orleanses, plural of Orleans. Furnished with an oral or inner border. Either a simple border or a repeated closed repetition of a symbol. Oros, plural of oral. Oresti, a village and commune of Valzia County, Romania. Orlestone, a civil parish in Ashford District, Kent, England. Orotton, a village and civil parish in northern Herefordshire, England. OS Ref So 4967. Orle, a stunted child. Orlings, plural of Orlin. Orlistat, a drug designed to treat obesity. Uller, a Spanish wind instrument, possibly a crumhorn. Orlov, a surname from Russian. Orlovs, plural of Orlov. Orlin, a synthetic fiber used in yarn and knitwear. Orlov, the platform over the hold of a ship that makes up the fourth, or lowest deck, hence in full called orlop deck, especially of a warship. Orlop deck, an orlop, the lowest deck in a ship. Orlop decks, plural of orlop deck. Orlos, plural of orlop. Orlos, plural of orlo. Arlo, a surname from Russian. Orlos, plural of Orlo. Orlowski, a surname from Polish. Orlowskis, plural of Orlowski. Oros, plural of Orl. Orly, a city and commune of the Department of Val-de-Marne, region of Isle-de-France, France. Orlamanite, a trigonal dark brown mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Or, initialism of object relational mapping. Ormazd, alternative form of Ahura Mazda. Or, a surname from Old Norse. Ormaloxifene, a selective estrogen receptor modulator. Ur, an abalone or seer, particularly Haliotis tuberculata, common in the Channel Islands. Orring, the gathering of ormers, ormer collecting. Ormerod, a surname. Ormerods, plural of ormerod. Orvers, plural of Ormer. Ormsby St. Margaret, a village in Ormsby St. Margaret with Scrappy Parish, Great Yarmouth Borough, Norfolk, England. OS Grid FTG 4914. Ormsby St. Margaret with Scrappy, a civil parish in Great Yarmouth Borough, Norfolk, England, that includes the named places. Ormesai, alternative form of Ormozin. Ormesines, plural of Ormesine. Ormetoprin, a dihydrofolate reductase inhibitor. Ormiston, a place name. Ormistons, plural of Ormiston. Wormazet, an astringent preparation of clay saturated with formic acid. Orma, a city in late Philippines. Ormoc Bay, a large bay in the island of Leyte in the Philippines, an extension of the Camas Sea. Ormoque, a barangay of Degami, Leyte, Philippines. Armaluk, golden or gilded brass or bronze used for decorative purposes. Ormalud, simple past and past participle of Ormalud. Ormaluing, present participle and gerund of Ormalu. Ormalis, plural of Ormalu. Ormond, a surname. Ormond Beach, a city in Volusia County, Florida, United States. Ormond Lower, one of the 12 baronies in County Tipperary, Ireland. Ormond, a surname from Irish. Ormonds, plural of Ormond. Ormondian, in support of or pertaining to Thomas Butler, especially as regards the faction that supported him in the Desmond Rebellion. Ormondians, plural of Ormondian. Ormoivillers, a commune in Oise Department, Alpes de France, France. Ormrod, a surname. Ormrods, plural of ormai, or plural of orem. Ormsby, a surname from Old Norse. Ormsby filter, a filter of trapezoidal shape specified by 4 corner frequencies, F1 through F4. The filter rejects below F1 and above F4, is linear from F1 to F2 and from F3 to F4, and is flat from F2 to F3. Ormsby filters, plural of Ormsby filter. Ormsby's, plural of Ormsby. Ormside, a civil parish in Eden District, Cumbria, England, served by Banlaside Parish Council and including the settlements of Great Ormside and Little Ormside. Ormskirk, a market town in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4108. Ormskirk Terrier, synonym of Lancashire Heeler. Ormston, a surname. Ormstons, plural of Ormston. Ormulum, a 12th century work of biblical exegesis whose author is a monk named Orm. Ormuri, an Iranian language spoken in Waziristan as well as Logar in Pakistan and Afghanistan. It is spoken by Iraqi tribe. Armes, a kingdom located in the Persian Gulf from the 10th century to the 17th century. Armes, alternative spelling of Ormus, former Persian kingdom. Ormurid, any wasp in the family Ormiridae. Ormurids, plural of ormurid. Or, to ornament, to adorn. Ornament, an element of decoration, that which embellishes or adorns. Ornamental, serving as an ornament, having no purpose other than to make more beautiful. Ornamentalism, any artistic or architectural style characterized by ornamentation. Ornamentalist, an artist who favors an ornamental style. Ornamentalists, plural of ornamentalists. Ornamentalities, plural of ornamentality. Ornamentality, the quality of the ornamental. Ornamentalized, to make ornamental. Ornamentalize, simple past and past participle of ornamentalize. Ornamentalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ornamentalize. Ornamentalizing, present participle and gerund of ornamentalize. Ornamentally, in an ornamental way. Ornamentalness, the quality of the ornamental. Ornamentals, plural of ornamental. Ornamentary, ornamental. Ornamentation, decoration, adornment, or embellishment.
Invincible.
Ornamentational, relating to ornamentation. Ornamentation, plural of ornamentation. Ornamented, simple past and past participle of ornament. Ornamenter, someone who ornaments, a decorator. Ornamenters, plural of ornamenter. Ornamenting, present participle and gerund of ornament. Ornamentests, one who ornaments, a decorator. Ornamentists, plural of ornamentists. Ornamentalist, lacking ornamentation. Ornamentlessness. Absence of ornaments. Ornamentor, one who ornaments. Ornamentors, plural of ornamentor. Ornaments, the 43rd Surah chapter of the Quran. Honor. comparative form of ornery, more ornery. Ornery is superlative form of ornery, most ornery. Ornery, alternative spelling of ornery. Ornate, elaborately ornamented, often to excess. Ornate aphid, an aphid of species Mysis ornatus. Ornate aphids, plural of ornate aphid. Ornate hawk eagle, Spizidus ornatus, a large bird of prey that is native to Central and South America. Ornate horned toad, a large carnivorous horned toad of species Ceratophrys ornata, with sharp tooth-like projections in its very large mouth. Ornate horned toads, plural of ornate horned toad. Ornate rainbowfish, Radinocentrus ornatus, is species of eastern Australian rainbowfish. Ornate rainbowfishes, plural of ornate rainbowfish. Ornate shrew, the shrew Sorex ornatus. Ornate shrews, plural of ornate shrew. Ornate tinamou, a tinamou, Gnathoprocta ornata. Ornate tinamus, plural of ornate tinamou. Ornated, simple past and past participle of ornate. Ornately, in an ornate manner. Ornateness, the state of being ornate. Ornatenesses, plural of ornateness. Ornates, third person singular simple present indicative of ornate. Superlative form of ornate, most ornate. Ornating, present participle and gerund of ornate. Ornative, a noun case that means endowed with or supplied with. Ornatus, plural of ornative. Ornature, decoration, ornamentation. Ordog, an unincorporated community in Webster County, West Virginia, U.S. Orndos, plural of Orndoff. Orndorf, a surname. Or, a department of Normandy. France. Ornate, ornamental. Arni, a city mentioned in the Iliad situated north of Leonio in Corinthia in ancient Greece.
Invincible.
Or, simple past and past participle of orn. Orni, alternative spelling of ornate. Ornate, alternative form of ornate. Ornate, any in the family Ornate, a synonym of the elucidity. Ornate is plural of orneatic. Ornate, comparative form of ornery. More ornery. Ornery superlative form of ornery, most ornery. Ornerily, in an ornery manner. Orneriness, the state of being ornery. Ornerinesses, plural of orneriness. Ornery, disagreeable, stubborn, and troublesome to deal with. Cantankerous. Orens, plural of orn. Arnes, a surname from Norwegian. Arnesses, plural of ornis. Ordat, a male given name. Or, pronunciation, spelling of orange. Oranges, plural of orange. Ornibactin, a cider offer produced by the Helicobacter Burkholderia cenospatia. Ornibactins, plural of ornibactin. Ornidazole, a particular kind of drug that cures some protozoan infections. Ornifly, simple past and past participle of ornify. Ornifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of ornify. Ornify. To ornament. Ornifying. Present participle and gerund of ornify. Ording. Present participle and gerund of orn. Orniprescent. A vasoconstrictor, hemostatic, and renal agent. Ornis. A bird. Ordiv. Alternative form of ornitho. Ordiv. Abbreviation of ornithology. Ornis. Plural of ornis. Ornithic. Of or pertaining to birds. Ornithichite. A fossilized footprint left by a bird. Ornithichites. Plural of ornithichnite. Ornithichnology. The branch of science that deals with ornithichnite's fossilized bird footprints. Ornithonemia. Alternative form of ornithinemia. Ornithine. An amino acid, 2,5-diaminopentanoic acid, that is not present in protein, but is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of urea. Ornithine carbamoyl transferase. The enzyme ornithine transcarbamylase. Ornithine cycle. The urea cycle. Ornithine transcarbamylase. An enzyme that catalyzes the reaction between carbamoyl phosphate and ornithine to form citrulline and phosphate. Ornithine transcarbamylase deficiency. A rare genetic metabolic disorder of the urea cycle, abbreviated as OTC. Ornithines. Plural of ornithine. Ornithischian. Any of a group of dinosaurs of the order Ornithischia that have hips characteristic of birds. Ornithischians. Plural of ornithischian. Ornithivorous. Feeding on birds. Ornitho. Of or pertaining to birds. Ornithocherid. Any pterosaur in the family Ornithocheridae. Ornithocherids. Plural of ornithocherid. Ornithocheroid. Any pterosaur of the clade Ornithocheroidea. Ornithocheroids. Plural of ornithocheroi. Ornithocheromorph. A member of the clade Ornithocheromorpha. Ornithocheromorphs. Plural of ornithocheromorph. Ornithochore. A plant whose spores, seeds, or fruits are dispersed by birds. Ornithochores. Plural of ornithochore. Ornithochore. Relating to ornithochery. Ornithochorus. Spread or having seeds and fleshy fruits that are dispersed by birds. Ornithochery. The dispersal of seeds by birds. Ornithocoperphylla. Thriving in the presence of bird excrement. Ornithodburan. Any bird-like reptile of the clade Ornithodira. Ornithodburans. Plural of ornithoduran. Ornithodorid. Any soft take in the family Ornithodoridae, a synonym of the Articidae. Ornithodorids. Plural of ornithodorid. Ornithodorin. A polypeptide thrombin inhibitor present in the soft tick Ornithodoros malbata. Ornithothalum. Any plant of the genus Ornithochalum. Ornithothalums. Plural of ornithochalum. Ornithogenic. Formed by birds. Ornithographer. One who studies ornithography. Ornithographers. Plural of ornithographer. Ornithographic. Relating to ornithography. Ornithographical. relating to ornithography. Ornithography, the study of the geological distribution of birds. Ornithoid, resembling or characteristic of a bird. Ornithoideschneit, a fossil track resembling that of a bird. Ornithoideschneits, plural of Ornithoideschneit. Ornithoids, plural of ornithoi. Ornithal. Abbreviation of ornithology. Ornitholste, any member of the family Ornitholstidae, now superseded by family Compsognathidae. Ornitholstids, plural of Ornitholstid. Ornitholite, the fossil remains of a bird. Ornitholites, plural of ornitholite. Ornithologer, an ornithologist. Ornithologers, plural of ornithologer. Ornithologic, of or relating to ornithology, ornithological. Ornithological, of or pertaining to ornithology. Ornithologically, in terms of ornithology. Ornithologies, plural of ornithology. Ornithologists, a person who studies or practices ornithology. Ornithologists, plural of ornithologists. Ornithologists. To practice ornithology. Ornithologize, simple past and past participle of ornithologize. Ornithologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ornithologize. Ornithologizing, present participle and gerund of ornithologize. Ornithology, the branch of zoology that deals with the scientific study of birds. Ornithomancer, a practitioner of ornithomancy. Ornithomancers, plural of ornithomancer. Ornithomancy, divination by means of birds, especially from their behavior, flight, vocalizations, etc. Ornithomantia, obsolete form of ornithomancy. Ornithomantic, relating to ornithomancy. Ornithomimid, any of the family Audihomimidae of dinosaurs. Ornithomimids, plural of ornithomimid. Ornithomimosaur, any of several theropod dinosaurs of the clade Ornithomimosauria that bore a superficial resemblance to modern ostriches. Ornithomimosaurian, any theropod dinosaur of the clade Ornithomimosauria. Ornithomimosaurians, plural of Ornithomimosaurian. Ornithomimosaurs, plural of Ornithomimosaur. Ornithomorph, a figure in ancient art resembling a bird. Ornithomorphe, shaped like a bird. Ornithomorphs, plural of ornithomorph. Ornithin, an aviary, a poultry house. Ornithins, plural of ornithin. Ornithonym, the common name of a species of bird. Ornithonyms, plural of ornithonym. Ornithonymy, the naming of birds, the creation of common names for birds, the use of bird names. Ornithophenology, the scientific study of the migration of birds. Ornithophage, any organism that eats birds. Ornithophages, plural of ornithophage. Ornithophager, that feeds on birds. Ornithophagus, that feeds on birds. Ornithophagy, the condition of being ornithophagous. Ornithophile, A person who loves birds, a bird lover. Ornithophiles, plural of ornithophile. Ornithophilia, love for birds. Ornithophilic, fond of birds. Ornithophilus, a lover of birds, and ornithophile. Ornithophilus, plural of ornithophilus. Ornithophilus, thriving in the presence of birds. Ornithophily, pollination by birds. Ornithopho, one who exhibits ornithophobia, the fear of birds. Ornithophobes, plural of ornithophobe. Ornithophobia, fear of birds. Ornithophobic, having or relating to ornithophobia, the fear of birds. Ornithopod, a type of bipedal, herbivorous, bird-hipped dinosaur from the Cretaceous period, found on all 7 continents. Ornithopodon, synonym of ornithopod dinosaur of the clade Ornithopoda. Ornithopodons, plural of ornithopodon. Ornithopodus, having feet like those of a bird. Ornithopods, plural of ornithopod. Ornithopter, an aircraft that generates lift through the flapping of its wings. Ornithopters, plural of ornithopter. Ornithorhynchid, a duck-billed platypus or any of its extinct relatives in the family Ornithorhynchidae. Ornithorhynchids, plural of ornithorhynchid. Ornithorhynchus, a platypus genus Ornithorhynchus. Ornithorhynchuses, plural of Ornithorhynchus. Ornithocylidon, any of the Dinosauria formerly known as Ornithocylida. Ornithocylidons, plural of Ornithocylidon. Ornithoscopic, relating to bird watching. Ornithoscopic, a bird watcher. Ornithoscopists, plural of ornithoscopists. Ornithoscopy, bird watching. Ornithoses, plural of ornithosis. Ornithosis, a zoonotic infectious disease of birds caused by a bacterium called Chlamydia psittaci. It can be transmitted to humans and other animals. When carried by any species of bird belonging to the Psittacidae family parrots, it is called psittacosis or parrot fever. Ornithocycid, any pseudosuchian in the family Ornithocycidae. Ornithocycids, plural of ornithocycid. Ornithophoracine, any avialin of the clade Ornithophoraces. Ornithophoracines, plural of ornithophoracine. Ornithotic, of or relating to ornithosis. Ornithotomist, someone who is skilled in ornithotomy. Ornithotomists, plural of ornithotomists. Ornithotomy, the anatomy or dissection of birds. Ornithischian, misspelling of ornithischian. Ornithuron, synonym of ornithurine. Ornithurans, plural of ornithuron. Ornithurine, a bird of the clade Ornithurine. Ornithurines, plural of ornithurine. Ornithuromorph, any bird of the group Ornithuromorpha. Ornithuromorphs, plural of ornithuromorph. Arno, initialism of Oak Ridge National Laboratory. or not. Alternative form. Ornithuromorphs. Plural of ornithuromorph. Arno. Initialism of Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Or not. Alternative form of or not. Orange. Third person singular simple present indicative of orn. Ornsay. A small island opposite the village of Isle-Ornsay on the coast of the Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland, Westgrid Ref NG 7112. Ormsby. A surname. Arnsbys. Plural of Ormsby. A surname. Oro Grande. An unincorporated community in the Mojave Desert, San Bernardino County, California, United States. Of or pertaining to the mouth. Oromaxillofacial. Alternative form of oromaxillofacial. Oromedont. A township in Simcoe County, Ontario, Canada. Oropharynges. Plural of oropharynx. Oropharynx. Alternative spelling of oropharynx. Oropharynxes. Plural of oropharynx. Oral alimentary. Relating to the mouth and to digestion. Orano. Involving the mouth and anus. Orantro. Relating to the oral and anal cavities. Rurte. Relating to mountains in Arctic region. Organchaceous, belonging to the family Orobanchaceae, plants mostly parasitic on the roots of other plants. Orobanca, a strigolactone that acts as a germination stimulant. Orobancho, the univalent radical derived from orobancol. Oroblanco, a hybrid fruit developed by crossing a pomelo and a white grapefruit. When fully developed, Orobancho, the univalent radical derived from orobancol. Oroblanco, a hybrid fruit developed by crossing a pomelo and a white grapefruit. When fully developed, it is approximately the size of a grapefruit. Oroblancos, plural of oroblanco. Orobal, an isoflavone found in Aspergillus niger and Streptomyces nagoensis that is a potent inhibitor of phosphoinositide 3 kinase. Abrengio, relating to the mouth and the gills. Orobucco, relating to the mouth and the cheek. Orostala, relating to the mouth and the head. Orocervical, relating to the mouth and the neck. Ora, a member of an ethnic group inhabiting the southern part of Khabarovsk Krai in far eastern Russia. Orachis, plural of ora. Orachi, plural of ora. Orachin, alternative form of orokin. Orachins, plural of ora. Orozio, a surname from Spanish. Orozeos, plural of orosio. Oroclino, relating to an orocline. Orocline, a mountain belt whose process of deformation is visible. Oroclines, plural of orocline. Orocades, a town and municipality. Puerto Rico. Or cutaneous, relating to both the mouth and skin, as for example a rash or lesion affecting both the oral mucosa and the perioral skin, or B, a fistula connecting the oral cavity to the skin of the cheek. Orodental, relating to the mouth and the teeth. Orods, any of several rulers of Parthian Empire and kings of its nearby kingdoms including Elamites, Armenia, and Hatra. Or digestive, relating to the mouth and the digestive tract. Orodigitofacial, alternative form of orofaciodigital. Orodispersible, alternative form of orodispersible. Or dispersible, describing a tablet designed to disintegrate in the mouth. Ordontid, any extinct cartilaginous fish in the family Orodontidae. Orodontids, plural of orodontid. Or duodenal, relating to or connecting the mouth and the duodenum. Ordenia, wasodenia. Or esophageal, of or relating to the mouth and the esophagus. Orofacial, of or affecting both the mouth and face. Orofaciodigital, affecting the mouth, face, and digits. Orifical, alternative form of orifical. Orifically, alternative form of orifically. Orifical, transmitted from feces to the mouth. Orifically, by the orifical vaft. Orofino, a city, the county seat of Clearwater County, Idaho, United States. Orogastric, of or pertaining to the mouth and the stomach, usually with reference to an enteral feeding tube passing through the mouth and into the stomach. Orogastrically, by means of, or with reference to the mouth and the stomach. Orogastroduodenal, relating to the mouth, stomach, and duodenum. Orogastrointestinal, relating to the mouth, stomach, and intestines. Orogeny, rock deformed by orogeny, a belt of such rock as. Orogenesis, plural of orogenesis. Orogenesis, the process of mountain formation by the formation of the Earth's crust. Orogenetic, relating to orogenesis. Orogenic, concerned with orogeny, pertaining to the creation of mountains.
Invincible.
Orogenic belt, a zone of the Earth's crust affected by orogeny. Orogenic belts, plural of orogenic belt. Orogenically, in terms of or by means of orogeny. Orogenies, plural of orogeny. Orogenital, involving the mouth and the genitals. Erogenous, of or relating to mountain building. Orogenic. Erogenous zone, a region characterized by mountain building. Plural of orogenous zone. Origins, plural of origin. Orogeny, the process of mountain building by the upward folding of the Earth's crust. Orograph, a machine for use in making topographical maps operated by being pushed across country and recording distances and elevations. Orographer, a specialist in orography. Orographers, plural of orographer. Oratory and recording distances and elevations. Orographer, a specialist in orography. Orographers, plural of orographer. Orographic, of or pertaining to the physical features of mountains or to orography. Orographical, alternative form of orographic. Orographically, in terms of or by means of orography. Orographies, plural of orography. Orographs, plural of orograph. Orography, the scientific study.
Here we go.
Or a physical description of mountains. Or a heliograph, a camera for obtaining a circular panoramic view of the horizon. The photographic plate is placed horizontally with a vertical lens above. A specially shaped mirror reflects light from the entire horizon to the lens, by means of which it is focused upon the plate. Oroheliographs, plural of oroheliograph. Oroepipharyngeal, relating to the oroepipharynx. Oroepipharynges, plural of oroepipharynx. Oroepipharynx, the mouth and hypopharynx treated as a unit. Oroepipharynxes, plural of oroepipharynx. Uroi, an alloy of copper and zinc or tin that has a gold color used in making inexpensive jewelry. Oroids, plural of oroi. Orodin, any of a family of alkaloids derived from marine sponges. Oroidins, plural of oroidin. Ora, an ethnic group that lives in the Sakhalin. Orakeva, an indigenous group of people in Oro Province, Papua New Guinea. Orakalo, a trans-New Guinea language spoken of Papua New Guinea. Arax, plural of Orak. Arawediao, relating to the mouth and lips. Orolaryngeo, relating to the mouth and the larynx. Orolarynx, the oral part of the larynx. Orolingual, relating to the mouth and tongue. Orological, of or pertaining to orology. Orologically, in terms of orology. Orologist, an expert in orology. Orologists, plural of orologists. Orology, the study or science of mountains and their formation. Oromandibular, relating to the mouth and mandible. Oromanual, relating to the mouth and the hands. Oromaxillary, relating to the mouth and the maxilla. Oromaxillofacial, relating to the mouth, jaw, and face. Mediterranean, relating to mountainous parts of the Mediterranean region. Oromricid, any member of the family Oromricidae, extinct relative. Of camels. Oromricids, plural of oromricid. Orometer, an aneroid barometer having a second scale that gives the approximate elevation above sea level of the place where the observation is made. Orometers, plural of orometer. Oromia, the largest and most populous region in Ethiopia, covering an area of approximately 353,006 square kilometers. Oromian, of or from Oromia. Oromians, plural of Oromian. Oromo, a member of a people of Eastern Africa, Ethiopia, and northern Kenya. Oromoto, a river in New Brunswick, Canada. Oromos, plural of Oromo. Ormotor, relating to the movement of the mouth. Ormucosal, relating to or directed towards the mucous surfaces of the mouth cheek. Ormucosally, in an ormucosal manner. Oronasal, of or pertaining to the mouth and the nose. Oronasally, in an oronasal manner. Oronasopharyngeal, relating to the oronasopharynx. Oronasopharynx, the mouth, nose, and pharynx. Orontian, alternative form of orokin. Orontian. Alternative form of Orontian. Orex, a river in Western Asia, about 400 km, 250 mi long, flowing from Lebanon through Syria before entering the Mediterranean Sea near Samanag in Turkey. Oishan, of or pertaining to the Orons. Oronym, the toponym of a mountain. Oronymies, plural of oronymy. Oronyms, plural of oronym. Oronymy, the nomenclature of mountains, hills, and other geographic rises. Orapindolo, any of a number of tropical birds related to the caciques, mostly in the genus Cercoleus, and like the caciques, noted for living communally in large, hanging basket nests. Orapindolas, plural of Orapindolo. Orupsa, a town in Toledo, Castilla-La Mancha, Spain. Orupsas, plural of Orupsa. Orupsa, a surname from Spanish. Oropharyngeal, of or pertaining to both the mouth and the pharynx. Oropharyngeally, in an oropharyngeal mare. Oropharyngeals, plural of oropharyngeal. Oropharynges, plural of oropharynx. Oropharyngosophageal, of or relating to the mouth. Oropharyngeals, plural of oropharyngeal. Oropharynges, plural of oropharynx. Oropharyngosophageal, of or relating to the mouth, the pharynx, and the esophagus. Oropharyngoscopies, plural of oropharyngoscopy. Oropharyngoscopy, endoscopy of the pharynx. Oropharynx, the oral part of the pharynx, reaching from the uvula to the level of the hyoid bone. Oropharynxes, plural of oropharynx. Orophyllus, liking a subalpine habitat. Orophyte, any plant that grows in a subalpine habitat. Orophytes, plural of orophyte. Oratau, any of the aboriginal inhabitants of much of Karamoja in Uganda and probably Turkana district in Kenya. Orapouch fever, a tropical viral infection transmitted by biting midges and mosquitoes, causing fever, headache, muscle and joint pains, etc. Orokin, a member of an ethnic group inhabiting parts of northern China. Orokins, plural of Orokin. Argueta, a city, the provincial capital of Misamis Occidental, northern Mindanao, Philippines. Orotundity, the quality of being orotund in various senses, orotundity. Uros, plural of aura. Orasalone, the furanocalmarin 8 prop 1N, 2-furo 2,3H chromed 2,1 present in Angelica. Orosensation, a false sensation of taste obtained by stimulation of the tongue. Orosensations, plural of orosensation. Orosensory, relating to oral senses, for example taste, oral kinesthetic sense, and especially the innervation that provides for them. Orosi, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Orosia, of or relating to Paulus, Orosius born c. 375/385, c. 420 Roman priest, historian, and theologian. Orosirian, of a geologic period within the Paleoproterozoic era for about 2,050 to 1,800 million years ago. Oreslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Oroslavic, a town in Croatia. Orosamukoy, an acidic lipoprotein found in blood plasma. Orosamucoids, plural of orosamucoid. Orosphere, a clump of oral cancer cells. Orospheres, plural of orosphere. Oras, a surname from Hungarian. Orotactile, that has to do with the sense of touch in mouth. Orotate, any salt or ester of orotic acid. Orotates, plural of orotate. Orothoperes, describing a temperate mountain climate. Orotherapy, The use of serum to treat disease. Orotic, of or pertaining to. Orotic acid or its derivatives. Orotic acid, a crystalline acid which was discovered in milk and is a growth factor for various microorganisms as Lactobacillus bulgaricus and an intermediate in pyrimidine biosynthesis. Uracil 6-carboxylic acid, C5H4N2O4. Orotic acids, plural of orotic acid. Orotidine, a nucleoside formed by reaction of orotic acid with ribose. Orotidylate, orotidine 5-phosphate. Orotomi, any of a particular class of antifungal agents. Orotomides, plural of orotomi. Orotone, a photographic print on glass, decorated with gold leaf or colored with a gold pigment. Orotones, plural of orotone. Orotrachea, of or pertaining to the mouth and the trachea. Orotracheally, in an orotracheal manner. Orotund, of a voice characterized by clarity, fullness, smoothness, and strength of sound, hence of a person having a clear, full, and strong voice, appropriate for public speaking, reading aloud, etc. Orotundities, plural of orotundity. Orotundity, the quality of artisan. Orotundly, in an orotund manner. Orotunds, plural of orotund. Orolada, a census-designated place in Humboldt County, Nevada, United States. Orovaginal, oral and vaginal. Oroville, a city, the county seat of Butte County, California, United States. Oroville East, a census-designated place in Butte County, California, United States. Orin, a surname. Oryxoan, any of a group of methylated flavins present in plants of the genus Oryxylum. Oryxyloside, any glycoside of an oryxylin. Raya, ellipsis of La Oroya, a city, the capital of Yali Province, Junin Department, Peru. Oroya, fever, Carrion's disease. Orayas, plural of Oroya. Orozco, a surname. Orozcos, plural of Orozco. Oh, to complain. Grumble or be discontented. Ara, a biblical figure, daughter-in-law of Naomi, wife of Chilion. Orpelor, gold prospector, gold panner. Orpelors, plural of orpelor. Art, bold, brave, valiant. Ardently, boldly, bravely, stoutly. Forpico, a form of spirit possession or spiritual sickness among Maasai people, especially women. Orphaline, obsolete form of orphaline. Ortha, a person, especially a minor, both or rarely one of whose parents have died. Orphan acronym, an existing acronym which has been redefined as a non-acronymous name, severing its link to its previous meaning. Orphan asylum. Oronech. Orphan asylums, plural of orphan asylum. Orphan disease, any disease for which drugs are not usually developed because it is too rare to make the development profitable. Orphan diseases, plural of orphan disease. Orphan drug, a medicinal drug which is effective in the treatment of some disease S, but which is not manufactured or marketed because the demand is insufficient to cover the costs of supply. Orphan drugs, plural of orphan drug. Orphan initialism, an existing initialism which has been redefined as a non-acronymous name, severing its link to its previous meaning. Orphan initialisms, plural of orphan initialism. Orphan John, Pilotlephium telephium, a succulent perennial ground cover native to Eurasia. Orphan medicine, orphan drug. Orphan medicines, plural of orphan medicine. Orphan hawk, to treat a child as an orphan, such as by sending them into foster care or adopting them out. Orphan page, a web page that is not accessible from any other page on a website and can only be accessed by entering the direct URL. Orphan pages, plural of orphan page. Orphan receptor, a receptor that has a similar structure to other identified receptors but whose endogenous ligand has not yet been identified. Orphan receptors, plural of orphan receptor. Orphan source, a self-contained radioactive source that is no longer under regulatory control, for example because it has been abandoned or misplaced. Orphan sources, plural of orphan source. Orphan star, a star that is not part of any galaxy, but exists in intergalactic space instead. Orphan stars, plural of orphan star. Orphan tiered, synonym of dextromorphin. Orphan train, one of the trains operating between 1854 and 1929 that transported orphan and homeless children from crowded eastern cities of the United States to foster homes located largely in rural areas of the Midwest. Orphan trains, plural of orphan train. Orphan work, a copyright-protected work for which rights holders are positively indeterminate or uncontactable. Orphan works, plural of orphan work. Orphan's court, alternative letter case form of orphan's court. Orphan's courts, plural of orphan's court. Orphan crushing machine, a notional machine representing a system or process that obviously facilitates suffering but is not acknowledged or examined, or for which no alternative is considered. Orphan crushing machines, plural of orphan crushing machine. Orphanage, a residential institution for the care and protection of orphans. Orphanages, plural of orphanage. Orphanarium, an orphanage. Orphanariums, plural of orphanarium. Orphancy, the state of being an orphan. Orphandom, the state of being an orphan. Orphandoms, plural of orphandom. Orphae, obsolete spelling of orphan. Orphan, made an orphan by the death of one's parents. Orphan negative, a negative word or term such as disgruntled, uncouth, or incognito that has no positive equivalent in current use. Orphaned negatives, plural of orphaned negative. Orphaned off, simple past and past participle of orphan off. Orphaned tsunami,
Invincible.
a historical tsunami exists. Orphan tsunamis, plural of orphan tsunami. Orphaned work, alternative form of orphan work. Orphaned works, plural of orphaned work. Orphanes, second person singular simple past indicative of orphan. Orphaner. Synonym of orphan. Orphaners. Plural of orphaner. Orphans. Plural of orphane. Orphanus. Second person singular simple present indicative of orphan. Orphanat. A young or little orphan. Orphanate. Third person singular simple present indicative of orphan. Orphanhood. The state of being an orphan, the losing of both parents through their death. Orphanhoods. Plural of orphanhood. Orphanan. Synonym of Nasaistin. Orphane. Present participle and gerund of orphan. Orphaning off. Present participle and gerund of orphan off. Orphanens. Plural of orphanen. Orphanize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of orphanize. Ordination. Resembling or characteristic of an orphan. Orphanism. The state of being an orphan. Orphanity. The state of being an orphan. Orphanhood. Orphanize. To orphan. Orphanize. Simple past and past participle of orphanize. Orphanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of orphanize.
Here we go.
Orphanizing. Present participle and gerund of orphanize. Orphan-like. Resembling or characteristic of an orphan. Orphanatrophia. Plural of orphanatrophia. Orphanotrophies. Plural of orphanotrophy. Orphanotrophism. The care and support of orphans. Orphanatrophia. A kind of orphanage in ancient times. Orphanotrophy. A hospital for orphans. Orphanries. Plural of orphanry. Orphanry. The state of being an orphan. Orphans. Plural of orphan. Orphans off. Third person singular simple present indicative of orphan off. Orphans court. Alternative form of orphans court. Orphans courts. Plural of orphans court. Orphanship. The state of being an orphan. Orphanships. Plural of orphanship. Orphat. Obsolete form of orphan. Orphats. Plural of orphaned. Orphan. Synonym of orphanry. Orvarian. A musical instrument of the Renaissance, part of the citron family, whose metal strings are tuned like lutes and plucked with the fingers. Orpharians. Plural of Orpharian. Ardian. Of or pertaining to Orpheus, the mythical poet and musician. Orphean warbler. The bird western Orphean warbler, Sylvia hortensis, now sometimes Curica hortensis. Orphean warblers. Plural of Orphean warbler. Orthe. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur. Orphalli. An orphan. Orphalines. Plural of orphaline. Orphanatol. A combination of orphanadrine and paracetamol. Orphanadrine. an anticholinergic drug of the ethanolamine antihistamine class, closely related to diphenhydramine, used to treat painful muscle spasm and some aspects of Parkinson's disease. Orvain, a French male choral society. Ares, a member of an Orphean. Organists, plural of Orpheanists. Orpheans, plural of Orphean. Orphean, alternative form of Orpharian. Orpharians, plural of Orpharian. Orpharian, alternative form of Orpharian. Orpharians, plural of Orpharian. R.S., a Thracian musician and poet who failed to retrieve his wife Eurydice from Hades. Orve, of or pertaining to Orphism and its doctrines and rituals. Orphic A ovoid vessel formerly used by alchemists for sublimation in Aludel. Orphic eggs, plural of Orphic egg. Orphical, Orphic. Orphically, in an Orphic manner. Orphicism, alternative form of Orphism, ancient religious movement. Orphix, plural of Orphic. Orve, pronunciation, spelling of orphan. Orphings, plural of orphan. Orphism, a religious movement in antiquity supposed to have been founded by Orpheus. Orvis, a member of the Orphism religious movement. Arvests, plural of Orphis. Orth, a nymph who, with Acron, had the child Ascalaphus. Orphon, a gene located outside the main chromosomal locus. Orphons, plural of Orphon. Orvre, alternative spelling of Orfrid. Orphres, plural of Orphrai. Orvry, any elaborate embroidery, especially when made of gold thread, and objects such as clothing or fabric adorned with such embroidery. Orphreys, plural of Orphry. Ornament, arsenic trisulfide occurring naturally in crystals or massive deposits, formerly used as a dye or pigment. Ornaments, plural of orbiment. Ore, a surname. Arhi, any of several temperate succulent plants of the family Crassulaceae that have clusters of purple flowers, especially Hylolethian telephy. Orpines, plural of orpine. Are, present participle and gerund of or. Orpington, a town in Greater London in southeastern England. Orpingtons, plural of Orpington. Ars, third person singular simple present indicative of orb. Orbistan, a
Invincible.
surname from French. Or, initialism of overall response rate or objective response rate. Or, a place in the United States. Or, superfluous, odd, unmatched, leftover. Orach, archaic form of orach. Orachis, plural of orach. Orator, a surname. Oranges, plural of Orancha. Origo, a surname from Spanish. Origos, plural of Origo. Oh, a suburban area and ward in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref SD 5305. Arn, a male given name. Aris, plural of Orin. Aries, plural of Uri. Uri, a clockwork model of any given solar system. Aris, obsolete form of Orus the plant or its root. Arises, plural of Orus. Ur, a surname from Old English. Arx, plural of Uric. Urico, a surname from Italian. Uricos, plural of Orico. Ori, a male given name from Irish of obscure origin, possibly a variant of Orin or Orin. Aris, a surname transferred from the given name. Aris P, an issue P made from Oris root. Aris Ps, plural of Oris P. Aris, plural of Oris. Arisa, a surname transferred from the given name. Arsens, Aris Ps, plural of Oris P. Aris, plural of Oris. Arisa, a surname transferred from the given name. Arsens, plural of Orison. Arisroot, the root of the eyes. Arisroots, plural of Orisroot. Uru, a town in Urukariaton Council area, South Australia. Or Urukariaton, a local government area, the District Council of Urukariaton in York and Mid-North Region, South Australia, that includes the named places. Or-Level, a commune in Oise Department, Hauts-de-France, France. Or, initialism of oral rehydration solution. Or, plural of or. Or, plural of or. Arsa, initialism of oxacillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, synonym of MRSA, now seldom used. Arza, a town and municipality in Dalarna County, Sweden. Arzak, a surname from Czech. Arsax. Plural of Orsak. Orsamo, an unofficial language or dialect of the Dalecarlian language in Sweden, where it is spoken in the Orsa municipality in the northern part of Dalarna. Arsa, plural of Orsa. Orset apparatus, a piece of laboratory equipment used to analyze a gas sample, typically fossil fuel flue gas, for its oxygen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide content. Orsay, a commune in Essonne Department, Isle-de-France, France. Orsburg, a surname. Orsburns, plural of Orsburn. Orcholite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral colorless mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Ars, otherwise, Arcedier, Dutch metal, bronze leaf used as imitation gold leaf. Orchidu, alternative form of Orcidu. Orsai, Orgil, lichen or dye. Orsay, plural of Orsay. Orsays, a naiad of a spring in Thessaly. Aries, alternative form of Orsays. Orsolate, any salt or ester of orsolic acid. Orsolates, plural of orsolate. Orsolic acid, an acid found in certain lichens, such as orchil. Orselenate, any salt or ester of orsolinic acid. Orselinates, plural of orselinate. Orsolinic acid, a phenolic carboxylic acid, 2,4-dihydroxy-6-methylbenzoic acid, found in some lichens. Ursa, a surname from Dutch. Orsers, plural of Orser. Oya, a city in the Vitebsk region of Belarus. Orsino, a surname from Italian. Orsenos, plural of Orsino. Oryk, a city in Orsk, Orenburg Oblast, Asian Russia, Russia. Orsolabic, any spider in the family
Here we go.
Orsolabidae. Orsolabet, plural of Orsolabid. Orsa, a surname. Orjova, a city in Mehedindi County, Romania. Orsta, a village and civil parish in Rushcliffe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. Westgrid Ref SK 7741. Initialism of oral rehydration therapy. A fragment, a scrap of leftover food, any remainder, a piece of refuse. A surname. Ordale, a flay of the family Ordalidae, now Ordaleds, plural of ortolid. Ortanique, a cross between an orange and a tangerine. Ortaniques, plural of ortanique. Ordas, plural of orta. Ordataxel, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Ordu, simple past and past participle of ort. Ordeo, a surname from Spanish. Ortenau, a region in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Ortenaukreis, a rural district of Baden-Württemberg. Oder, contraction of ought to. Orderonal, a non-steroidal and androgen that was investigated as a cancer treatment but later dropped. Ordat, a surname from French in turn from Occitan. Ortadamine, a stimulant drug of the amphetamine class. Ortet, plural of ortet. Or, alternative form of
Invincible.
ortho. Or, abbreviation of orthodox. Orion, any purulid moth of the genus Orthaga. Orthagant, plural of orthagan. Orthant, a n-dimensional generalization of the quadrant in two-dimensional Cartesian space and octant in three-dimensional space. Orthants, plural of orthant. Arthaxio, that has a straight vertebral axis. Ortho, a kind of soil that shows little or no craterbation. Ortels, plural of orthol. Ortony. A particular steroid glycoside. Orthant, a kind of shallow or skeletal soil found on recent erosional surfaces or very old landforms completely devoid of weatherable minerals. Artants, plural of orthant. Artaces, plural of orthosis. Artasis, an orthopedic prosthesis. Artas, a town in Pyrénées-Atlantiques department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Is any scale insect of the family Arthaceae. Arthas, plural of Arthaceae. Orient, denoting a type of singing at a very high pitch. Orig, orthoclastic. Oregon, an early TV camera tube, abbreviation of orthoconoscope. Orthoconoscope, alternative form of orthoconoscope. Orthoconoscopes, plural of orthoconoscope. Orticans.
Here we go.
Plural of orticans. Urid, a brachiopod shell of the genus Orthas or allied genera in the family Orthidae. Ordi, alternative form of ordid. Ordides. Plural of orthi. Oridid, relating to orchids. Orids, plural of orchid. Orthistici. Alternative form of orthistici. Ordi, a variety of allanite occurring in slender prismatic crystals. Ordites, plural of ordites. Oido, an isomer of a benzene derivative having two substituents adjacent on the ring. Oido, right angle, perpendicular. Orthoamphibolite, alternative form of orthoamphibolite. Orthoamphibolite. Plural of orthoamphibolite. Orthochloronitrobenzene, an aromatic organic compound with the molecular formula C6H4Cl2. Orthonitrotoluene, alternative form of orthonitrotoluene. Orthosidate, any orthoester formerly derived from acetic acid of general formula CH3C or orthosidates, plural of orthosidate. Orthosid, the member of a series of oxyacids of a particular element that has the highest number of hydroxyl groups. Orthosids, plural of orthosid. Ortholuminate, a mixed metal oxide containing 1 aluminium, 3 oxygen atoms in each formula, MlO3. Ortholuminates, plural of ortholuminate. Orthoamphibolite, metamorphic rock composed mostly of amphibole plagioclase with lesser amounts of epidote, zoisite, chlorite, quartz, titanite, and accessory leucoxene, ilmenite, and magnetite derived from an igneous rock. Orthoamphibolites, plural of orthoamphibolite. Orthorsenite, the simple oxyanion of arsenic as O3, any salt containing this anion. Orthorsenites, plural of orthorsenite. Orthovillavirus, any avilavirus of the genus Orthovillavirus. Orthovillaviruses, plural of orthovillavirus. Orthobenzoate, any orthoester formerly derived from benzoic acid of general formula C6H5C or orthobenzoates, plural of orthobenzoate. Orthobenzoquinone, one of the 2 isomers of quinone, 1,2-benzoquinone. Orthobicupola, a bicupola in which the bases have the same orientation. Orthobicupolas, plural of orthobicupola. Orthobiologic, a biological material used to improve the healing of broken bones and injured muscles, tendons, and ligaments. Orthobiologics, plural of orthobiologic. Orthobiratunda, a birotunda in which the bases have the same orientation. Orthoborate, any anion derived from orthoboric acid, any salt containing this anion. Orthoborates, plural of orthoborate.
Here we go.
Orthoboric, boric especially when compared with other oxyacid species of boron. Orthoboric acid, any of several poorly characterized acids that are hydrates of boric oxide. Orthobophiataxic, relating to orthobophiataxy. Arthrobophia axi, the evolution of the form of bophia animals. Orthobrannerite, an orthorhombic sphenoidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, titanium, and uranium. Arthobuniavero, relating to Arthobuniaviruses. Arthobuniavirus, any of the genus Arthobuniaviruses. Arthobuniaviruses, plural of Arthobuniavirus. Orthocane, methylamino P hydroxybenzoate, a fine white crystalline powder used as an anesthetic on open wounds. Orthocanes, plural of orthocane. Orthocarbonate, any polyether of general formula COR, formerly derived from orthocarbonic acid. Orthocarbonates, plural of orthocarbonate. Orthocarbonic acid, the hypothetical compound COH known only as its derivatives. The orthocarbonates. Orthoclusion, normal occlusion. Orthocenter, the intersection of the three lines that can be drawn flowing from the three corners of a triangle to a point along the opposite side where each line intersects that side at a 90-degree angle. In an acute triangle, it is inside the triangle. In an obtuse triangle, it is outside the triangle. Orthocenters, plural of orthocenter. Orthocentral, relating to the orthocenter. Orthocenter, alternative form of orthocenter. Orthocenters, plural of orthocenter. Orthocentric, having all three pairs of opposite edges perpendicular. Orthospalic, normospalic. Orthosphalus, alternative form of orthospalic. Orthosphaly, the condition of being orthospalic. Orthoshracone, a shell which has a straight cone shape. Orthoshracones, plural of orthoshracone. Orthoshraconic, relating to, composed of, or having the form of an orthoshracone. Orthoceras, any nautiloid cephalopod mollusk of the genus Orthoceras, known only as fossils. Orthostrata, plural of Orthoceras. Orthostrata, any extinct cephalopod in the family Orthosratidae. Orthosratids, plural of Orthosrata. Orthosrata, an Orthoceras or fossil shell thereof. Orthosratites, plural of Orthosratite. Orthosratoi, any extinct cephalopod of the subclass Orthosratoidae. Orthosratoids, plural of Orthosratoi. Orthoschrid, a cephalopod of the extinct order Orthosrida. Orthosrids, plural of Orthoschrid. Orthochamosite, an orthorhombic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Orthocharmonia, the form of charmonium in which the spins of the two quarks are parallel. Orthochess, the conventional game and rules of chess. Orthochlorobenzyl alanonitrile, the active ingredient in to gas CHVClN2, also called CS gas. Orthochoronitrobenzene, alternative form of orthochoronitrobenzene. Orthochonite, any nautiloid cephalopod of the suborder Orthochonites. Orthochonites, plural of orthochonite. Orthochonitic, pertaining to the obsolete cephalopod suborder Orthochonites. Orthochromasia, synonym of orthochromacy. Orthochromacy, the property of a stain to not change color when binding to something else. Orthochromatic, being uniformly sensitive across the entire visible range and thus reproducing colors faithfully. Orthochromatism, quality of being orthochromatic. Orthochromatize, to make orthochromatic. Orthochromatize, simple past and past participle of orthochromatize. Orthochromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of orthochromatize. Orthochromatizing, present participle and gerund of orthochromatize. Orthochromatophilic, describing an erythroblast derived from a polychromatophilic one that is approaching the color of a mature erythrocyte. Orthochromatophilic, misspelling of orthochromatophilic. Orthochromize, any of a group of mixed oxides of chromium and another metal, typically a rare earth element of general formula MCrO3. Orthochromites, plural of orthochromites. Orthochronous, describing any Lorentz transformation or Galilean transformation which preserves the direction of time. Orthochrysotile, an orthorhombic polytype of chrysotile. Orthochrysotiles, plural of orthochrysotile. Orthoclad, any midge of the chironemid subfamily Orthocladiinae. Orthoclads, plural of orthoclad. Orthoclase, potassium aluminum silicate, KAlC308, a common feldspar of igneous, plutonic, and metamorphic rocks. Orthoclase is the main feldspar of pegmatite occurrences, where it is most commonly flesh-colored. Orthoclase is used in the ceramic and glass industries and as a decorative gravel. Orthoclases, plural of orthoclase. Orthoclasic, of or relating to orthoclase. Orthoclastic, having cleavage planes at right angles as in orthoclase. Orthocleavage, cleavage of 1-2 substituents. Orthocomplement, an element of an ortholattice which is the result of applying an orthocomplementation function to a given element of that ortholattice of which it is said to be the orthocomplement. Orthocomplementation, an involution on a complemented lattice which is order reversing and maps each element to a complement. Orthocomplementations, plural of orthocomplementation. Orthocomplemented, having orthocomplementation. Orthocomplements, plural of orthocomplement. Orthocone, a long straight shell of a nautiloid cephalopod. Orthocones, plural of orthocone. Orthoconglomerate, a conglomerate containing mostly clasts. Orthoconglomerates, plural of orthoconglomerate. Orthoconic, having or being a mollusk shell which is conical and straight, not curved or spiral. Orthoconoscope, synonym of orthicane. Orthoconoscopes, plural of orthoconoscope. Orthocorybantian, synonym of Massagetian. Orthocorybantians, plural of orthocorybantian. Orthocousin, any of 2 or more cousins who are the children of siblings of identical gender, i.e. children of brothers or of sisters. Orthocousins, plural of orthocousin. Orthocumulate, a cumulate rock in which the ground mass is of different composition to the accumulated crystals. Orthocupolarotunda, a cupolarotunda in which the bases have the same orientation. Oetai, a form of orthic spotosol. Orthodata, constraints or assessments applied to transactional or warehouse data to assure data quality. Orthodentical, a homeobox gene involved in the development of the head. Orthodentin, a form of dentin composed of straight tubes in the teeth of mammals. Orthodoxia, accentuation of arterial hyposemia pen standing upright. Orthodiagonal, having diagonals that are perpendicular to each other. Orthodiagonals, plural of orthodiagonal. Orthodiagram, the record made by an orthodiagraph. Orthodiagrams.
Invincible.
Plural of orthodiagram. Orthodiagraph, an instrument used to determine the true contour and dimensions of any internal organ or other object rendered visible by X-rays, the latter being deflected so as to be made parallel. Orthodiagraphic, relating to orthodiagraphy. Orthodiagraphically, by means of orthodiagraphy. Orthodiagraphs, plural of orthodiagraph. Orthodiagraphy, examination by means of an orthodiagraph. Orthodigita, a correction of a misalignment of the toes. Orthodiphenol, any diphenol in which the two hydroxyls are in the ortho position. Orthodiphenolic, relating to an orthodiphenol. Orthodiphenols, plural of orthodiphenol. Orthodome, a dome that is parallel to the orthogonal and hematoclinic crystal. Orthodomes, plural of orthodome. Orthodite, of teeth pointing downwards. Orthodontal, orthodontic, orthodontia, synonym of orthodontics. Orthodontic, of or relating to the dental speciality of orthodontics. Orthodontic band, a thin strip of metal cemented to the crown of a tooth to which wires are attached in order to reposition teeth. Orthodontic bands, plural of orthodontic band. Orthodontically, by orthodontic means. Orthodontics, a specialty of dentistry concerned with correcting misalignment of teeth. Orthodontist, an orthodontic dentist. Orthodontists, plural of orthodontists. Orthodontology, orthodontics. Orthodonture, orthodontics. Orthodontures, plural of orthodonture. Orthodox, of or pertaining to the Orthodox churches collectively. Orthodox Christianity, the religion of Orthodox Christians. Orthodox Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church of Albania, synonym of Albanian Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church of Poland, synonym of Polish Orthodox Church. Orthodox Church of the Czech lands and Slovakia, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Orthodox churches, plural of Orthodox Church. Orthodox File Manager, a file manager program with a traditional text-based user interface. Orthodox File Managers, plural of Orthodox File Manager. Orthodox Jew, an adherent of Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Jewish, of or relating to Orthodox Jews or Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Jews, plural of Orthodox Jew. Orthodox Judaism, the most traditional rabbinic branch of Judaism, characterized by the belief in the continued relevance and binding nature of the rabbinic interpretation of Jewish law. Orthodox spin, finger spin. Orthodox spinner,
Invincible.
a finger spinner. Orthodox spinners, plural of orthodox spinner. Orthodoxal, archaic form of orthodox. Orthodoxality, the quality of being orthodox. Orthodoxally, obsolete form of orthodoxly. Orthodoxan, alternative form of orthodoxian. Orthodoxant, plural of orthodoxan. Orthodoxes, plural of orthodox. Orthodoxia, correct praise, correct faith. Orthodoxian, of or pertaining to orthodox beliefs. Orthodoxians, plural of orthodoxian. Orthodox. Orthodox. Orthodoxical, dated form of orthodox. Orthodoxically, in an orthodoxical manner. Orthodoxies, plural of orthodoxy. Orthodox size, alternative.